Hey guys, today I'm doing something a little bit different. I'm going to be making a tier list for the 22 pathways of Lord of the Mystery. I'm going to be ranking it from S tier to F tier. For S, basically, it's like really good. It's one of the best pathways. To F, which is complete bum. It's like a fraud pathway that you never want to go on to. I'm going to be ranking it in a pretty detailed way. So yeah, this video is probably going to be kind of long. Yeah, I'm going to be yapping a lot. So good luck on that. Click off before you can. Why am I saying that? But yeah, basically I will be ranking it on like based off of 8 things. Direct combat strength. So like in a direct confrontation, how good this pathway's power is. Like the intelligence and prepping ability that this pathway provides you with. Because a lot of pathways, they're not really good with direct combat. But like with prep time and like increased intelligence, they'll be a lot better at in combat basically. So yeah, that's a bit different, I'd say, from combat strength. I mean, obviously all pathways gets better if you have better preparation done, but some are just better at that than others. And there's also just utility, how good, how practical your powers are. Like based on just like real life scenarios other than combat, like healing, just like practicality that you can kind of abuse, like the power, like the door pathway. Like TPing is really good, even though it helps the combat, but in real life it's really convenient to have. Same with healing and cleansing and stuff like that. And advancement will be basically how difficult it is to advance in this pathway. From what I know, and how I feel like it'll be difficult for people progressing through it, basically. And also I'll be also ranking all of these these qualities in from S tier to F tier as well. And then the next 3 is just early game, mid game, and late game, how good they are. And obviously different pathways spikes in power in differently, like kind of differently. Some has weaker I guess like they have different power spikes, kind of. Yeah, like some pathways mid sequence will be a lot better than other pathways. Yeah, same with like early, because yeah, some like pathways early sequence that us you're just like a smarter person or something. You just have better memory or better like mysticism knowledge. That's it. While some pathway like the hunter pathway, you become like superhuman. You can just like beat like 10 what do you call it, like savants or something. Because savant you just get like enhanced memory, better, I don't even freaking know what you get like better like mechanical skills, some shit like that. Yeah, it's like not even close. You get what I'm saying, right? High sequence also same thing. I'd say like some high sequence are just way more broken than others. Like they honestly, you can definitely like tier them differently, give them different ratings for sure. I was thinking about putting like sequence 0 as one like a category as well, but honestly there's no point. Once you get a sequence 0, you're just so broken, and OP is honestly perfect in its own way. Like you can't really wreck it. It's always going to be S tier or SSS tier. So I feel like there's kind of no point in that. Also, in story restriction, we're basing the ranking off of like from what I read. I finished Lord of the Mystery. I started a little bit of Koi, Circle of Inevitability, but I'm only in Arc 2, so I'm not counting that. I'm basically just gonna use most of my knowledge from Lord of the Mystery to basically make a judgment on how practical. If basically the example that we're using for grading the 22 pathways here is, let's say if we get transmigrated into, it's not even transmigrated. Spoilers be warned. Okay, let's say we get like chosen by a celestial worthy and we get TP'd, and then we have to choose basically because we know it's still Earth. Yeah, my fellow Lord of the Mystery enjoyers. Yeah, basically. Oh, I don't know why I found that so funny. I was worried that I'm gonna sway people when I'm talking about all the pathways. Like, what am I thinking? I was gonna say, like, yeah, if we actually are put in a similar position as Klein, like, what like pathways will be the most beneficial for us to choose? Because they're not all the same. They're not in equal standing in the like the power. Basically, I'm trying to say is like some pathways already have a true god, sequence 0, and some pathways could be corrupted by outer deities. You know, they're not all created the same, and some pathways just start corrupting your souls. I mean, but that will be more of a advancement ranking. So basically, I'm gonna be like ranking also on the current position from, let's just say the starting point of Klein's like starting point. Like if we're just in there, like what should we choose to best guarantee us a like a smooth sail advancement, let's just say. Yeah, basically considering like the factors in the story that's happening. And I think that's pretty important. It's not like it's a blank slate, everybody just starts the same, like, oh, you know, all the paths are equal. Also, it depends on like the influence of the sequence 0, like the higher sequence. If there's like high sequence beyonder that's just affecting your advancement, that I would not be considering as advancements like difficulty. That I'll be considering story restriction. For example, what the true creator was doing, that guy, like, he does not, he kind of fucks over all the lower sequence, what do you call it, secret supplicant pathways beyonder. Like, you're just kind of gonna be driven insane. I don't think that will be necessarily always the case if it's like a different sequence 0 deity, no? Yeah, because they all think like, and they're like batshit insane, and I'm not sure if that's actually just because of the true creator, the hangman, or if it will be a different sequence 0 person. Maybe it'll be like a lot better. I'm not entirely sure, but I would consider that like a story restriction. All right, enough explaining and yapping. We need to get started because I don't want this video to be an hour or 2 hour long. So let's just begin. I have my very important info ready here. My Lord LOTM fandom here. I even ordered all the pathways in order beside the fandom, because that's how I always look at them. So starting first, we're gonna be ranking the full pathway, aka the seer pathway. Yeah, let's get it. So in general, the full pathway direct combat ability is kind of shite. Is it kind of shite? Yes. If there was no previous, like, what do you call it? If a seer pathway beyonder didn't have any, what do you call it, marionette, they'll be kind of cooked. They'll lose like a bunch of their ability. But honestly, we could just assume that they're always gonna have like a few, if not, like they always have full control of all, like at all times. Especially it gets easier and easier when you're higher what do you call it, sequence. So direct combat strength, but they are squishy. They are really good at escaping with the paper substitution. Honestly, direct combat strength. For intelligence and prep, I'm pretty confident. They don't necessarily get increased intelligence, but their prepping ability is like insane. The stuff that you could do with the full pathway, seer pathway. I would honestly give it S. It doesn't increase intelligence, but the prepping abilities are like pretty broken. Or maybe that's just Klein doing it. I need to think. Personally, I think it deserves S for just how good it is with what you could do with like the divination and basically kind of like predict how the combat will go. But I still need to think about combat strength. Combat strength, they have a lot of tricks. They have a lot of good utility, honestly. I just want to skip like combat strength because honestly it's not very good. It's not like there's increased durability, strength, or direct firepower. I mean, eventually the air bullet gets really strong, but compared to other pathway, that's like pretty average. Does it deserve to be B though? Yeah, I'll give it a B. Honestly, it's not a strong suit for the full pathway. I will say direct combat is not really a strong suit. Yeah, utility though. Utility, I think it's great. Yeah, Seer Pathway utility is great. Divination to faceless. The face ability, you can transform yourself. However, it's just really useful to have. Also, the what do you call it? Injury, like shifting. You can shift it to a different area. That is pretty great. That is like the peak of first aid. If you could do that, yeah, fatal wound doesn't exist to you, kind of. And eventually, you could do it to other people. So I think like it's great utility. Would it be S though? I think. I mean, ever since I read Koi, Circle of Inevitability, I know like a lot of other pathways also have divination. It's just they're probably not as good as the Seer Pathway. So I wouldn't give it too much point for the divination. All the tricks, honestly, it's good, but it's not S tier. I would just say it has a lot of neat tricks. The faceless is really good to have. Just like pretty useful ability to have in real life, honestly. Being able to like turn yourself into whoever or whatever. I think eventually you get to turn yourself to animal and stuff. That is really broken. I'm not really discussing a lot about its high sequence, but its high sequence is really good too. You just start puppeting everything beside you, like freaking molecules in the air or some shit like that. It's so ridiculous. Oh my god, it's so good. But utility wise, so utility wise, probably give it an A. Yeah. Advancement for Seer Pathway is it's not too bad, honestly. It's not too bad. It's pretty normal. Yeah, a faceless is like kind of hard, I'd say. But other than that, I don't think there's too much risk. I mean, eventually all the high sequence rituals just get ridiculously hard. But compared to like some other pathways, like the devil criminal / devil pathway, where you just have to become a serial killer, I'd say I mean, obviously, if you're into that kind of stuff, it wouldn't be hard. But for most normal people, yeah, you don't want to just start like killing people and become a cold-blooded killer and become a psychopath. That's why I would like rank, what do you call it? Pathway where you had to do a lot of killing and make a lot of moral changes to yourself as harder. Where I'd say it's like a lot better for the Seer Pathway. You don't have to change yourself too much, especially how we saw Klein. He didn't have to give up too much of his humanity in order to advance to a really high sequence. So I would give it pretty good ratings, honestly, for advancement. It's still not S. I just give it an A, yeah, honestly. Early sequence, dude, Seer Pathway early sequence is so bum, man. It's so fraudulent. Yeah, sequence 9 is good. You get like to avoid danger with your divination. Sequence 8, you get some agility, some hand coordination, facial control. Bro, these are some bum ass ability. I can't defend it. I can't. It's not absolute. Bro, it's pretty close to absolute F. But just because of how strong the Seer Pathway's divination is, it's good at avoiding danger. So I wouldn't give it D, but it's pretty close to D. Bro, yeah, this is one of Seer Pathway's big weakness, I have to say. I'm not gonna lie. It's like below mid, bro. It's really dookie. That's why it was so boring for so long in the beginning, because Klein just barely had the power. Bro was just divinating the whole time. If Klein did not have the what do you call it, Grey Fog or the Sephiroth, dude, he would be like so cooked and lost so many scenarios. He would be like long dead with the stuff he's been dealing with, basically. We're going into the mid sequence. I think Seer Pathway mid sequence is mid, except the last power spike at sequence 5. Sequence 7 obviously good, but it's like I would say compared to all the other pathways, it's like an average boost. It's not like super noticeable, unlike some other more noticeable like mid sequence power boost. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like too impressive or anything. Sequence 5 is really good, which is why I would even give it a mid, because Sequence 6, let's be honest, it doesn't do too much. Yes, it's useful in utility, but I guess it's good for hiding. I wouldn't give it too high, a mid sequence of Cedar Pathway. What do I give it though? B is like mid / good. It's like good. C is like kind of mid. I'll give it a good just because of Marinist. Marinist is like really good. It's like a really big power spike once you can start controlling people like a puppet. I need to reevaluate the combat strats, because yeah, I have to be honest, like the combat capability of Cedar Pathway is direct combat is really bum. It's really bum, isn't it? Because its power mostly come from its utility, prepping ability. It's really situational, I have to say. Like realistically, it doesn't even do a B. I need to change it. It's a C, bro. The direct combat is like absolute bum. Like under some guy who's just who are not really smart, and like let's say just like some average dude, they're not gonna be able to fully utilize the Cedar Pathway at all. Yeah, they're gonna be throwing their air bullets. I mean, other pathways just way better direct combat capability. So I have to give it a C. I'm not gonna lie. It is not good. It's mid or below mid, if anything. High sequence, I gotta say, probably one of the most craziest high sequence. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker is ain't fucking insane, bro. Attendant of Mystery is like a mini version of Lord of the Mystery. Not Lord of the Mystery, I'm tripping. Of the Fool. Attendant of Mystery is like nothing. It's not nothing crazy, but it's like a boost in overall ability, which is great. But Miracle Invoker is where it gets like crazy. You can just like manipulating like reality at that point. Oh, yeah, also you start getting like what do you call it? Grafting ability. I think that you started gaining it in sequence 2. No, I believe he was doing it, which is like crazy. That ability is so broken. At least in S. So honestly, in my opinion, yeah, Sear Pathway really weak early game. Okay, okay to good mid sequence. You're good at hiding. You get some good utility. Sequence 7 Magician is just it's a okay, like nice power spike. Not crazy though. But yeah, eventually once you get like to like Bizarre Sorcerer is like an overall boost. Yeah, you become pretty crazy. Scholar of Yore, oh my god, Scholar of Yore is absolutely amazing. I say once you get a Scholar of Yore, it's like you start like crushing most, like you're like an above average high sequence compared to other sequence 3, I'd say. Yeah, you just start pulling like people from history and do like you can just 3v1, 4v1 people. That's probably the limit though. Yeah, even if you're like average, like you're not a client, you don't know so much like OP people from history, you can pull. You can literally just pull some of your friend who are like same sequence as you, or people that you know that are same sequence as you to help you. It'll be really good. So high sequence, really strong, I say, for Sierra Pathway. In story restriction though, as we know, it's pretty good. Other than the fact that you have to deal with Celestial Worthy, yeah, that's kind of an issue, isn't it? And nothing about that. But yeah, it doesn't have any like other influence, like the positions, sequence 0 position is not preoccupied. You kind of have to like tough it out with Antigonus. I don't want to say it's too bad. It's not like you have to kill a god or anything. You just have to fight for basically the Lord of the Mystery seat against Amon, which is really bad. But let's not think about that. Let's just think about getting to the Fool. Because yeah, that would make things so much more complicated. Which honestly, I should consider, shouldn't I? Should I consider, fighting for the above the sequence position as well? No, I think I'm just gonna go up to sequence 0, and which is honestly not bad. I mean, it's being closely watched by the Evernight Goddess, you know, the Seer Pathway. But I think if you're like a normal, pretty good person that the Evernight Goddess approve of, she'll probably help you with Antigonus, and you can advance to, what do you call it, sequence 0 without a problem, as long as you're already sequence 1, obviously. Yeah, so I'd say it's like kind of a smooth fail if you get everything right, obviously. It's not like you have to deal with like a true god. Like, it's not like some other pathway where there's already a sequence 0 that's like, what do you call it, like cucking you can't get there because they're there. In order to get there, they have to die, or you have to kill them somehow, which it's never gonna happen. Yeah, good luck on that, buddy. So yeah, I don't even think S is like, yeah, if you do everything right and get to sequence 1, which some freaking pathway you can't even get to sequence 1 just because there's a sequence 0. Like, yeah, they gotta let you or something. They gotta give you a part of the power. I'm not even sure if all pathways could do that. I'll give it an S just because how open and available it is to get to sequence 0. I'm not gonna worry about, like, you know, the Lord of the Mystery position, the greater one, because that's cooked, bro. You gotta fight them on. Yeah. If you're not Klein, you're cooked. Okay. But yeah, I'm done rating the. As you can see here, this is the Seer Pathways rating. Not considering Klein's special background, obviously. This is the honest rating that I'd give it. Based off of the, if you're in the same position, not same position as Klein, like similar position basically. Where you're like in that position where you have to choose a pathway, but you don't get the Sephiroth and the special boost that Klein did. This is what I would rate it as. 3S to A. So does it deserve an S or an A? It just has some noticeable weaknesses. Maybe we'll just put it A for now. What happens if I duplicate it? Does it stay the same? No, it does not. Damn. I should take a screenshot of this just in case I need this later. Now for now, let's put it high A. I think it's gonna be high A, close to S. Yep, that's what I'll do. Don't worry, it wouldn't all be this slow, just because Seer Pathway is the one that we're most familiar with. Yeah, it's gonna take longer. Some other pathway, you know, some other pathway like what do you call it? The White Tower. I don't even know that pathway exists. I'm also in the meme. Yeah, people just meme so hard on the White Tower. We don't know anything about it. We just know sequence 6 polymath is a really high power spike because you can start like copying other people's ability, like Kakashi, which is pretty fun, honestly. That sounds really good. Let me just save this. Let's see, I need a new folder. Call it tier list. Where'd it go? Seer rating. All right, next we're doing our favorite antagonist's path, the Error Pathway / the Marauder Pathway. It's probably gonna be really close to Seer. Yeah, it's gonna be like around A to S. But let's see. Direct combat strength, not very good. Yeah, sequence 9. It gets not bad. I think it's better than what do you call it? It's better than Seer. For comparison, Seer is C. I would give it probably like a B, if anything, maybe even an A. I just need to think. Just because you can interrupt your enemies so much. You can steal their abilities, causing them not to use it, and you can start using it. You can steal their thoughts. Oh yeah, eventually high sequences gets pretty crazy. You can swap fates. Like you're about to lose, you just swap the fate of you losing, and then they lose instead. Like some really fucked up stuff will happen to them. But straight up, like you're about to die, and then you just swap their fate, like the fate of you losing to them, and then you get their fate of winning, and then they just fucking die on the spot. Freaking insane. Combat turns, not bad, not bad. It's at least a B. It's at least a B. Should I give it an A though? I need to think. Does it deserve an A? It's got a lot of tricks and stuff on the sleeve. I'm gonna take another look. Marauder, Swindler, Parthway. Direct combat. I wouldn't say direct combat is exactly its strong suit. It's not like it's designed for it. It's just so much utility that it gets good. It doesn't have much destructive capability, I'd say. So for now, I'll just keep it a B for real. I had to do that. Intelligence, it gets a intelligent boost. Yeah, the Marauder, Swindler. You get, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you get like, it's not necessarily an intelligence boost, but it helps. Swindler. Honestly, it's mid-sequence. We just know you get the ability to start stealing people. Yeah, cryptologist is also probably good for, you know, intelligence boost. But like prep ability, it's pretty good. Yeah, Marauder Pathway is pretty good. Yeah, with preparation, you could pull off some crazy surprises. You could like basically steal somebody's identity and just like backstab your enemy. They won't even see you coming. It's a great assassination. What do you call it? Pathway to do stuff like that. What did I give Seer? I give S. Does this deserve S though? Prepping, intelligence. Yeah, I give it S. Just because both it does boost your intelligence and you have pretty good prepping abilities. Yeah, I'd give this an S. Utility wise. Steal stuff. But like most of the time you kind of can't keep using them. You start losing them, right? You steal the ability, eventually will return to the original owner. Steal their thoughts, steal their fate. Those are all temporary. You can steal their time eventually, just steal their lifespan. Oh my god, that one's pretty insane. You just start turning them old, you start dying. And then also the parasite ability is really good because it's hard for you to get killed. You can just like parasite yourself onto something to save your own life. It's good, but I wouldn't say it's like top tier amazing. So honestly, it might be similar to Seer Pathway. It's definitely close to an A, but do I give it an A or a B? Because it's kind of not as good in practical real life scenarios. Yeah, you can fuck people with it, like make them lose their thought. It's pretty good. I give it A. As long as you know how to use it properly, it's pretty OP. Really OP. Okay, next, advancement. Yeah, you're pretty cooked if you want to advance super high eventually. It's not like these are an issue. I mean, you did commit some crimes as Marauder and Swindler. You have to do that. But eventually, you get so good at hiding, it doesn't matter. Little bit of difficulty in the beginning for people who don't really like doing this kind of stuff. But it's not a big issue. Even if you don't commit the crime, I feel like eventually you can get through it just by other scenarios like swindling. You could swindle not just money. You can swindle a lot of things. So it's not that bad. The problem is once you get the high sequence. So even before, you know, Amon became Sequence 0, the era, there were like, it was him and Palas competing for the title of, what do you call it? King of Angels for the Marauder Pathway, which is a problem because they will cook you, especially Amon. You don't stand a chance. Good luck on that. And even afterwards, you're not getting sequence once Amon get to, what do you call it? Sequence 0. Oh, I'm considering the wrong thing. That would be story restriction. Story restriction, yeah. So it's kind of problematic for story restriction. A is normal. S is like there's a pretty good chance of somebody helping you. Something that's powerful, like Evernight Goddess or other gods that will want you to become position. A is just like there's no resistance. B is there's some resistance, but you can overcome. C is like a pretty big challenge. C, yeah, either a B or a C. How bad is it? It's really bad. I'm giving it a C. You're not gonna. Amon's gonna kill you. You're dead. Yeah, you're gonna get sucked. You're gonna put on the monocles, buddy. Put the monocle on. Yeah, if you choose this pathway, eventually you'll just hit a brick wall, bro. You're dead. Sorry, but like actual advancement, it's not that bad. Yeah, as long as you're like a, what do you call it, a neutral person. You're not super lawful. If you're neutral, or if chaotic, this one fits you perfectly. Like on the alignment chart, as long as you're neutral or chaotic, these are not a problem. So yeah, I would say it's not bad. Just some minor crimes you gotta commit. Advancement, I give A. Maybe it should be a little bit up below. It's definitely a little bit below, what do you call it? Seer Pathway for the advancement. But I don't think it deserves a B. It's not too bad. Maybe I'll have to give it a B just because a lot of people are not really flexible like this. A lot of people are pretty rigid in their ways, and this pathway requires you to commit a lot of mental gymnastics to be good at it. Yeah, for the acting method, you know. For this, I'm kind of considering mostly the advancement is the acting method. What you gotta do, basically. Do you gotta sacrifice a lot of your own original personality? Like, you know, some of these, like, especially the Calamity Destruction, these two pathways, you just start killing people like crazy, bro. And same with the Devil pathway, the Abyss pathway, you just have to, like, holy shit. Yeah, you're gone. You're not even you anymore. I mean, yeah, at least the prisoner pathway, you can basically go the restriction route, the temperance route, where, yeah, you can kind of control yourself, in order, along with the acting method, so there's not too much of a problem. Similar with this one, the lawyer pathway, you kind of have to be a corrupt politician, like a really corrupt politician. Yeah, you have to kind of become I'm not going there. So yeah, B. It's close to A. It's not that bad, but I'll give it a B. It's slightly worse than Seer pathway. Just because Seer is really neutral. You could pretty much stay lawful, like kind of what Klein did most of the time. Like even at Marinus, like some fucked up abilities you get, you don't have to use it on people. You can use it on dead people, use it on animals. No, Peter, don't come for me. I hate you guys. But yeah, animals, they deserve some protection, I guess. Anyways, let's go to the next parts. Early sequence. It's kind of mid, isn't it? It's pretty mid, bro. Yeah, you're barely a superhuman. Yeah, that's some bum cheeks early game, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, Marauder is good. You get like fast hands. You get some physical boosts, I believe. Let's look. I believe Marauder, you get some actual physical enhancements. Yeah, you do. Combat, proficiency, agile hands. Yeah, you get a lot of good stuff. But compared to some other amazing pathways, this is not that special. Like, wow, the warrior pathway and the hunter pathway will kick your ass. Absolutely. This is just some bonus. I would say Marauder is good. Swindler is honestly really ass in a combat scenario. And in general, it's just some of the other boosts are way better. Yeah. I would not say Swindler is the best at Sequence 8. Like, if anything, it's below mid. I give a C. I might have to give a C again. it's better than Seer Pathway early sequence, but not by a mile. Not by a mile. I'll give it another C. Mid sequence though. Mid sequence is pretty good. You start gaining powers to steal ability, steal thoughts. Yeah, and a lot of mysticism knowledge. Yeah. Oh, what do you get for being a cryptologist? A spiritual intuition, yes. Decrypt, you get a lot of observation. Oh, I do not need to split myself. I believe this Amon's error pathway somehow is special. Dude, the cryptologist is not even the fucking power spike for the mid sequence of the pathway. That's why it's kind of bum. If sometimes some pathways their power like mid sequence power spike come at 6, it's like just worst. That's kind of ass. Though that's a big letdown. Now only after sequence 6 you start stealing people's abilities, which is great. That's great. I'd say it's kind of mid actually, isn't it? It's not too crazy. Even once you start stealing people's thought, it's kind of a mid sequence. This mid sequence is kind of mid. It's kind of not as good as wow, I give B, huh? It low-key might have to be. It does seem worse. It does seem worse than the Seer Pathway. I might have to give it a C. Oh my god, people, dude, the Amon fans are gonna be so mad. Or maybe I'm not even into full knowledge of what the hell, Amon, what's up with his, what do you call it, error pathway, like advancement. Why is it so weird? Because he's born from ASG, the ancient sun god, and he had the uniqueness. If anything, like his path was like all paved out, even better than Adam. Because yeah, dude, it was like there's something up with him. It's like they're special, for sure. Damn, I'm rating the Marauder pathway as absolute bum ass ratings, eh? But don't worry, the most important part of the high sequence will at least be an A. I just need to convince myself that it's an S, because it gets ridiculous. Parasite, you're unkillable as long as you're not like that one dumb sequence for Parasite, a Beyonder, who's Hazel's teacher, that rat. Dude, you just got cooked instantly. She's kind of dumb. I'm sorry. As long as you have some, wit to yourself, you have some good intelligence, that get yourself, it's really hard to kill you, honestly. You could parasite some random ass, like freaking air molecule, like some germs in the air. That's what I heard people say that you can do. Mentor to see, I forgot what exactly they do, but Children of Horus Destiny, you can start stealing fate, which is ridiculous. It's hard to kill you, impossible to kill you. Mentor to see, manipulate laws. Oh yeah, you just start like, yeah, you just like fraud reality. You start gonna like fraud. You can like manipulate reality. Yeah, it's just kind of getting ridiculous what you could do. You're like a walk-in reality manipulator that can just bend reality. Worm of Time. I'm not sure where exactly you can start stealing lifespans. Oh, that's Parasite. You can start stealing Parasite. Worm of Time. You can steal time and authority is crazy. I mean, the way that Amon was using it was just really broken. He makes it seem like he's undefeatable. But honestly, from Palace's, looking at Palace, he was sequence 1. He's just weakened because Amon fucked him up. Maybe Amon is just a really special case, because Paula's, he looks like I'm sure he's strong, but like compared to Amon, he's not even close. So what should we take? Maybe we should take somewhere in the middle. Honestly, most people, if you could reach Paula's level of utilizing this pathway, you're already insane. So maybe we shouldn't consider Amon. Guys, it's really not realistic. For us to be compared to Amon is ridiculous. Let's just use Palas as a standard. It's good, but does it deserve S though? I really don't think it. Honestly, I don't think it deserves an S. I don't think most people could utilize this pathway like Amanda did. But like, I gotta think about the other pathways too. Other pathways, they don't get this ridiculous. So for a Seer pathway, I give it an S. I might have to go S again. It's kind of like, I wanted to give it A, but I was just thinking about the other high sequence beyond what they call pathways. Maybe they can't really reach this level of ridiculousness. Yeah, I'd give this S because reality manipulation is just insane. Based on that, I put the Seer pathway in A. For this, it's probably a low A to a high B. Just because it's got a lot of weakness and restrictions to go down this pathway if you're in the Lord of the Mystery. I give it a low A for now. Low A. I gotta remember this though. I just know like so many Amon fans are gonna be so angry at me for placing it giving a lot of bad ratings in certain areas. But that's just what I believe in. Sorry guys. I can't spell Marauder. I'm an idiot. Marauder. Rating. Alright, next. Yes, this video is gonna be 2 hours long. Deal with it. It'll get faster though. I'll get better at it. Door pathway. It's just because these 3 pathways, if honestly, we know a lot about them. I mean, not the not the error pathway, but a door and Seer is gonna be like longer just because of how detailed we know it. Door pathway. First comes first. Utility is honestly like S tier. It's such a convenience. Eventually, once you get the Traveler, Sequence 5 Traveler, you can just TP throughout the world. And then even higher than that, high sequence, you just TP through the universe. Damn, that spatial manipulation is insane, bro. You can travel through the cosmos. But even before that, though, I mean, just being able to open doors in walls and stuff is pretty good. Pretty good. You can invade anybody's privacy. Not that you should. But yeah, if you want to go to the bathroom, you can always just skip through, walk in through the hallway, just directly go through the closest route. That could cause some awkward situations, doesn't it? Imagine like somebody's already in there. Yikes. But yeah, its utility is really good. But should I give it an S though? Recording's really good. Honestly, I do believe you get. What do you scale with? I think you do scale with some intelligence too. I think you get learning ability, maybe? Nope, you don't. To get the open locks. Why does this seem so bum? Jesus Christ. Okay, they're just good at escaping. They don't scale with it much. Utility, yeah, I just think teleportation is really neat. Yeah, eventually you get the trials for the cosmos. Maybe it doesn't warrant an S. Maybe just an A for now. Let's think of other utilities. S A. I should give it an S, shouldn't I? I feel like TPing is better than what Seer Pathway got. Faceless is neat, but TPing might be better. Should I give an S? What else will I even give S? I'll give it an S, just because how much freedom you get. combat strength though. Not a lot of direct combat strength, I'd say. This is not a pathway of all the, what do you call it? The cowardly trio pathway is not really direct combat focus at all. So yeah, definitely not an A or an S. What did I give these to? I wanna have reference, sorry. B and C. B and C, It might dark combat. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. They're just good at escaping. With prep, it's pretty good just because of the script ability. You gotta record a bunch of beyond our ability. If not, if anything, you could record like even higher sequence beyond his ability, which is hella OP. You can just one shot the enemy if you use it correctly. Prep time is gonna be really good. Would it be S though? It might have to be S for prep time. Intelligent, you don't really get a boost though. Do you? I think you do, especially as astrologist. Oh yeah. Yeah. You get good divination ability. Dude, it's actually pretty good. Alright, you know, combat, we just have to deal with combat. C or B. It's kind of bad, bro. It's bad, bro. It's bad. No, yes, the script ability is good. Let's say you have a good amount, you can use it. Other than that though, no physical enhancement. Good for escaping. Yeah, it's good for escaping, but not good for combat though. Yeah, I had to give it a C, bro. B is kind of a stretch. Yes, you can record some OP strong abilities, but that's really not reliable, I have to say. It's all utility for like escaping, causing more chaos. It's not direct firepower, so it has to be a C. Advancement though, oh my god, it's so bad. No, that's in-game. I keep mixing the in-story restriction. In-story restriction and advancement. Honestly, I should have put this up too, because these two are kind of closely tied together. Not necessarily, but I keep thinking about this when I should be thinking about this. Honestly, its advancement by itself is pretty good. Yes, it's pretty good. Especially up to the mid-sequence. It's pretty normal stuff. Any normal person could do it. Eventually, it gets a little bit tricky, but even that is better than most things. You just have to be someone who's really into freedom, really like traveling, experience new things, and then travel to new places and seeing new stuff. Wow, this is like one of the way better advancement pathways, I'd say. This is B, this is A. Might have to be an S. Yeah, just because look how smooth this is. None of these are like messed up. It doesn't fuck with your head, you know? It's not like, I say this is like one of the, if not for the in-game lore, this is like one of the easiest, like, what do you call it, advancement pathways. But as we know, in story, it's so bad just because Mr. Door went crazy due to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. And they just keep fucking with every freaking low sequence beyond of this pathway. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying. That's only for the, what do you call it? That's only the, that specific family. What is that family called again? Jacob family, right? That only that family get affected. So it's not as bad. Forrest didn't even have it. It wasn't affected initially until like she did some blood infusion or some stuff where she basically started being considered as part of the family, and then she get the murmur and the every red moon, full red moon, she just started hearing Mr. Door going crazy on her. Evil murmuring, yeah, okay, so no, let's not consider that because we are not part of the Jacob family, wouldn't get affected by that. So we just have to consider that Mr. Door is one step away from becoming sequence 0 Door. So you can get to sequence 1. Can you even get to sequence 1? He has a uniqueness. He has... Oh, you can't. He has everything. He's ready to... You can't get to sequence 1. You can't really get to sequence... You can't really get to sequence 2 smoothly. Also, you know, as I was saying, like, in sort of Seer, yes, there's problems with, you know, like some organization gatekeeping, you know, like the formulas and stuff, the Evernight Goddess Church or the Secret Order, same with the Jacob family, they'll be gatekeeping. But, you know, I feel like that's like stuff that you gotta figure out. There's some pathways that are easier, but I don't consider that too much. I'm mainly thinking about if there's like a true god sequence 0 like standing in your way, or if there's some really bad effect being passed down to the lower sequence beyonders. Which honestly, in this case, there is, but it's not the worst case scenario. It's not like it's a true god. Mr. Door is being trapped and he's only sequence 1, King of Angels. It's kind of cooked, isn't it? It's kind of cooked too. Just because how are you gonna kill Mr. Door when Mr. Door is being trapped like that? Well, Mr. Door is being trapped by the Evernight Goddess and Lord of the Storm. Maybe if you convince like another sequence 0 deity to help you kill Mr. Door, that might be possible. But it's pretty hard. But not the hardest. I wouldn't give it a C. I'll probably give it a B. It has difficulties, but it's not impossible. Like you're directly competing with someone. It's somebody who's in your way, but they're in a tricky spot. Maybe if you find a way, it's a lot better than competing with someone like Amon, right? Yeah, and if your ability is capable enough, I think you might be able to convince a Orthodox god or a sequence 0 to help you get the job done. Maybe. Yeah, but that's really a lot of wish believe, you know, there. Wouldn't bet on that. Yeah, so honestly dealing with Mr. Door is really hard, but I wouldn't say as hard as dealing with Amon, though. Alright, you know what, let's talk about the early, mid, and late game of the Door Pathway. Honestly, not bad. Early sequence, just because Trickmaster is actually a minor power boost, power spike. So this is going to be our first, not shite, early sequence. I gave C for both of them. For this, I give it dude, sequence 9 is like absolute shit, eh? It doesn't do anything. Like you can open doors, yes. But damn, it's pretty really weak. The sequence 8 is actually pretty good. It's one of the better sequence 8 out of all of these. Does it deserve an S though? I'd at least give it an A for sure. It's not amazing, but it's good. It's good. I just give it an A, yeah. Mid sequence, Scrib, really good power spike. Astrology, sorry, you get divination, probably in enhanced spirituality. Travelers, a big power spike. You get true traveling. You gotta travel wherever you want. TP. It's at least an A. Does it deserve an S though? Raider, I give C. Really bum. B. Oh, I gave Seer Pathway a B, huh? Just because I think the Faceless is pretty weak. That's why. Yeah, I thought Faceless was pretty weak. Sequence 7 was good. It's okay. I need to reevaluate. If I give Seer Pathway a B, Scrib is alright. It's really good. Scrib is really good. I had to give this an A just because there's 2 power spikes. Dude, I need to give this mid sequence. Dude, this door pathway is looking amazing, eh? The door pathway is looking amazing. High sequence, oh my god, it's also at least an A. I gave both S, right? Yeah, both S, high sequence. Just because of the amount of reality manipulation. Let's see if this deserves an S. Secret Sorcerer. Honestly, I don't know too much about it. I just know you get ridiculous. Yeah, Mr. Door with the infinite blinking, that ability that Amon eventually uses, it's like insane. I need to take a look. Hopefully it doesn't spoil me. Spirituality, space concealment. Right, you get concealment, you get to trap people. Secret keeping, exile. Oh yeah, you can exile people. Mythical creature 4 is like a star over worm of star or some shit like that. Worm of star, yeah. Wanderer. I think it's gonna be really good, isn't it? It's at least an A, but like I just need a confirmation that it's S. Space tiering, dude. Wow. Oh, whoa, I'm getting spoiled. Chill. I have not read. Oh god. From what I gathered, these three pathways, they're pretty unequal footings. So, yeah, I have to give. I think it deserves an S. Just because how slippery this. Just look at Mr. Door. That guy is freaking so strong. I'll be honest. I don't know too much about high sequence capability of the door pathway, but I believe it's pretty equal to the other two. The Cowley trio, you know. Dude, this might have to be our actual first S tier. This is gonna be our first S tier pathway, isn't it? I'll give it a low S for now. Yes, door. Oh my god, door. That's why there's so many door fanboys, eh? Yeah, from what I browsed for the communities, a lot of people really like door pathway. Honestly, I thought door was like mid. It's just like space manipulation is probably like is the least interesting sounding to me. I mean, TP is nice, obviously, but at this point, TP kind of seemed like a generic ability to me. Okay, continuing with the tier list. No, before we do that though, I want to make a minor adjustment regarding the in-story restriction rating. Basically, before I just said this in-story restriction will be like if a high sequence beyond how they affect you, or if the sequence 0 would affect you, or if there is a sequence 0 that would basically prevent you from advancing to sequence 1. I said those are the factors, but honestly I should include who's gatekeeping the pathways as well. So basically, if like an organization is holding it or a certain family is holding it, and how hard it is for you to access it, I think I should consider that as well, because honestly that's a pretty important factor on how it restricts your advancement. So yeah, honestly I would keep the apprentice still at B, just because the the Abraham family, they're pretty friendly, and they're honestly they've been like constantly seeking people from the outside to basically advance for them, just because of the curse they have with Mr. Door. So yeah, I would keep it still B. It's a pretty friendly family to work with. Yeah, they're like not even like evil or anything. They don't even do anything bad. For the Marauder, I would consider lowering it even more, just because the Jacob family, they're all scattered and they're not super friendly. I don't think they give it to outsiders that much, but it's already C and it's pretty low. So if I would lower it again, it would be D. So that's a bit too low. It's not that bad. There's still like wild beyonders who would, you know, go on this pathway and they could advance like up to sequence 6, 5, probably no problem. But anything after that, you probably do need to get in contact with the Jacob family. Yeah. So there's a restriction, but honestly, it's not too bad either. So I wouldn't lower this, but what I would lower though is the Seer pathway. This one should be lowered to A, just because of the difficulty. The only realistic ways, I mean, it is good for Seers as long as you can kill other high sequence Seer Beyonder, which is honestly insanely difficult. You'll be able to divinate them and get the the potion formula, right? And you get the Beyonder characters. But the problem is with the sequence formula and stuff. That's the problem, because either you have to basically you only have like, you got to go to the secret order, work with the secret order, which is horrible, or you have to get in the trust of Lemonade Goddess. And those two are both insanely hard. The secret order, they're gonna work you like a slave. You have to listen to them, you have to become their pawn, their goon, or else they're not gonna give you the formula. So that's honestly a kind of dire, that's pretty problematic. It's really gonna be really hard for you to gain ways of advancement other than those two methods. Because Klein, he had to kill people from the secret order, which is insanely hard. But then again, you are one of the best pathway that does divination. You can always divinate where like it best takes you to find your next sequence formula. That's what Klein did. He basically like, oh, how do I get stronger? How do I advance? And it kind of just tells him the answer, and then you can basically follow that. But honestly, not everybody can pull off what Klein does, so I'm gonna have to lower this rating more, because I am rating it based off, us average Joe schmoes. Not too dumb, but not too smart either. So I'll lower this to A. Yeah, I just want to include that. And let's just jump right into the God. God Almighty. These 5. Let's just start with Spectator. I like Spectator. I like this Spectator pathway. Their combat strength. Their combat strength is not bad. I'd say it's in the middle, because they have a lot of direct confrontational skills, like controlling skills, controlling abilities, putting people to sleep, hypnotizing, and also they have good physical stats, honestly, surprisingly, right, with the dragon skills and all that. So it would definitely be higher than the Cowley trio, but would it be higher than B though? I think I would give it higher than B. Just because Marauder is not really good and I give it a B. So based off of those, yeah, direct combat I'd give it an A. Just because the dragon skill seems really OP and really protective. Jesus. And yeah, and they have a lot of like direct confrontational skills, like hypnotizing. Like, I forgot all of the abilities. They basically manipulate the enemies, and they're just really observant, honestly, which will definitely boost their ratings for the prep ability, because how good they are at analyzing their opponents. So I'll definitely give this higher too, which honestly it uppers it, what do you call it? It boosts their intelligence as well, just because of the observation abilities. Yeah, they could, once they get to sequence 7, it's really strong. They have like what do you call that? Let me check sequence 8 first. Body. These are honestly low sequence, pretty mid. It's just like yeah, sequence 8 and 9 and 8. It's so bad. Like you don't even have any body enhancement. I don't believe. It's like mental body analysis, mental fortitude, shit like that. It's ass. You can read minds at sequence 8, but ever since season 7's physical enhancement, yes, this is really important. But you get a bunch of these abilities that just, you could basically cause frenzy in your enemies, cause them to go into like a bad mindset almost. Like also you can like, where is it? Yeah, frenzy. That's it. What's happening? What did I just click? Soul. Whoops. Yes, they could also basically calm themselves from losing control, which is so good. Do I give this? It's definitely not an S. I'll probably give it A too. This would be like a pathway that's like an all-rounder basically. Yeah, I think I'd give this an A just because of how good they are with their mental fortitude, their mental abilities, and how they can observe the enemy and analyze their weakness. Yeah. Utility though. Utility is also really good. Just because of how good you are at reading people and how you could basically control your own emotion and kind of affect other people's emotion, this is A at least. If anything, I might give it S. I gave Seer A. Raider A. S. What did it be an S? Damn, I'm giving A and S's all over the places, huh? Should I say fucking just give it an S? Because this is really useful. Yeah, this is that S, bro. This utilities S. You can straight up like brainwash people. It's so useful. Advancement. Also, I give this really good advancement. Ratings, yeah. Let's look at it. Let's just look at the visionary pathway. Spectator, telepathy, psychiatrist. Especially when you get a psychiatrist, you get that ability to calm yourself, prevent yourself from losing control. I know they say in the story that spectator, pathway, beyonders are simultaneously the beyonders that most likely to not lose control, but also most likely to lose control, just because of how aware you are about your actual self. So if there's something that you cannot accept about yourself, but then you're really good at reading yourself. It causes you to almost clash, like having a hard reality check. So in a way, it could cause you to lose control faster. But still, if you have that big of issue with yourself, Jesus Christ, you're cooked no matter what. Yeah, I still consider this to be a really good pathway from losing control. And none of these, sequence really cause you to do anything terrible, you know? You could argue like manipulator or hypnotist. It causes you to do something, border crime. But you don't have to. You don't have to do it. You just have to be good at it. You don't have to do it in a malice way, But I'm sure most people will do it in a malice way, but you don't have to. So you don't have to break any moral, ethical code. It would be at least an A. The acting method, advancement difficulty. Seer. Should I give it an S? I might have to give it an S, bro. Just because it's how OP. You can calm yourself. There's an ability where you can calm yourself. I have to do it. It's S. Early sequence, absolute S. You bet your hope. Do I give it a D? It's either D or it might actually have to be a D. There's zero physical enhancement, bro. Your dad is just a normal people who's smarter and good at observing people. It's so bad, bro. You can read people's mind. Yes, you can prevent danger. But Jesus Christ, any normal smart people could technically do that to a degree. This is bomb. Early sequence, absolute shitester, bro. I'm not gonna comment further. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get flamed. Next. Okay, mid sequence. Psychiatrist, where it gets really good. Really big power spike. Hypnotist, useful ability. Dreamwalker, I believe you can start traversing through dreams. Let me double check that ability. I think this is also a good sequence. It's really useful. Targets dreams. Guidance. It's like a neat ability. It's not like a super crazy power spike. I say it's similar to sequence 6. It's like a bonus ability added. Only sequence 7 is like a big power spike. So I'll give it mid. I'll give it mid. Just because other stuff are more crazy. Okay, I give Apprentice A, C, B. Yeah, I give this mid. Okay, it's looking more balanced now. The high sequence for this is crazy. Manipulator, really good at controlling people. Dreamweaver is insane. Well, from guessing it's insane. An author is just crazy, bro. Look what Adam was doing, bro. This guy's like near omnipotent or something. People can't talk about you. You'll just know. That ability is so broken, I'm not even gonna lie. And also what the Hermes guy was doing, sequence 2 is insane. Really strong. But how strong compared to the other though? I give them all S. It's just because I give them all S, just because high sequence is like so hard to find any flaws with them. They're already so close to being divine, That's why I say there's no point in ranking sequence 0, because those are just OBS, SSS, if anything. Dude, is it just another S? Dude, author is just so broken. If anything, these might be slightly weaker compared to the other ones from the Lord of Mystery pathways. I need to check it out to decide whether I give it A or S. Mental plague. A mental plague is insane, bro. Like death of the fucking mind, bro. Mind deprived. The strength enabling dragon breath. Yeah, dude, it's dragons. The mystical transformation is so crazy, bro. Dream viewer. You can deadass like create people's dream, no? That's what I'm guessing. Oh yeah, you can start freaking creating reality, making what you imagine, basically whatever you think of into reality. Okay, I'm done. It's S. I can't even lie, bro. In-story restriction. So basically, at the end of Lore and Mystery, Adam becomes Sequence Zero Visionary. So that's blocked. You can't. At least Adam dies, which is insanely difficult. Yeah, no more Sequence One, basically. But other than that, it's not a problem. The psychological alchemists, whatever that organization is, they're not too bad. They basically work under Adam now, which is not too bad. Eventually, if you work in the organization, it is kind of being gatekept, but also it's a pathway that a lot of just random wild beyonders have as well. So I think you can, honestly, you don't have to rely on the organization to get to like sequence 6 or 5, but eventually, when it comes to probably like 5 or anything higher than that, you're gonna have to rely on the organization to probably provide you to pay the path, you know, or else it's just gonna be really hard. You're gonna have to ask a friend who can divinate, and then you have to like kill like a high sequence beyonder of that pathway, of the pathway, which is like, those are just so hard. You have to kind of rely, so it's kind of being gatekept, but not too hard. Yeah, this all changes to A, C, B. Mr. Door. There's a true god, so it's kind of worse. I'll give it slightly better than Raider. Yeah, I'll just give it a B. It's not too bad. Just because, yeah, sequence 1 and 0 is not available, so it's a little bit worse. Also, it's being kind of gatekept. If anything, it's pretty close to A. Should I give it A? I'll just keep it a B. Just keep it a B. Oh yeah, we got 2 A's, 3 S's, 2 B's. Would this be a S or a... Let me say this first. I don't think it makes it to S, bro. What? Where did the save go? What the hell? Oh, it went to somewhere else. Whoops. Apprentice got 2S, 3S, 3S. I guess it will be somewhere in the A tier. It'll be in the middle. It'll be higher than Marauder, but lower than Seer. Just because Seer's really borderline S. It might be rivaling Seer. Yeah, these two are pretty close. They're really good. They're really close to S. I'll see if I need to adjust it at the end. Maybe I'll bring those two to S. We'll see. Depending on how much S there and how much A there. Alright, next is Sun Pathway. Sun Pathway. Combat strength is pretty good. I have to rate it high just because of how much pathways this path counters. It's already good because the light power is good at healing, cleansing, good against debuff and buffing yourself. It's at least an A. It's at least an A just because of how much path it counters. Yeah. Shoot, why do I keep closing the... Yeah, so far these are pretty... Damn, I give this A. I give Spectre A. So yeah, this has got to be at least A. I don't say it's S just because it's not direct combat. It's like a mixture of... It's kind of like a spellcaster, but there is like physical enhancement too, and they're really good at healing, so that's really good. Intelligence and prep ability. This is honestly, they barely have any. Yeah, it's like non-existent for them. It's not like they increase any intelligence. I don't believe so. No, not really. They get like courage boost, but that has nothing to do with this. So low-key, it might be a D or a C. Prep ability? Yeah, they have 0 prep ability. So it's like close to 0, bro. Yeah, I'm about to be a D, bro. Utility? They're good. Utility, really good. I give S, S, A, S. It's not an S. It's healing, cleansing, some courage buff, you know? Light is just good. It's good at like basically cleansing evil. But in practical sense, it's not crazy. It's an A, it's an A. Advancement is also pretty good, I believe. You just have to be... It will encourage you to be a good person, if anything. But you kind of have to be praising the sun non-stop. So you have to be a sun glazer. It's mid to good. It's somewhere above mid. What did I give B? What rate or B? Just because maybe it'll be a negative because of how much you have to change your faith. You literally have to like, it basically requires you to be faithful to like the high sequences. I want to say that's too big of a negative. Honestly, you could do it without being super faithful. I feel like I'll give an A just to be fair. So far, not many S's. Early sequence is pretty bum. I remember, dude. Bard is so ass, but at least Light Suppliant is like its one saving grace because you start casting spells and stuff. You get minor spells you could use. Also, they can sense danger, which is good. Or else, dude, the Bard is actually non-existent. You have to sing songs to give courage and enhance strength. I'm sure it's not even like not a great amount, bro. Yeah, it brings forth a bunch of like minor buffs. Oh, deepening their piety. Okay. For a spiritual recovery. Basically, 9 is like so ass, bro. It's not even like crazy buff, I swear. I mean, in a war, sure, it's probably good, but no, this is dookie cheeks. I'm dead ass. But 8 is a saving grace, so it's not gonna fall too low. Do I give it a C or a B? It's low-key not B level, bro. It's not B. It's actually just C. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I mean, B is... sequence 8 is good, but... Does it deserve a B, though? Maybe it does, just because you can start using spells, and that's better than most other sequence 8, where it's just another freaking dookie-ass enhancement. I'll give it a B, a good B. Mid-sequence, I believe it's just a buff in abilities. Solar High Priest, you get a lot of new spells and abilities. You get like Purification. This is where you really start countering the evil pathways or the darkness pathways. Yeah. Notary is okay, a little small buff, but kind of mid. Not gonna lie, really mid. If anything, kind of ass. Yes, it's useful in trades and contract, but get the hell out of here. Honestly, that's an okay utility. Yo, am I in the yeah? A is deserved, bro. Yeah, this is a good utility. Priest of Light. It's also more buffs, I believe. It's just all rounder. It's mid. The mid sequence is mid. I don't think it deserves an A, right? Oops. A, C, B. Yeah, it's probably just a B, bro. It's mid, bro. Yeah, it's mid. High sequence. Is this just gonna be another S? Please don't do this. Unshadow's super strong. I just know Unshadow's hella strong. Justice Mentor, Lightseeker. Dude, I know a Lightseeker is gonna be like crazy aura just because of all the so many, what do you call it? Chapter names. It's called Lightseeker. I just know Derek. I know Derek is gonna be that sequence, bro. I just know it. I haven't even finished Koi. I'm literally just starting, but yeah, I just know Derek's gonna be that sequence one day. I believe in my boy. I need to read a little bit. I just know Unshadow's hella strong, but let's check it out. What they got? Physical enhancement. Yeah, too much words. Come to mental form. Sunbird is nice, bro. Am I just gonna give all high sequence S? Justice Mentor. Jeez, it's S, bro. These abilities looks ridiculous. Oh my god, Lightseeker, Sun Chaser. Oh my god, Pure White Light. Yeah, they can do some ridiculous shit. It's like they're like a walking nuke at that point. Yeah. Is it all gonna be S for? I should just remove high sequence. They're all S. It's no point. I'm just glazing every time. Look, S. S, S, S. Yeah, all S. Dude, yes, it's all S, isn't it? Yeah, all the high sequence is S, because that's just what they are. There's no point. They're just so good. In-story restriction, yes, you had to join in order to reach high sequence in the mid, the high sequence of the Bard Pathway. You have to join the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, which is annoying. They're gonna convert your faith. You better convert your faith. They know they're gonna burn your ass. That's gonna be annoying. That's a minus. Also, the positions occupied by the Eternal Blazing Sun. So no sequence 1, no sequence 0. It's not really great. Not very great, honestly. I'd say it's a little bit better than Spectator. Damn, I give it Apprentice B, huh? Okay, B. It's B or A. It should be a little bit better than Spectre, just because the organization is actually orthodox, so yeah, I'll have to stay hidden. Did I give it an A though? Should I give it an A? I need to edit this. Let me edit this. It's annoying me. Whoops. Sorry, but I have OCD. How do I change the thickness of this? You know what? I'll just find a different time. Why am I doing this right now? Don't save. B or A. Eternal Blazing Sun. Yeah, if you are loyal to them, you get to a pretty high sequence. But then you can never get to sequence 1 or 0 though, unless you kill your god. I give it a B, just because there's probably going to be other better options. Honestly, I should just remove high sequence at this point. This will be like the first low A or mid A. Yeah, just because there's, yeah, yeah. If these are gonna be, this is gonna be like low A or high B. Depending on if A is too crowded, I might move this down to B. We'll see. Okay, 3 corrections real quick. 1, I said the Jacob family owned the, what do you call it, Marauder Pathway. When in reality it's not. I got it wrong. It's a Zoroast family, because Pala Zoroast, right? That's his family that owns the Marauder Pathway back in the Force Epoch. So yeah, I got that wrong. Jacob owns like another pass or something. I don't know, probably one of the, either Black Emperor or Justicar. I'm not sure. I think it's one of those two. But yeah, it's a different family. I got that wrong. Also, I just realized I spelled intelligence wrong. You know, sorry, I was EFL for many years. I can't spell for shit. That's my. That tells you about my intelligence. So yeah, good luck trusting this tier list. Yeah. Also, one last thing. I was saying that I wanted to change the Seer Pathway in story restriction rating from S to A. That's considering it's an A because I was considering the start of Lord of Mystery from that point. So obviously Klein haven't advanced to the full yet. Which, you know, I would assume that the spot's open. But yeah, obviously if you assume that it's at the end of the story of Lord of Mystery when Klein has already ascended to the full, then that spot will be occupied though. No sequence 1. I think Klein could low-key make you a sequence 1 if he wants to. But yeah, obviously that would be a lot harder than naturally advancing there. So that would be even lower if we're considering at the end of the story, which I'm not trying to consider that. So I'll still give it an A. But if you do consider that, it'll probably be a B. Alright, enough of that. Moving on, next let's read the Sailor Pathway. The pathway that our favorite Mr. Full Glazer, Aldrin Wilson, is in. Yeah, I think at the end of the theory he was already sequence 4. Cataclysmic. Sorry, I can't pronounce this. Interior. Yeah, very powerful. This pathway. Alright, let's rate this pathway. I think it's low-key gonna be a high B or low A too. Let's see. Because this is pretty combat focused. It's like, this path is all about becoming like it's like raw power. Output of raw power, where you basically start blasting out straight up tornadoes, causing like, what do you call it, tsunami, once you get high sequence enough. So raw combat strength. Early sequence is a lot of water related ability, but eventually it gets really strong. This pathway is pretty combat focused, I'd say. So it's at least an A rating. Does it deserve S though? I don't think it'll be going to S. Like maybe like late sequence it'll be like S. I think yeah. In general though, it's should be just an A, because unlike like warrior or hunter. But low key, let's see what other pathway are there. Raw power. I'll probably give the secret supplant pathway also S. What else would be S in just direct combat? Assassin. Direct combat is pretty good. No, not necessarily. They just have a lot of spells. Not necessarily. Yeah, criminal. Really good combat capability. Prisoner probably also too, honestly. Lawyer, arbiter, not necessarily. I low-key might have to give this an S, just because all the other pathway, they're not really specialized in their combat like that. This might be one of the only 4 pathways that deserve an S in direct combat, especially high sequence. So yeah, intelligence and probability. This is its weak point. It does not really give much of an intelligence boost, but probability, it probably does have some, just because it's a lot stronger in your water, especially in mid and low sequence. So yeah, probability does matter. You prep, you're stronger. Definitely not an A. It's either a C or a B. Probably give it a C. It's not that good. Utility wise though, the sing ability is pretty good to have. Ocean Soundster. What exactly are his effects again? Let me check. Ocean control lightning, superior, more comprehensive, longer. What about the sing ability? What exactly influenced the enemy? I think you can basically damage their spirit body. Yeah, that's good. Pressure resistant. Utility wise, I don't think it's very useful. I mean, the swimming is really good, water related, so it's not absolutely nothing. But in a practical sense, in our, we're not going to be dealing with water that much all the time. So it has some utility, but not very good. I have to give it a C too, because it's not really B. B is like an okay power, where this is like a really niche power. I mean, eventually controlling the weather and stuff like that. Wait, that's weather warlock. But I think eventually the Sailor Pathway, you get to control the weather, right? I think so. Maybe not necessarily. Calamity Seeking. Yeah, maybe, does it get to control weather? Let me check. Maybe it just controls like tsunami and like storms and shit. Yeah, definitely. No, it's Lord of the Storm, but what am I saying? They definitely control the weather. Okay, control the weather is pretty good utility. Okay, I'll give it a B. Before I give all the other pathway has pretty good utility. This is the one of the lower rated utility, just because this is not very practical day-to-day life superpower. Advancement is okay. It's okay. Sailor, Focal Rage. Focal Rage seems like a dangerous sequence to be at. I always say, because rage is not a good emotion to have while you're using the acting method. Everything else is fine, but it does require you to kind of become pretty violent eventually. So there is a little bit of a mentality change you gotta do, I'd say. So slightly harder than normal, I'd say. What did I give the other ones? Spectator B? I know Spectator is S. A, B. Moderator, I give it B because yeah, there commit some crime. I think it's a B too. Just because it kind of deals with some more difficult themes of becoming a natural disaster. And the earlier sequence are fine though, but this is not exactly your Mr. Nice Guy pathway, I'd say. Alright, move on to the early sequence. Sailor, Focal Rage. Pretty sure these are pretty bad. Although, you get a lot of physical enhancement though, which is really important. You're a lot stronger in your water, especially in ocean. Raging Blow. These are pretty good. Not bad. Better than, maybe a little bit above average, honestly. Especially if they're in your water, they'll be really good. Might deserve an A. I think it deserves an A. Yeah, because it's actually not absolutely useless. Yeah. Just make sure you're in your element, and you're pretty strong, honestly. Like, against all other early sequence, in your water, you're just invincible. Okay, next. Mid sequence. Seafarer, Windbliss, Ocean Songster. Let me check their abilities. More water abilities. Navigation. Windblast seems like a really good sequence. Honestly, this might be the spike, no? This might be the power spike. It might be sequence 6. You get a lot of wind ability. You can use hurricanes. Wow, this is a lot of wind ability. You can glide. Wow. If anything, sequence 7 seems like it's not the power spike. Yeah, actually does not seem like it. Damn. That's bad. That's gonna lower its rating. Ocean Songster, you get a bonus ability. It's good. I feel like it's below average actually, this mid sequence. Below average, so it's not very good. I have to give it a B. B. Yeah, it's kind of mid. I think this might be the first B tier pathway we're gonna see. Our high sequence. Let's see if it deserves an S with his high sequence. Maybe this will be the first one that gets an A rating. This one, Alders in this sequence. Let me try to pronounce this, okay? Give me a chance. Cataclysmic, right? Cataclysmic interior. Let's go. Skill armor. Damn, they get a skill armor too. It's kind of similar to the Spectre, right? Tsunami, earthquake. Yeah, this is just a walking, talking, living, freaking like disaster, you know? Like a natural disaster, yeah. Eventually, I sequence story about a natural disaster. Sea King. You're like the ruler ocean. That one guy, who is this? It's like John Copman, that guy, aura farming, saying he's invincible. He could take a sequence 2 when he's sequence 3, as long as they're in the ocean. That's a lot of aura. That became like a meme in the community. What is their mythical creature form, anyways? Seeking, listen. Okay, seeking. Oh, okay, but what do they transform into? Okay, what is it though? Giant octopus-like creature. It's like Cthulhu. That's pretty sick. Okay, it's definitely a lot of raw power output. Calamity, straight up calamity. Thunder God. Energy. Thunder, wind, calamity. Does this deserve an S? I need to see more of its ability. It's not like reality bending or anything. It's just, I mean, them transforming themselves into energy is really good. Thunder, wind, calamity. Hold on. Authority. Wow, they get authority over thunder, wind, calamity. Heavenly punishment. That's where that's like a weaker version of what Lirodero was doing in the Forsaken Land of the God, when every time Klein was yelling his name. Why does it actually seem kind of underwhelming, guys? I mean, yes, a natural disaster is very dangerous and powerful, but why does it compare to the other pathway where you're straight up bending reality, becoming a nuke? Never mind. You know, natural disaster is way more dangerous than nuke. These guys were bending reality. All 4 of these are bending reality. This one is a nuke. That's why I give it an S. But nuke, if you think about it, is low-key not that powerful. I might need to change the Bard high sequence to A and give this maybe an A as well. Because these guys, they're like natural phenomenons that's like just basically destroying everything. Well, these guys, they're straight up bending reality, bro, which is insane. If they can bend reality, they can bend whatever the fuck your nuclear damage is gonna do, bro. Your freaking nuclear atom bomb. Yeah, I low-key might need to lower this to A and give this A as well. Just, I don't want to overinflate high sequence. Yeah, I think if you can like effectively bend reality super easily, you deserve an S. But if you're just like nuclear level, or what do you call it, natural disaster level, maybe you just only deserve an A. I need to think. But then again, like natural disaster level is crazy, isn't it? That could destroy like a country. I mean, all high sequence could destroy a country, but to freely control natural disaster. Basically, I'm deciding whether the Sun Pathway and the Tyrant Pathway deserve an A or S for their high sequence. Let me check some other pathways just to see. This is insane for combat. This is fraudulent. We don't see them do anything. Serving the concealment is pretty strong though. Mr. Azek was doing some crazy shit. Apocalypse. You know what? I think I want to give it. I think I want to give them A. Shit, what is it? Oh. Yeah, I think I want to lower Sun to A and also give Tyrant Pathway A. Just because I was thinking about Snake and Mercury when Will Angstein, I think that's his name, was basically literally rewinding time with his ability. That is just ridiculous. Like, reality bending is just better than pure power, man. It's kind of not on the same level. In story restriction, this will be the same as the Sun Pathway. A B, because yeah, the spot is occupied and you can't get sequence 1. At least if you join the organization, you can have a smooth sale advancement for a while. I think this is gonna be our first high B. It's gonna be like high B, I guess. Just screenshot this. Let's save it and let's move on to the next one. This video is gonna be 4 hours or 5 hours, isn't it? God damn it! I'm looking at myself in the future. Please finish this video at least. Next time I gotta optimize better. Yeah. I'll say it again later at the end of the video, but yeah, please give me some suggestions, on how to make these videos. Maybe I should make them more compact. I'm kind of not sure. I'm just experimenting, Let's see their rating. Maybe I should do like shorter, like. We'll see though. Alright, next is the fraudulent white tower pathway. Our Kim Doja's pathway, the reader pathway. So much potential, so little actual in-story lore. Combat strength is okay. Not very good. It's not very good, is it? They're like Kakashi, copying, like the copying technique. They get really strong in sequence 6, polymath. Before that, absolute cheeks. I'm not really familiar with the ability, I'm gonna be honest, because I finished the first book and they showed up like a total of 3-4 times. There's like 3 or 4 beyonders of this pathway. That's it. Well, Klein was a detective. There was another detective guy who was like sequence 7. One of the pirate generals, her name was Edwina or something. She was sequence 5. Also, there was like a sequence 4 saint who got freaking clapped up and almost lost control at the end, I think. Yeah, that's like all. That's like all. This is 3 beyond the whole freaking novel. Actual fraudulent path. I'm sorry, bro. Prophet, they get future reading ability, I assume. Spell, they create spells. Yes, mystic art. Yeah, sequence 6. They're okay. They're okay, but kind of weak. I think their combat stress is below average because yes, they can copy your ability, but they can't really copy. I don't think they can copy physical traits, can they? You know what? They probably can eventually. I'll just give it a mid then. I'll just give it mid. Actually, it does have a better potential just because it could copy multiple pathway and using combination to become stronger. Okay, you know what? It deserves a mid to above average. I don't think it deserves a... It deserves a B. It's not really weak, but it's not... It's not like purely meant for combat, basically. But the intelligence is... I think it's S, bro. It's just S, no? And the prep ability with its ability to basically copy other techniques, other Beyonder powers. If you use that combination, prepare it well, you can pull up some OP combos. Utility is pretty good just because increased intelligence, memorization, probably like understanding skills, yeah, mental attributes. Good mysticism knowledge as well. They're keen and observant. It's a lot of like good mental boost. I don't know. I think that counts as utility. But then copying other, it's not bad. It's pretty good. I think it's either, it's at least an A, right? Just because you can copy others' ability. Loki deserves an S, just because you could copy other S tiers. Utility, I might have to give it an S. If you use your polymath abilities, good. I'm not sure what that ability is called exactly. Yeah, imitation. You can analyze, imitate. Yeah, if you use that well, you get all the abilities. This is a broken pathway. Maybe it's not fraudulent after all. Advancement, I think, is also very good. Just because this is a very knowledge and, you know, scholar-based pathway. Let's see. Reader, student of I'm not gonna try, sorry. Detective, polymath. Yeah, these are all like studying related. Even this cognizer. It's like basically you need to get better at observing others. Wisdom angel, even till the end. Like it's all about observing and basically learning information, just something like that, you know? Yeah, I think that doing the active method is not bad. I think it's actually pretty good. Do I give it an S though? Let's see. I give Spectator S just because, you know, it's easier. I give Seer A. Okay, just because there's some weird elements to it. I think this deserves an S. Early sequence, I think it's gonna be like D or something. Let me check. Reader is deadass not a superpower, bro. You're just a smart guy. Yeah, they get some ritualistic magic. They get reading. Bro, I got reading ability. Just a worse version, okay? Enhanced mental attributes. No, I don't. I can't read. No reading comprehension. I'm a JJK fan. Enhanced mental attributes. This is basically nothing. Doesn't exist. Sequence 8. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, I had to. It's so bad. You're just smart. That's it. Bro, they didn't even bother giving it like another different enhancement. Oh god. Dude, that's not a... You're not a Beyonder until like sequence 7, bro. Even sequence 7 is kind of shit, bro. Oh my god, the pathway is so bad. I mean, the early sequence is so bad. I think that's gonna be our first F, bro. Okay, I wouldn't give it F. Just give it D. It's so bad. We got mid sequence. Mid sequence, I think it's just gonna be B. Yeah, just like because the spike is at 6, which is kind of bad. And then 5 is a lot of bonus abilities. It's good. Yeah, I'll give it a B. It's okay. It's gonna be like an A or something. High sequence, let's see, high sequence. Profit. Yeah, profit's really good. You gain future sight and shit. Law authority. Understand the world, grasp many profound mysteries. Interesting. Bookshelf? What the fuck? That's not a mythical creature, bro. That's a mythical freaking item. What the fuck? Just turned into a shelf? Are you serious? Wisdom Angel. I need to see their most broken ability in high sequence. They have to make a decision. They will make most correct choice at the right time due to their ability to accurately foresee shifts in the situation. Basically, they start processing information so well they could kind of like do things to affect the future in the most effective ways. Very hard to kill and deal with. Wisdom, learning, analyzing. They just know everything. But it's not looking not very strong, is it? Phantom Tower. Each level composed of thick books, each book bearing a brass colored eye. An aura. Okay, interesting. Interesting mythical creature form. 90% original potency. Okay, it's good. It's good. It could copy so well. Omniscient Eye. Information. Holy shit. It's like a freaking. You read all info. Okay, S tier. And I think they can start copying everything, bro. Yeah, this is like. It's like the imitation is gonna reach a level where it's like basically the same thing. Dude. Yeah, this is S. Damn. Maybe it deserves an SSS. But the god of knowledge and wisdom, why does he look so fraudulent when, you know, at the end of the novel when Adam was suppressing them three? He looks so fraudulent, bro. Bro did not do shit. Maybe it was on purpose. Maybe he just knew he didn't need to do anything. But this high sequence, why does this feel like it deserves SSS? It looked like he could crush this sequence. Looked like he could just read all the weakness and copy everything. Dude, why does it feel like it deserves an SSS? This high sequence seems broken. I'm not gonna lie, I'm just reading it. Why are people calling this fraudulent? It does not make sense. Huh. Yeah, this is getting more and more crazier. I might have to give an SSS. Just because how broken it sounds. I don't know how they use it, if they're able to use it correctly in the story, but the concept sounds insanely broken. In story restriction, I'll give it the same as the Sailor and Sun Pathway. What did I give them again? I think I gave it a B, right? Yep, it's also a B, same thing, same reason. I won't repeat it, just because I gotta do this fast. Yeah. This is the reader. Okay, next we're doing everybody's favorite Hangman Pathway, Secret Suppliant. Oh, first let's up with the Wet Tower. Oh, let me double check. Damn, I didn't even freaking rank it yet. Reader, here, because you guys can't see, I'll open it for you. See? It's right here. This is the reader. A lot of S's, but a lot of B dragging it down, so it's either mid A or high A. Yeah, mid A or high A. Yeah, I think I'll put it behind the era pathway. Cause I feel like era can deadass like. Era is so weird, huh? Yeah, whenever you're gonna win, era can just switch fate. That's so insanely. Basically, if these two try to fight each other, if you think about it, I feel like the white tower is gonna have the white upper hand, but then the white tower will just never be able to kill the era high sequence beyonder, just because they know that they can switch fate last second and then they will just lose. So it's an infinite stalemate. Yeah, the era pathway is so broken. All right, moving up to the what do you call it? Hangman pathway. Let's go. Combat strength, really good, just because of flesh manipulation abilities. Oh my god, yeah, this is S, isn't it? If anything, it's probably close to SSS. Just because, yeah, the grazing ability, the shadow ability. Oh, wow. What else could they do? Yeah, they're so. It's like the strongest combat. Maybe like close to SSS, bro. Yeah, definitely deserve an S for combat strength. I think I might give it an SSS. It's like top tier, bro. Let's take a look. Beginning is pretty weak. They just get misses and knowledge. It's really bad. But Shadow Second, you get to emerge in the shadow, hide in the shadow. Rose Bishop, I remember you start getting some broken ability too. I don't remember. Shepherd, you can start grazing people's soul and actually summoning them, which is... Wait, let me check. Flesh and blood magic is really good, bro. This is really good. You can just heal yourself, regenerate your flesh. You can't really take damage like that unless your spirituality, runs out. Flesh bomb. Body hiding flesh coke. Oh, they need to replenish. But they need to. Oh my god, they need to get like corpses. Oh my god, that's horrible. This is not a good pathway to be on. Shepherd can. So they can't really summon them yet. But they can use it, which is really good. I think eventually, though, you could actually summoning them. Oh my god, that's crazy. Three souls can be grazed. When can they actually start summoning the great souls? They eventually get the degeneration abilities, yeah. 18 souls is insane. Am I just not understanding the grazing ability? I think how it works is maybe it's just being used hand in hand with the like the flesh manipulation ability. Like they just make a body for them and then it will use the Beyonder power. Is that how it works? Flesh and blood magic. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, it's here. Only in sequence 4 you can start doing that. Yeah, you can basically release the Grey Soul. Yeah, that's later sequence though. intelligence and prep ability is pretty good, just because if you prep up with the Grey Soul, you get all their Beyonder powers, and eventually you could literally summon them and have like a jump somebody to like a 5v1, bruh. It's good, but it's not absolutely insane. Loki is S. It's either an A or S, but I might give an S just because if you're ready and you have all the maximum amount of Souls Grace, like nobody can beat you. It's really broken. Utility is also really good. Yes, Grace Soul is useful. It's the same as Polymath. It's very good. But also like the Shadow ability, you can merge in the Shadow, probably like teleport through it. It's insanely good. That's a very good ability to have. Also, flesh manipulation. As long as you have enough flesh, you just heal yourself, regenerate. I think can you heal other people? Maybe you can. No? I don't think. Maybe not only yourself. I think it's only yourself. But that's like makes you so unkillable. Utility is at least an A, maybe an S. I think it's S. S. Wow, this is gonna be a crazy advancement though. I had to give this like shit ratings. This is like a path of corruption, bro. Not even considering the fact that the Hangman is crazy and he just whispers insane stuff to you. This is a pathway that has the ability of degeneration, like depravity. It's like really bad. Even like just Rose Bishop. I don't know about Shadow Aesthetic. Eventually, you have to like consume flesh, whether it's alive or dead. I guess you could argue that you could do dead people, which is better, or just animals. But still, that's like a lot of killing you gotta do. And then Shepherd, you're like basically keeping people's souls hostage, whether they like it or not. Maybe you can do it to people who are willing, but I don't think that's a good experience for them. But yeah, this is a corrupted path, so I gotta give this a low rating for advancement. If you're a morally righteous person, I don't think you can do this pathway, bro. You better switch off soon. This is gonna be our first very low. I gave Sailor a B because it has some issues. Also gave Marita a B because it has some moral issue. But this is not another level. It's not C. It's not D. Maybe it's an F. I'll just give it a D though. Let's give it a D. I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't care. Our society seems nice. Everybody wants to be morally righteous. But honestly, there's a lot of people who just not give a shit. They would just do it. They're just hiding in this society because that's the mainstream. We gotta act nice to each other, be good. But in reality, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would not give a shit. They would just kill whoever. If the law's not there to enforce the law, if the system's not there to enforce the law, they would just go absolutely haywire. They would do whatever they want. So yeah, it's like not absolutely undoable. But for your average, morally in the middle guy, this is still pretty hard. Early sequence is really bad. Let's just double check. So we're supplying your deadass normal human with mysticism knowledge. You can basically talk to people, communicate with higher sequence beyonders. High spirituality is good. It's okay. Let's see, listener. Listener is low-key a debuff. You just hear some evil deity talking to you in your ears. You just go insane. You might just lose control the next day. No, this is really bad early sequence. How bad though? The D or a C? I guess if you're smart, you could use your mysticism knowledge to help you avoid danger. So it's not absolutely. But listener, sequence 8 listener is so bad though. I'm just thinking whether to give it a C or a D. I'm gonna have to give it a D just because of how bad the debuff is, bro. Dude, the listener is not a good sequence to be at. People just go insane. They just don't make it to the Shadow Aesthetic. I'm pretty sure that's canon too. Sequence 8 is just so bad. Alright, mid sequence is gonna be this. Let me double check though. Shadow Attack's like really useful ability. You get Shadow ability, Rose Bishop, Flesh Manipulation, really good. Flesh and Blood Magic, really good. Wow. Grazing is insane. Yeah, that's insane. High Sequence, pretty sure is also going to be like SSS, but let's double check. Black Knight, more Shadow abilities, more combat, direct combat degeneration. It's really good. Trinity Templar, you get like 3 souls or something. What is this? Trinity Body, 2 Shadow Heads. Separate from 3 body via Flesh and Blood. They basically get 3 true bodies. That's insane. That's so hard to kill. But let's compare this to all the other ridiculous shit, okay? Strengthen. Dude, how did they beat Sissy, bro? That's insane. They beat a Sequence 1 Dark Angel. Or something that's near it. Temporary followers up to 22 souls. Darkness. Oh, they get Darkness Authority too, damn. Yeah, it's at least mess. Dude, I think they deserve an SSS. Oh my god. Just because the grazing ability. I know people already say it, plays all the time, but it really cannot be understated how powerful it is. Dude, imagine a fully prepared, just a insane sequence, high sequence hangman pathway beyonder. You're just trying to like fight them. You got your gang of 10 people pulling up, and then this guy, he's just a demon. He's been grazing souls all his life. He's been killing powerful other high sequence beyonder. Bro just summons like 20 fucking raised souls. You're fucked. Yeah, the potential is insane. In story restriction, it's really bad though. I think it's gonna be like a D or a C. Let me think. So the high sequence, the sequence 0 is already occupied. It's no sequence 1. Also, the hangman's crazy. He could just talk to you in your ear, make you insane, make you even the lady from what's her name? Like from Silver City, who was part of the Derek's like part of the board. She was like, there's like, I forgot what's her name. Lavina? I think Lavina was her name. Even though she didn't betray Silver City, she was still giving info to the true creator. Like, she's like it can't be helped, once you're in that pathway. You're just so influenced by the Beyonder in the higher pathway. Especially in this story's case, the hangman. You just have to give some loyalty because they just have too much control and influence over you. So yeah, I have to give this a bad rating. Are you really even yourself anymore? Yes, you can keep your loyalty, what Lavia did. You don't have to bend all of it, but you have to bend a part of it, for sure. I give Marita a C just because you have to fight freaking. Yeah, this is really bad. That'd be our first D, bro. It's very extreme. This is an extreme pathway. Look at this. So much S and SSS. I don't give SSS like that and crazy. When I give SSS, it means it's like top tier. Absolute top tier. It's like the best of the best. Probably like number 1 or 2 or something like that. Secret. Secret Suppliant. The D is dragging it down though. Like, this honestly should affect your decision. Really bad early sequence. Really bad advancement in story position. But just because how powerful it is, it's an A for sure. Which position in A though? I think I'm gonna have to do this, bro. It's a high A. It's a high A. Great souls. Why does it feel like it'll be like the highest A or something like that? It's just so capable. This pathway is just so capable. Alright, continue. I'm talking too long. Got that done. Moving on to the Sleepless Pathway. One of the earliest pathway that we got in touch with, you know, in the Nighthawks. Honestly, I heard a lot of bad stuff about it, just because it was not really shown that much in the later the novel. People are calling it fraudulent. Because yeah, the only real performance we ever saw was when I think her name was Ariana. Adriana or something? Ariana? Yeah, Ariana. Servant of Concealment Sequence 2, where she did something. She was really strong. But other than that, though, we barely see any high sequence Sleepless Beyonders. Combat strength. I don't think their combat strength is very good. Let me just think of the adjustment real quick. Yeah, it's above that. What about? Yeah, this is like insane, bro. Yeah, basically this is so high because I still give it high just because I know there's a lot of people who would not care about giving their morality away. Like honestly, if you don't mind, this is really good pathway to to be on. You just need to tough out the early sequence, and then you're so powerful. Putting this ass, bro. Yeah, just for no, you know, if you're someone who don't want your morality to be messed up, don't choose this pathway. That's all I gotta say. Combat strength. Combat strength is mid to below average, I believe. Let's take a look. Midnight Poet Sorcerer. Yes, a lot of night related, dream sleep related. Dream related, emotion, misfortune related. I don't think it's good at direct combat though. It gives night buff. Let's see the night buff. Nocturnality, deeper than night, the more powerful sleeps will become. Their physical strength, intuition. Physical strength, yeah, intuition, everything. See through darkness without eye light. Sense danger hidden in the dark. Nice. Only need 3 to 4 hours, so good. Damn, so much more time. That's good. Utility, that's gonna be upper. That's gonna be a good utility buff. Combat strength. Combat strength. I don't think it's very good at direct combat. I'll give it a below average. Yeah, I give it below average. Direct combat strength. It's not very good. Probability is good. Intelligence does not increase much. Probability, it does have. Yes, if you catch the enemy off guard, you can basically just beat them by putting them in a dream. It's not absolute S though, it's A. The reason is just because other pathways that have really good probability can straight up have like straight up win conditions, bro. Like it's like so like the hangman pathway or polymath, you can just start with a condition where you can like be like probably like double digits of beyonder on the same level as you, some shit like that. Same with Seer Pathway with the puppets, you know, the marionettes. That's why I only give it A. Yes, you can choose the nighttime, be in your element, and people in the dream, and already start having a head start, but it's not absolute S tier preparation ability, I'd say. Utility is good. You don't have to sleep. Eventually, you can just never need sleep. I need to be nightmare stage, dream shaping. You can kind of invade the dream and mess with the dream. Yeah, I remember that you can interrogate people in the dreams. High spirituality is good. You can deal with souls. Realm. Yeah, they can force people to sleep through warlock, see natural evil. I don't think the utility is that good. It has some utility. Yes, you can mess with people's dream, basically get information. It's a pretty fun ability to have. You get more time at night, so you get to technically live longer, and you could basically influence people's dream, get info. People can't hide their stuff. You can pretty much like kind of read people's mind. What did I give Spectator again? I give Spectator S. It's either an A or an S. I think I need to just give it an A, just because I like the many ways of using the ability. I like Spectator. This is kind of more limited. So it's neat though. It's still neat. Well, I'm giving it B. It doesn't deserve an A because it's kind of weak. I mean, sure, you can use your ability, but like, I'm thinking like non-combat wise though, it's like pretty limited. Like 2 specific abilities that's like useful to use. Horror aura, concealment. Oh, being hidden. No, it's A. It's A. My bad. It's an A. It gets more abilities. You can like hide yourself. People can't even see you. You can cause misfortune. Okay, we give the utility an A. So moving on to advancement. Advancement is not too bad. I mean, I'm sure there's people who don't like the night that much. They prefer rest. But honestly, it's not too bad. Especially for a lot of people like me who really, like sleeping late. This would be awesome a pathway to be on. And the acting method would be kind of easy, especially early sequences. I mean, Midnight Poe is kind of annoying though. Nightmare, Sorcerer, Spirit Warlock. You're not necessarily being evil or anything. I guess you gotta be scary for a bit. Night of Misfortune, Darkness, Sorcerer, Spirit Warlock. I think this is your average advancement wise. It's not too bad. It's not bad, but it's like okay. It's okay. I don't think there's anything too negative about this the Sleepless Pathway. I'll just give it a mid. Like a B or something. Maybe even an A, because there's nothing negative about it. Spirit Warlock, sure. Yeah, we've seen some. All the Sleepless Pathways seem are pretty normal. You're chill. It's A. I think it's an A. The Revenants is pretty good. Early sequence is pretty bad, man. I mean, Leonard's special. He was like the peak of what a Midnight Poet could be, because he was getting so much help from Palas. But we seen the other Sleepless. They're like absolutely useless. Rest in peace, my boy. What is his name? Kenley. Kenley White. That guy, Jesus Christ, he was in his element. He was not doing anything, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Rest in peace. But yeah, sequence 9 is kind of bum. It's useful in terms of like you don't have to sleep as much, but I mean Midnight Poe is good, but it's okay. It's because Midnight Poe is not that bad. You can do some stuff with Midnight Poet. I don't think it's an A though. Probably a B, isn't it? In reference, I give Bard a B just because Bard at sequence 8 light, Priest of Light, you can actually use some light spells. Yeah. Same with this, you could use some abilities, but it's not really impressive or anything. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a B. It's not really impressive. It has a power spec at 8, but it's not really impressive. If anything, it's like it might be closer to the C because. Let me just read the Midnight Poet ability real quick. This is pretty good to say. It's a B. I'm in a B. Yeah. Mid sequence, Nightmare is this power spike, which is really good. Good thing. This is a sequence 7. It's power spike. You don't have to wait till sequence 6. You get more abilities. Sequence 6, sequence 5, Spirit Warlock. You get soul related ability. You get Spirit Commanding. Interesting. Seem like it's a okay run the mile. If anything, sequence 6 and 5 doesn't seem super impressive. But sequence 7, you know, it's good that its power spike come at sequence 7, which is good. So I'll give it a average rating. Yeah, I'll give it a B. That's one power spike. That's about it though. I give most of the mid-sequence B. Just because they either have one early a sequence 7 power spike, but then just okay, other okay power afterwards, or they just they have a sequence 6 power spike, which is annoying. And then also, not very impressive other abilities. You have to be something like what do you call it? Basically, either Apprentice mid sequences, which is insane. You get something really good every time, or like the Hangman, Secret Suppliant, which is just insane. Like every mid sequence is like an insane power leap, which is not the case, I would say, for this. So this is a B. Then again, I haven't given much A for the mid-sequence, have I? No, I give some A's. Apprentice, I give A. High sequence, check it out. People say the high sequence beyonder of this pathway, of the sleepless pathway, are frauds. Let's see if it's actually the case. I don't think so. I was reading some broken ass abilities. Night Watch, Ball Knight, True Deity. Night Domain. Domain is always really good, no matter where. Concealment. Concealment is really good. What are they talking about? This sounds really good. Horror Bishop. Horror Aura is good. Surround Concealment, you can basically do crazy plans without being find out. That's really good, bro. We were seeing Ariana using this ability quite often to help Klein hide its plans. What is their mystic giant eight-legged demonic wolf? That's sick. Night of Misfortune. Wait, it's spoiled, but high sequence. Let me just think. It's either S or A. So this is from an S. The concealment is really good for planning and plotting. Bad luck. In a way, it's like reality bending too. By itself, I wouldn't say it's too impressive though. I would not say it's too impressive. Working with other pathway makes this pathway way better. Even the Goddess had to work with Lilith to, you know, plot the death of the God of War. Honestly, I might give this just an A. What did I rate? Yeah, the Sailor I gave A. The Bard, honestly, I'll have to give A too. I'll give this an A. This is not reality bending level yet. In-store restriction, also B. Anything. Yeah, also B. It might be close to an A. Just because how friendly we know that the Nighthawks are. I mean, then again, In Zhengwa came out of that organization, so it's not all good. I'll just give it a B. Just like all the other Orthodox churches. This is probably low A, high B. Yeah, low A, high B. A little bit on the lower side of all the Pathway ranked. I'll decide. Eventually, if the A tier is too full, we'll move these guys down. These two. Alright, move on. Death Pathway. Death Pathway mid-sequence is fraudulent. That's all I remember. They were not doing shit against high sequence, and that's because they get countered by their own high sequence boundaries. So it's not necessarily true. Combat strength did really good. It's at least an A. Let me check. Yeah, they get like Gravedigger, they get enhanced physical stats. Spirit Medium, Spirit Guide, Gatekeeper, they can basically control the dead. And control like dead souls. And have like, look what Azuk's doing. I mean, he's super high sequence, but yeah, he was summoning like dead souls to command. Direct combat maybe not necessarily A. Let me check. Physical enhancement, spirituality. That's good. Knowing the dead. More physical enhancement. Eye of the dead. I can see weakness. Spirit medium. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's necessarily super combat oriented. Maybe a B. Let me do some comparisons. So I give Bard A, but that's because they have a lot of spells to use. So does this. I think it's a B. B is fair. Intelligence and preparability doesn't really increase intelligence. It does increase mysticism knowledge, which is in a way, you know, intelligence as well. Language of the dead. Mystical knowledge. They have like death and decay resistance, which is good. That's nothing to do with. They don't have much prepping ability, do they? I mean, maybe like them gathering the souls, but not necessarily. I don't think they have much prepping abilities. I think. Yeah, no, not really. They don't have much prepping ability. Yeah, it's close to non-existent. I don't think there's really a prepping ability. No, yeah. At least you want to consider the fact that it needs to gather Soul of the Dead. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think it's. I think you can just summon Soul of the Dead. I mean, eventually, yeah. No, there's not much preparation to this pathway. Utility-wise, it's kind of bad, yo. I mean, yeah, you don't die, and when you get to Undying, you don't die straight up. That's good. Also, you're harder to kill, I guess. Gatekeeper. No, I don't like the utility of this pathway at all. Reincarnation is good, that's neat. But then you lose your memory, which is pretty bum. But I think eventually you overcome that though, so that's good. Overall, I don't like the utility of this pathway that much. It's not really useful. Enslavement is crazy, bro. That's part of the authority? What the fuck? Jesus. These are crazy ability in the high sequence. What do I give it? A B or C? Let's look at C. I don't like this pathway's utility. I don't think it's very useful. Yes, Undying is neat, but Jesus Christ. In general though, you're not gonna be able to abuse it until you get like sequence 2 or 1. Am I being too harsh? Yes, immortality is good. But then compared to all the other utilities though, it's just kinda bad. Like you can't use it until super late sequence. Let's just say you have it. You have the real immortality. Fine, I'll give it a B. I'll give it a B. Advancement is really bad. It's really bad. I think it's really bad. Dude, just Mr. Azix is an exception, okay? You can't. Not everybody could be Giga Chad Mr. Azix. He's a very. If you're anybody else, you're gonna go down the path of just dealing with death. You're gonna become very cold, very disattached. It's sad, man. It's a sad pathway to be on. And Mr. Azix is a very compassionate man. It got him fucked up, bro. So no, I don't think this is a good pathway. It's not terrible. It's not like you need to change your morality, but you have to be kind of disattached to life or death. You know, you have to. Or else, like, it's because you're dealing with it every day, every freaking day. You're looking at it. So, yeah, I say there's some difficulty to the advancement. What do I give it though? Maybe a C. I think I'll give it a C. Early sequence is pretty bad, I remember. Yeah, it's pretty bad. If anything, if there's no power spike in sequence 9 or 8. I had a death, they can see weakness. No, this is so bad, this is so bad. Yes, physical advancements is so good. Okay, I guess. They can increase spirituality. No, this is ass, bro. I'm sorry. And dealing with death is a pretty specific niche too. Yeah, no, this is not very useful, is it? Early sequence is pretty bad, I have to say. Early sequence. What would I give it? You do get minor buffs. I give it the same as like Seer, you know, Seer early sequence, like a C. Damn, this is gonna be our first B tier, straight up B tier, bro. Or maybe even low C. Mid sequence, I don't think mid sequence for this is very impressive either. Spirit medium is the spike, which is good. So maybe it will be a B. Language of the Dead. These are some new neat abilities. Zombie and Wrath. Yes, they're good at countering other, like the pathway, like the prisoner pathway. Sequence 5 is like a Dali reach the sequence. Lidwell, I remember that guy. He just got told to kill yourself by Mr. Azix. Unlucky. Death Envoy. Eternal Underworld. Yes, sequence 5 is pretty strong, but it's like a buff of the other mid sequence. Overall, I don't think it's too impressive. I'll just give it a mid, like a B. Let me check other Bs. Yes, most of them are B. It's just okay. If anything, I might give it a C. Just because, I don't know, man. It's like, it's not like, it's a quantity change. It's like a change in quantity, not quality. I don't like it. I remember they said that in the actual show too, in the actual novel. Like some, I think it was Dally. He just said, "Oh, it's just a number of control increase. It's not like a quality leap in the powers." Dude, I'm gonna put this pathway in C, bro. All right, sequence 4. Yeah, you start. Let's go high sequence. Physical enhancement is good. Undying is really good. That's a you're just immortal. You don't die. Eventually, you could basically retain your memory. Purification base. Tyrant, some pathway. Hand on life or death. Free man. Part of underworld and death itself. Okay, cool. Mr. Aswell was doing some crazy shit. Authority over death. Strange. Okay. Suppress effect based on hierarchy persona. All the prayers greatly enhanced. Okay, you know what? Let's just read sequence 1 and see if it's reality bending, or else I'm just gonna give it an A. Being unkillable is good, but not if other people are bending reality, bro. Just take the error pathway, for example. They're gonna like a high sequence error. If that's all you can do, let me just read this first. Basically, they could just like kill themselves and then switch their fate on you, which I don't know how that work. Would that just straight up kill you? Or you could just be an apprentice pathway, high sequence beyonder. You could just permanently like exile them. They're just trapped forever. It's so bad. Like there's ways to counter this. The payload colors die and beyond power. Oh shit, it's like a black hole or something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Death. Oh my god. They could just cause instant death. Jesus. Wow. They're pulling some crazy shit in this, I'm not gonna lie. They got like a domain expansion, pale world. That can just like wash away all your short lifespan in 2 seconds. What the fuck? Okay, wow. This seems pretty powerful, I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of like reality bending, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I might have to give this an S. In-store restriction is pretty bad, bro. Let's say the Ebonite Goddess wasn't trying to go for a grade 01 position. At least the sequence 0 is empty since Salinger is dead. He can actually go to sequence 1 or 0, which is good. But there's a problem with this pathway. All the high sequence beyonder of this pathway can just straight up command you to kill yourself. That's so bad. Imagine like leveling up to sequence 5 just to be told by a sequence 2 to kill yourself. That actually happened in the story. That's so bad, bro. It's just dookie ass pathway. Don't go on this pathway, bro. Don't go on this pathway. This is a real fraudulent pathway. I'm not giving this a high score. In sort of restriction, it has the sequence 0 open, so just for that I give it an A. But Jesus Christ, the nerf of being constantly worried about other high sequence beyonder of the same pathway as you, it's so annoying, bro. Yeah, I'm not considered a greater one, or else you're cooked. Because Ebonite Goddess has the uniqueness of the death pathway. You're just never getting it. Let's say in a world, maybe I should consider the beyond the sequence, huh? Because that's more realistic. Because we're talking about in universe. Too late now. I'm not considering that. So usually it would be an A, but then because of this special case of this pathway, I'm gonna lie. Since we actually saw it, I have to give it a C. This is a terrible pathway, bro. I can't believe how that guy just died, bro. What was that guy's name? Ludwell? Where'd it go? Can't fight it no more. And Ludwell, bro, just said, just give up your life and become his puppet. And that actually happened. Damn, that happened to me, man. Jesus. That could never be me. This is gonna be the first person I'm putting in C, bro. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Ugh. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to like that 5 death pathway fans. I'm sorry, bro. I just can't justify giving this pathway a higher rating. Okay. Corpse collector. Alright. Next, warrior pathway, or the giant pathway, the twilight giant pathway. This is gonna be easy to rank, just because it's so combat focused. Obviously, we'll give it S for combat, but will it be SSS? I don't know. Direct combat, it's always prepared. It's got all the ability to use on dock. Yes. SSS though, is it the best at soloing? Not necessarily. I'll just give it an S. Just because on baseline, if it's a random encounter, this pathway's got everything. It's ready. But then again, its permeability is non-existent, so that's a D. No, I don't think it can prepare anything. As with its power, you know. Yeah, sure, you could set up traps normally, but that's nothing to do with it. You're beyond the power. So no, nothing. You don't get a. Honestly, I should remove F. F is just fail. I don't think D is like shitty enough, bro. D is just like nothing. I should remove F. S is not actual tier. Hey, what is that music? Oh, there you go. Back. Utility wise, though, let's check utility. I don't think there's much utility to the pathway. Yes, you get like, hey, you look to be a good cook. Just because you're combat, you're like weapon efficient. Combat mastery, physical enhancement, supernatural resistant. Good stamina. It's like okay physical buffs. I mean, getting taller is low-key a good utility, bro. You start getting to like 2 meters, you can go play basketball and shit. So just for that, I'll give it extra points. You get some light powers. You can summon armor and freaking a sword. You got like that's part of your power, which is pretty cool. Ooh, guardian protection is also really good. Overall, there is benefits, but not specifically useful for utility, I'd say. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of like combat power, not much utility. There is some, but it's not very its main thing. I have to give it a C, just because it's non-existent, but it's not. What other utility have I give C before? I never given a C. This is going to be our first utility that says C. Just because there's some buff, but it's not really crazy. Advancement is also pretty good. Let's take a look. Yes, there's a lot of physical violence, but it does not require you to be, you know, morally corrupted or anything. Warrior, pugilist, weapon master, Dawn Guard. If anything, Guardian and Dawn Paladin, these are like good. Demon Hunter 2, Glory. No, it's pretty positive. Yeah, I'll probably give it an A. Advancement A, yeah, it's pretty positive. Everything it encouraged discipline. It's like good for you. Yeah, these are like, it requires you to be disciplined and basically focused. Yeah, honestly, really good. If anything, I might give this an S. Let me think. What other pathway did I give S for advancement? I'll give reader S because that's good. Apprentice S because it's also really scholars seem like themed. I guess spectator S because it's good at advancing. I'll give it A. Just because you have to deal with a lot of violence and harsh physical training. Then again, it's pretty positive, isn't it? I'll give it an S. Yeah, I'll give it an S. Yeah, there's pretty... Yeah, you had to basically have a whole stick with violence, but then again, bro, you're getting a superpower. You better use that. Use it well. Early sequence is probably one of the better early sequences. Warrior, one of the best early sequence. I'd say you can beat like everything except maybe like hunter or like criminal. This is the strongest, bro. The strongest. Literally the strongest sequence 9, bro. I think it beats hunter. I think it beats criminal. Dude, warrior's the best sequence 9, bro. Okay, sequence 8. What is sequence 8? Gladiator or pugilist. It's like more resistance in combat, so against like mitigate certain effects. Sequence 8 is kind of mid. It's like a buff version of sequence 9. I would give it SSS, but for now, we'll just. Dude, it just beats everything. I mean, not at sequence 8, but sequence 9 beats everything. I have to give it an SS, bro. Mid sequence is good. Too bad the power spec is at sequence 6, though. But let's see, sequence 7 weapon mastery is also really neat ability to have. That's really good. Guardian is great. Protection is great, especially in team environment. Might be mid to above mid. They're good. I'm liking this giant pathway looking right now. On a S. I give apprentice A. Does it deserve A though? It's good abilities, but it's not broken. Probably a B. It's not broken. It's solid. It's like mid, above mid. It's pretty close to A. I need to check a few more that I give A for. I don't give much A, so yeah. No. It's hard to get A. That means you have like really crazy power spikes. Which I don't. It's probably the closest one to A though, out of all the mid ones. Just because Guardian is useful, and even Sequence 7 Weapon Master is useful. Sequence 6 is the power spike. Get a bunch of new abilities. You even counter like devils and evils. Damn, you counter devil and evils, eh? Hot take. Low-key, this is the A. It's like my second. I mean, obviously I give like SSS or something to the Hangman Pathway for mid sequence, but this is my second A I'll give for mid sequence, just because it seems like every sequence got its unique flavor and it's useful. I'll give it an A. High sequence. Let's see if high sequence is gonna be A or S. Demon Hunter. We seen what is his name? Colleen. I think Colleen, is that his name? Basically, Derek's master. He was this sequence for the longest time, and he's really strong. Demon hunting, you're good at hunting, yeah, which is great. Hunting evil. Mythical creature farm, you become a giant. Silver Knight, you can turn into liquid silver. It's okay. It's pretty good. More flexibility. It's hard to kill. It's so sad that Colin, I think that's his name, right? Yeah, Colin. Yeah, I got it. Colin Iliad. Iliad, right? Too bad he still died. I feel like this is a great survivability sequence too. You know, a sequence to be in. So overnight. Glory sounds broken. I did not spoil myself. They get that authority of some of sequence 0. What can they do though? Twilight. Fly authority of Twilight. Twilight is like decay, right? Gradually lose lifespan. Combat is great to have. Twilight Great Sword. Holiness. Yeah, also purification. They have purification related authority. That's cool. Left hand decay, hand of God. They can act on behalf of the deity. Get enhancement to their previous. What? That's so ass. Oh, they only. Oh, basically you don't want to keep using the ability. Okay, that's kind of bum. Huh. Okay, so you're like a servant of the Twilight Giant, basically. Honestly, it does not seem too impressive. Yeah, it holds authority of decay and combat. I think it's it doesn't feel like it's like reality bending. I keep using that word, but you know what I mean, right? It's like it's not like you can just pull up bullshit out of your ass and start saying, "Nope, I negate that. Nope, that does not work on me." This actually seems like it follows the law, you know, the rule of the world. In story restriction, might have to be S, just because the god of combat died recently. I mean, at the end, you know, eventually he dies, so it opens up the sequence 0 spot. That is, we're not considering. I don't know why I'm not considering the fact that the Evernight Goddess is basically gonna become a greater one, like above the sequence. I guess I'm just trying to basically talk about the past separately, even though they're so closely related. You cannot really separate them. Let's just say, you know, yeah, sequence 0 is open, and I'm just gonna say like sequence 0 is open, so yeah, you still have the potential to get there, you know, although that will never happen. Too late. I already basically ranked it in a way where we're considering that as long as the spot is open, it doesn't matter if someone else is trying to advance the spot, at least there's a better chance, you know, at least there's a better chance, at least you're not, fuck, you are straight up against a god. Ooh. Oh, too late now. I can't change it now. It's for restriction. It's not bad, basically. At least you can get a sequence 1, right? So it'll be an A or an S. I think it's an A. Just because there's a lot of opportunity for this pathway. Yeah, also there's not much in lower restriction. Pretty good. Even at the beginning of Koi, we saw like Beyonders of. It was stated that Beyonders of the warrior pathway are basically popping out like, you know, pop out like everywhere, you know, just because how available that pathway is after the god of combat, you know, died. So yeah, AAA. These two are dragging it down, so high A or low S. Wait, what? No, not really a high A. Probably a low A. Not a, yeah. I anything, it might be kind of close. Just because these two are kind of dragging it down a lot. What did I rank the Sleepless? Let me double check. It's definitely better than the Sleepless. I'm surprised, yeah. Better than the Sleepless. Might low-key have to be better than Bard. Reader Pathway might have to be underrated. Yeah, Reader Pathway I feel like it's pretty underrated, honestly. Moving on to the Demoness / Assassin Pathway. I think this one is gonna be pretty high. It's gonna be easy to rank. Combat strength, it actually is pretty good at combat. It has a lot of spells, tricks, really good survivability, and even like physical enhancement. I think it's really good combat strength. Even though it's not like warrior, hunter, or criminal, or it's like direct meant for combat, it is kind of meant for combat, especially, you know, scaling off of assassin. It's at least an A, but let me double check if it deserves an S. Because assassin is like physical enhancement, yes. It's not good direct combat, but they have a lot of ability for combat, honestly. Honestly, Instigator is not much of a... There's more physical enhancement, but it's not really for direct combat. I know once you reach Witch, you unlock so much spells, so much new powers, so much stronger. And even Sequence 6 is like really strong. We saw, you know, the fight with Madame Sharon, how strong that was. This, I have a feeling that Demoness might have to be an S tier. Does it deserve an S for their combat though? Just an A. It's not really an S. I don't think it should have an S. But then again though, low-key, the kit is kind of loaded. They got Charm, they got Dark Magic, they got the Flame ability. Mirror Substitution is so good. Like, it's like the paper substitution of the Assassin Pathway. They have Curse. Your Curse is so deadly. We saw what Tristy was doing to Leonard, even though she just reached sequence 7 in like a day. And like, what she was doing was about to kill Leonard if it wasn't for Palas helping him. They can use Dark Magic spells, Divination. Yeah, they can have Divination as well once they like reach out. Yeah, sequence 7. Interfere with Divination. Wow. Loaded, but direct combat though. Does it deserve an S? No, I'll just give it an A. I want to be conservative. They have the potential to be S, but yeah, I'll just leave it to A just because I'm basically simulating them fight like a Beyonder from the Assassin Pathway fighting against like maybe like a Hunter Pathway or a Warrior Pathway Beyonder, and honestly they would still have the upper hand in like direct confrontation, basically. Like, they can get pretty like overwhelmed just by their sheer strength. So yeah, I'm just gonna give it an A for combat strength. Intelligence and prepping ability is really good. The prepping ability is really good just because this pathway has assassin, you know, they're really good at assassinating people. they're good at hiding in the mirror and they can't hide in the shadow, but they can blend really well in the dark. Yeah, so there's definitely prepping ability in this pathway. And they can divinate, which is really good. Once you reach sequence 5, you unlock like diseases, where you just like kill people super fast. Demons like no threat, absolutely. Yeah. At least an A. It deserve an S though. I give Seer S. I give Secret Suppliant S. I give a lot an S out, for purple ability. I think the Demoness pathway does have purple ability, and it does have mysticism knowledge. But I don't think it reaches an S, so I'll give an A. Utility though. What kind of utility does the Assassin pathway have? Yes, the Mirror Realm, and traversing through the mirror world is pretty cool, but it's not really super useful or anything. The Instigator ability is pretty good though. It's like a mini version. It's almost like a mini version of the Conspire sequence of sequence 6 of Hunter pathway. Like you can basically incite people to do stuff. It's like a weaker version of Conspire. Physical. It's so far not really. Divination is kind of neat, but it's not as strong as Seer, I'm pretty sure. Pleasure. Charm is pretty good, I guess. Pretty useful, right? If you know, you know. Disease is for killing, not that good. It has, I don't know, check out the later sequence. I feel like the later sequence, it just gets so much more destructive. Magic. What is their mystical creature form? Venomous snake. It's like Medusa, right? Medusa, I remember. They can start making mirror clones. Okay, there is utility, but it's not super useful in like a daily manner. Not really. It's a lot more with killing and destroying. It's either a B or A. Honestly, it might just have to be a B. Because other pathway has more of a wider utility, whereas they can do multiple, cool abilities that are useful in real life senses. Well, this is like not much. I'd say like the main one is probably like you can charm people. Yes, the physical trait is a little bit, but that's not enough. I don't feel like it's justifiably an A. Advancement for Demoness is pretty bad. It's pretty bad indeed. Just because you literally become a walking, talking, living catastrophe. Eventually, you have to become the apocalypse and just destroy everything in your way. Also, you gotta turn to a woman. Dude, this is horrendous. Ugh, this is horrendous. Yeah, even starting as an assassin, you gotta kill people. What does assassin do? You gotta assassinate people, which means killing. So, this pathway, the advancement is not gonna be easy for anybody that has a self-conscious mind. It's either gonna be a C or a D. How bad is it? Yeah, it's pretty bad. And you had to do a lot of stuff related to pleasure, which is sexually related. Pain, despair. Wow, this is not. You're gonna lose control. This is a terrible pathway to be advancing on. I mean, sure, you'll come out stronger as long as you can get through it, but yeah, it's gonna be really hard, man. C or D? Yo, my low-key be a D. What else did I even give a D? Did I ever even give any Ds out? Advancement S, S, A. I give Secret Supply in a D, just because it's horrendous and corrupting. This one is pretty close to that. I give Corpse Collector. No, it doesn't just deserve a D. It's pretty evil. It is pretty evil. I'm giving it a D, bro. Yeah, sure, if you're like, you don't give a fuck about killing people and committing mass genocide and become a freaking literal, like, apocalypse, the literal apocalypse. Sure, it doesn't matter, but to your average person, this is a cooked pathway, bro. Okay, early sequence is actually really good. Assassin and Instigator. Assassin is one of the best early sequence, probably. One of the better, probably top 5. Besides, like, Warrior, Hunter. Instigator is also not bad, just because you can literally affect people's desire. You can trigger evil desire. You can basically manipulate people. It's like a different version of Swindler, but better. I would say it's better. That one's more about tricking. That one's more about causing people to act a certain way, almost a little bit similar to Provoker, if anything. Yeah, just because these two are neighboring pathways, they're pretty similar. Yeah, really strong early sequence. Does it deserve an S? It's at least an A. Just because of the amount of lack of ability, I think it doesn't justifiably. There's not like a super big power spike. It's an A. It's just an A. Yeah, just because you don't unlock a bunch of bonus ability like Priest of Light, you know, he's sequence A, you actually unlock a bunch of abilities, or like Trick Master of Apprentice. Those I would justifiably give an S. Did I give an S to Apprentice? Early sequence? Let me check. I give it an A. Honestly, it deserves an S just because how much ability it unlocks. But Demoness definitely deserves an A. Early sequence deserves an A. Mid sequence, let's check it out. Mid sequence is good, especially Witch. Witch is really good. Witch is probably one of the biggest power spikes there is. Player is also strong. And even sequence 5, Affliction, you unlock like disease abilities. It's incredible, incredibly powerful. At least an A. Might be our first S mid sequence, no? No. This is not our first, because I also give Secret Suppliant an S in mid sequence. I give SSS for Secret Suppliant for Hangman Pathway. Yeah, honestly, it might be not to be an S. Either an A or an S. Just because of how powerful it is. It's like one of the most powerful mid sequence. Even our boy Klein, trying his best, could assassinate a mid sequence. What do you call it? Assassin Beyonder. And that's our boy Klein in Garmin Spiro's Identity. Like, bro is absolutely ruthless and pretty much can kill whoever he wants. And he actually tried killing that one girl, the disease general. I forgot her title. Yeah, he actually failed. That's just, I mean, to be fair, there was like other interference. But I think the first time he tried, it actually didn't work out. Like, yeah. It's just to show like how strong the mid sequence of the passivity gets. Every time we've seen it, they always be pulling up some crazy shit. Like Trissy, Madam Sharon. It's like so broken. Yeah, I'm gonna give it an S. Even though I said that the Warrior Pathway is really strong mid sequence, I give it an A. I'm giving an S, just because so much tricks, so much new powers, and so powerful. High sequence, check it out. I think if there's no reality bending ability, I'm just gonna give it an A. But let's see, maybe they do have it. Demons of Despair. Are they gonna start like controlling concept? Shit like that. Let me see. They can start petrifying people. It says, I remember. Charm, Dark Magic Boost, Plague, Thread. The spiders where they produce have many heads. Demoness of Catastrophe. Rendition. Okay, they can straight up like cause like flood, tsunami, earthquakes, meteor strike. What? That is insane. Okay, you need to give me something more. I need to justify manifestation of chaos, including fate itself. Okay, that's getting pretty ridiculous. There's a qualitative difference between catastrophe and apocalypse. Okay. Quality. What is quality? Chaos. Okay, yeah, this is getting pretty ridiculous. It's like you're disrupting fate. Like fate getting disrupted is insane, bro. Oh, I can't read that. That was spoiling me. The ultimate pleasure that drive people on. Extreme painful allows for charm to be even more obvious or crying in pleasures. What the fuck is this? Wow. Okay. This is pretty ridiculous. At least on this, for sure. Yeah, those abilities are getting ridiculous there. In-store restriction. This is horrendous. Yeah, advancement is D because you turn to a woman, whether you like it or not. So yeah, that's a cook for a lot of guys. That's like half the population. You have to literally accept your new identity. You're a woman now. That's why it's a D. Also, just the amount of killing you gotta do. But in-story restriction is also really bad just because Cheek, the actual demoness, sequence 0 is there. So no sequence 1, no sequence 0 as position taken. And also, there's an even shittier reason in-story restriction. Cheek hates women, like real women. Okay, I know you're not supposed to know this in Lord of the Mystery, but I kind of got spoiled a little, so I know Cheek doesn't like women going on this pathway. So once you reach sequence 7 witch, I think she'll know or something like that. Basically, she'll start like messing with you if you're not a man turned into women. So it makes it even worse. And the organization, it's like the demoness sect, right? That's an evil organization, bro. Good luck being in there and trying to advance through there. It's not good, bro. It's already a C starting with, and I have to give it a D, just because of how bad like Cheek treats the sequence 0 position. If it was in like any other scenario where it wasn't Cheek, I don't think it would be the same. But specifically in Lord of the Mystery, Cheek is like messing with other women beyond her, not like original women beyond her. What am I saying? But see, if you're a woman and you go on this pathway, it's so bad for you. At least that's what I heard. So even if that factor wasn't there, let's say that was false information, it would be a C, just because. Yeah, the position of sequence 0 is taken, and also. Also, yeah, in order to advance properly, you gotta join the demoness sect, which is horrendous to be in. You just killing non-stop for them. You just work for them, and then you just like cause a bunch of like terrorist acts. That's what you do. But yeah, this is the rating for demoness. Honestly, I thought it would be better. I thought there would be more S's. Where should I place this though? Low A maybe? Mid A, probably mid A, somewhere mid A. Yeah, somewhere in the mid A's. Alright, move on to Hunter. I can do Hunter pretty quickly. I feel like I'm pretty familiar with it. We've seen a lot of Hunter throughout the story. Specifically, Danids, and also the other sequence 5 guy who's trying to advance to sequence 4. Dude, how come I forgot his name? He's a pretty cool guy. He's like the strongest hunter, known as the strongest hunter or something. That's his name. Anderson. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Also, Medici. I mean, we haven't really seen him doing much yet, but I also read at the beginning of Koi, up to I'm at arc 2 right now, Lightseeker. But yeah, we've seen a lot of what Lumion did, so I'm pretty familiar with this pass. All right, let's do it quickly. Honestly, S tier combat strength. It is weaker than Warrior, a little bit, but it is pretty close. Just because so much physical enhancement and a lot of killing and combat related abilities. In the fire magic, it's so destructive. It's really good at killing. I'm giving it an S. Intelligence and preventability. Not much intelligence increase. I mean, eventually you get mysticism, but that's all path. That's pretty much all path. But the preventability, it actually does exist because Hunter, you unlock trapping ability. So it does have trapping capability. Its specialty is creating traps, which deserves a B at least, but does deserve an A. I think it does not deserve an A. I give A to Assassin just now, but because it does not just have assassination like abilities, it also has like divination. Well, this only have traps, so I'm just gonna be utility. Let me check. Hunter has enhanced smell, good tracking, which is good for a stalker, I guess. Heightened senses physical. It has really good physical enhancement, so that's pretty good. Provocation is okay, I guess, but fire manipulation is pretty useful. You're like a firebender, so that's something to do. That's a bonus point. Conspire also really good. Increase mental attributes. You get sharper and smarter. Incitement, you can literally manipulate people, which is pretty good. These two, fire manipulation, physical enhancement, manipulation skills. Weakness investigation, wow. You get really good at killing. Sequence 5. War Bishop. Chain of Command. What is a mystical creature form? Become a calamity giant. Interesting. It's actually giant. Do you get to control weather? I'm most curious. They do get to control weather. That's insane. Yeah, this is really good. This is really good. It's either an A or S, just because of the amount of stuff you could do with this pathway. Weather manipulation, pyrokinesis, physical enhancement. I mean, that's all pathway, but especially this one's really. It might be an S. Might be an S, just because you unlock like 4 or 5 different abilities. Yeah, it's actually pretty versatile if you think about it. Utility wise, yeah, you could do a lot of things. I might have to give it an S. What did I give? It's like slightly better than what what the Sailor Pathway utility is. I didn't even give very good. I give B for utility for Sailor Pathway. But this is like better, but maybe it doesn't deserve S. Yeah, all of the abilities are good, but none of them are super amazing, I feel like. I mean, the killing ability is realistically not super useful, utility-wise. I'll just give it an A for now. Alright, advancement. I think advancement is a little bit bad. Just because... Okay, Conspire is not necessarily evil, same with Provoker, but you do have to do some questionable actions. Also, Pyromaniac is not good. you're straight up committing crimes. Reaper also requires killing. A lot of these are really questionable. I wouldn't say the advancement for this pathway is easy per se. It's a lot of difficulties. You gotta kind of give up part of your humanity. You gotta become a war-hungry person. So either a C or a D. Is it horrendous enough to I give it a D? No, I don't think it's horrendous enough to be a D. You do have to become cold-blooded, but I feel like it's better than the assassin pathway. Also, if you're a woman, I might get to give it a D. Just because if you're a woman, once you get to sequence 4, you have to be transform into a man. Either C or D. I might have to give it a D just because the forced gender change. Also, this pathway is also very bloodthirsty. It requires you to commit a lot of crime, do some crazy shit. Okay. Early sequence. One of the better, if not best. It's not the best, but one of the really better, probably top 3 early sequence. Just because sequence 9, you can beat like 90% of all the other other sequence 9s as Hunter. And sequence 8 it's okay. It's not crazy. I do believe what did I give Warrior? I give early sequence Warrior S. I'm giving this. I give early sequence Warrior SSS. I'll give this an SS. This is how much other sequence get beat. Sequence 9. Mid sequence. I do believe mid sequence is pretty good. Would it be average or above average? Sequence 6 is relatively weak, but in terms of ability, but it's actually really useful because of the mental attributes enhancements. Sequence 5 is also really strong. So the power spike is at sequence 7, but sequence 5 is a physical boost, combat boost, while sequence 6 is a mental boost. So honestly, pretty good. But would it just be average or above average? I give most pathway just mid. I give Warrior an A because of how distinct each sequence unlocks the abilities. I do feel like it's good. For now, I think we'll just give it a B. Yeah, I'll just give it a B. Because I give C or B, so most of the sequence I give it a B because this is just your normal mid sequence. You get a power boost at 7, you get more boosts at 6 and 5. Okay, check out high sequence. We already read before, but it's a lot to do with killing and commanding and war-related courage. Wow. Okay, you have mental resistance too. Damn, it's like a one-man army or something like that. But they're also good at commanding army. Once you reach War Bishop, War Song, Fog of War. Wow. Damn. This seems like it's more meant for leading an army. At least sequence 3 does. Partial authority over weather. Interesting. Gather anything, concentrate, gather strength within 10-kilometer range. I'm getting a message. I'll do it. I'll answer it once I finish the 100 pathway. Weapon augmentation, chain of command. What is that? There's so many abilities. They're like the simple war, conqueror, obtain conquest and war authorities. Pop it into soldier. Huh. But war and conquest is not really a strong concept compared to other ridiculous concepts like the assassins. Like apocalypse will just destroy war and conquest, right? I don't know, this authority is cool that they have the authority of conquest and war, but that by itself, I don't know, man. If anything, these special abilities seems more strong. Spear destruction, galvanization. I don't know, this does not seem too ridiculous. Alright, I might get flamed, but I'm gonna have to just give this an A. Just because, yes, some other pathway, the concept, they start representing like specific concept and they have the authority over that concept, but those concepts seems more stronger compared to war and conquest, I'm not gonna lie. In story restriction, this is one of the best you can go through, just because it's like there's no specific organization. This pathway is kind of like randomly scattered. You can just naturally progress through it, and there's not an organization that's gonna like you have to basically work for to advance. Also, sequence 0 is not occupied, so you can just advance to sequence 1, but then you gotta compete with Medici, so good luck on that. But that's better than, if the pathway's already taken by a true god, a sequence 0 deity. Yeah, this is the Hunter pathway rating. Let's see. Probably a low A to high B, I had to say. Low A to high B. Never compared this to Sleepless. I think it'll be better than Sleepless, right? Yeah, no, this is definitely better than Sleepless. What about compared to the Sun pathway? Probably better than. I'll place it here, like mid A. Moving on to the Mystery Prior pathway. For its combat strength, honestly, should be below average. Yes, it could cast spells based off of historical knowledge. We saw how what's her name? Miss Hermit. What's her name again? Catlina? Sorry, I read a little mystery in Chinese, so yeah, I think it's Catlina. We saw her use a lot of modern day knowledge to cast spells, which were pretty strong. But at the end of the day, they're still spellcasters, so they have a lot of weak points. Although they do get physical enhancements, I believe, with melee scholar. Let me just double check what other combat capability they have. Magic and divination art. Yeah, that's good. They're gonna have high intelligence and for sure. Melee scholar, physical enhancement, combat prime. Oh, we can read other people's basically fighting style. That's good. That's pretty good. Maybe I'd give it a B. Even though this pathway, they cast spell, warlock, extra. Oh, they have a lot of wide range of abilities. Yeah, sequence 7 is a pretty big power boost for them. Scroll Professor is good. More freaking spells. A lot of CC. Healing too. Wow. Really versatile. Wow, really versatile. Constellation Master. This is more divination, right? Right, they're really good at. Oh my god. Honestly, is at least a B. Just because they could read their opponent so well. They could read their stats basically. Interesting. I did not really expect that. If anything, this might be White Tower. I said, what did I rate White Tower? Reader. I think I give Reader either a B or A. I give B. Low key, this is better than Reader, just because it kind of does the same thing. It's super versatile, and also can read your opponent really well. Combat strength might have to be an A. Might have to be surprisingly, I did not expect it, but after checking it out, his kit is Mystery Prior Pathway kit is low key loaded. Yeah, they can do so much stuff. They're so flexible. Yeah. Intelligence and probability, honestly, at least in S tier, we know just because how this pathway works. You just honestly can just call this pathway of information with the shit that the hidden sage is doing. It's just constantly feeding you freaking random ass knowledge. Most of them are freaking useless. As long as you don't lose your mind, yeah, you get really knowledgeable. And prepping ability, Yeah, if you basically prepare well, the capability of this pathway is like endless. So this is at least an S. What did I give reader? I give also an S. I don't think I'll give it an SSS. Oh, yeah, I'll just give it an S. And utility, at least an S. Just because all the stuff that it could do, it's like similar to what the reader pathway could do. They could divinate. They could cast any type of spell that does like everything. Yeah, Catlia. Oh, it's Catlia. Catlia. That's her name. They have like all elements of spell they could use. They could heal. They could probably cleanse. I mean, I don't see it, but like, oh my god, this is the real omnipotent path. Fuck the reader pathway, bro. This is the real one. This is way better. No wonder they call it reader pathway fraudulent. This is like the reader pathway, but it's actually fleshed out, you know? Wow. Yeah, this is an S. For sure, utility. You could do everything. They could even do what reader pathway can't do. I mean, analyze and mystery prying Loki seem like similar functions. I'm gonna have to be for real. Okay, advancement. Let's see, it's an advancement. There's some sketchy ones. Mystery prying is fine. It's kind of dangerous, a little bit dangerous. You can see stuff that you're not supposed to see, and you just freaking blow up. Melee scholar is fine. Most of these are like basically studying base, so it's not too bad. Warlock is kind of sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. Clairvoyant is fine. Sage is fine. Knowledge Emperor, Hermit. Honestly, these all seem fine. Is there any danger to acting method with Mystery Prior? A little bit. I don't think it deserves an S like I gave for Reader. Just because there's a level of dangerous to it, especially with Mystery Prying. And you have to constantly have that theme go through. Basically, you're always dealing with stuff that you're not supposed to see or, you know, be in touch with. So even though like the sequences doesn't seem very bad, I'll give it an A just because there is some dangerous possibility that could happen while you're on this pathway. Yeah. Next early sequence, I believe, is surprisingly okay. It's not very good. It's not A, but at least an B, just because sequence 9 is actually a pretty good boost. Like, you basically get sequence 9, you have like a basically, what do you call it, magic. You get magic capability, you get mental boost, you get Eye of the Mystery Praying, which is really useful, honestly, even though it's dangerous. You get a knowledge boost, and in sequence 8 you get a physical boost, and I believe this physical boost is actually not bad. No, get improved fitness, combat praying. Yeah, this is pretty useful. This is like really balanced. It's not like good, like let's just say Priest of Light, you get a bunch of spells. Honestly, you do get a bunch of spells. So I just basically need to debate whether I give it an A or a B. For example, for the Sun Pathway, I give a B. So yeah, it's probably a B. It's not crazy. Let me see its capability. 9. Look like it already used a bunch of spells. No, not really. You can't. No, it's just like what do you call it? Ritual magic. No, it's a B. I'll give it a B. Sequence, mid-sequence though. Warlock, really good. Got a bunch of spells. Sequence 6. Scroll Professor. Scroll making. That's pretty good. That's a neat bonus ability to get. Constellation Master. Honestly, each of these sequence, pretty good. Pretty good. Either a B or A. B's mid, A is good. I give most of the other pathways mid-sequence B, as long as it's not like a super big power spike every time. For me, it just seemed like sequence 7 is a big power spike, and sequence 6 and 5 are more like bonus ability, but obviously they're all very useful, but I don't think I can justify giving this an A though. Let me just double check. No, I'll just give it a B. High sequence. Let's see what high sequence they could do. Mysticologist. What is their mystical creature? Transformation. Is there one? Demigod, mystical creature. They're incomplete. Black blob. Ew, what the hell? It's kind of like when old Neo lost control, eh? It's like a blob thing. Oh yeah, they could predict the future and shit, which is pretty broken. They can reenact mystical stuff. This is what Catalina was doing, I think. What can they do in sequence 2? Sage, with a certain degree authority over mysticism knowledge. Dude, they're like a computer. They could delete revision. Information. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even like. I think this is my first time like coming here reading this, but this pathway is all about the information. Just because at the end of Lord of Mystery, like what do you call it, Arc 8, the way the hidden sage was using his ability is like bro's like a PC or something. Bro's sending zeros and ones. That was really interesting. Information. Yeah. Honestly, this kind of seemed like it's like reality changing. Not gonna lie. They can manipulate information itself. Okay, that seems really broken. They have authority over education. Interesting. Process. Damn. Wow. Knowledge Emperor. This is where Roselle was at for a bit. Knowledge Emperor. Wow. Okay. How broken is this though? Definitely really capable. But I don't know how like strong and destructive this pathway could potentially be, you know? Okay, what the fuck? Digital avatar. Seems like they're like pretty omnipotent. Like they could do a bunch of stuff. But I don't know how much influence they can enforce on other high sequence beyonder. Honestly, just for its like versatility, the amount of stuff it could do, it probably deserves an S for high sequence. I was not reading a lot of. I don't know how strong the authority over information. Okay, that sounds pretty reality bending. I'll give it an S. Seems like that's about deserved. For the in-story restriction though, you have to join the club where they basically, I forgot what it's called. Basically you have to, what is it called? There's like an organization for this specific passway as well. It's not really orthodox, so so it'll be annoying. Also, the sequence 0 position hermit is taken, so no more sequence 1. In fact, how did Roselle even get the sequence? Oh shoot! I didn't realize. Give me 1 second. Turn the music off. Where's my Genshin music? Yeah, how did Roselle even get to sequence 1 when the hermit hidden sage is like already there? Maybe I'm not understanding the story properly, but yeah, this is a pretty big restriction. It's not an orthodox, so it's not gonna be B. They're not really. I guess they're relatively friendly because Cat Leo was in it and it seemed like it was fine. But the hidden sage is a piece of shit. Basically, every time you advance, whether it doesn't even have to be advanced, if you don't control yourself properly, he'll just start sending information your way. Like sometimes you want a little bit, but you can't control it. He'll just send you a bunch, and information overload is the easiest way for a mystery prior beyonder to lose control. Like it's pretty dangerous to be on the pathway in this universe because the hidden sage is kind of a dickhead. I'm not gonna lie. So it's either C or D. sequence 0 and 1 is not available. The freaking organization is kind of dookie. It's kind of like the psychologist alchemist. Basically, they're kind of neutral. I'll have to give it a D just because how ass it is. Every time you advance, the hidden sage force you to basically take in a bunch of freaking information, which is like, for your average person, if you're in a bad mood that time, that's not likely to happen. Every time you advance, you're probably going to be in your best condition, but even still, it's like a pretty big drawback. Yeah, you're getting like kind of fucked over by that. It's being enforced on you, so I'm giving this a D. Let's see. Probably a mid A. Why does this Loki feel like it'll be similar to White Tower, but would it be better than White Tower? I need to think. First, let me save this. Let me check out the White Tower. I'm gonna compare the two. Reader. Yeah, I guess Reader is better. I give Reader better ratings. So yeah, I'll be below Reader. Huh. How did I get rid of the assassin, by the way? Yeah, it's definitely better than Assassin. Alright, moving next to Paragon. Paragon is gonna be pretty niche, bro. It's gonna be... It has a lot of strong points, but a lot of really bad capability. So direct combat, probably pretty bad. Their thing is enhanced memory, enhanced knowledge, mysticism. Oh, they get a physical enhancement of archaeologist. That's good. Adaptability is good. Appraiser is for checking stuff. Dude, this is so ass. Sequence 6 is the power spec. You're just really good at creating artifacts. Sequence 5, astronomer. What does astronomer do? Why does this Loki seems ass? Blessing the star. Wow. Why is this so underwhelming? Damn. It's like the most underwhelming sequence I've ever seen. What the hell? They understand the phenomenon. They can make use of them. Okay, when there's a solar storm, they could arrive. What if there isn't one though? So it's super conditional. False constellation. Also can create a fake. Oh, look at that's good. Okay, they could basically create false prediction. They could basically mess up the enemy's prediction. That's good, I guess. That's actually very important against an opponent who can predict your moves. Okay, their prepping ability is like... It's S. It's not SSS. Just because they could basically create themselves a lot of artifacts, like tech, tools, traps. Yeah, the capabilities is honestly like infinite. Just how, depending on how, also they scale of intelligence and mysticism. A little bit of mysticism, more intelligence. I'll get this an S. Hey, Loki deserve an SSS? Do they deserve an SSS? What is their mystical creature form? They're able to manifest their incomplete if they regard any of the consequences. Okay. Oh, but what is their mysticism transformation? Come on. is an informational being that is complete with numerous depictions of civilizations, but unable to master a complete depiction. Huh? Okay, depiction of civilization. What the fuck does that mean? Like a fucking map or something? Like a drawing? What the fuck? These mystical creature form is like getting weirder and weirder. Interesting. The intelligence and probability. I might have to give this SSS, no? I'll just give it an S. Just because I don't want to be unfair to the other pathway that is mainly intelligence based. Yeah, their combat though is really weak. It's either a C or a B. This is a B? No, I don't think so. Nah, it's his weak side, direct combat. Did I ever give a C for anything? Yes, I did give a lot of C actually. If anything, maybe it's a D, bro. Dude, the physical enhancement is so minimal. Okay, yo, this might be the first D that I ever get for any direct combat. Dude, really, the astronomer just seems so underwhelming. What about, let me read some of his higher sequence. Strength and ability. What ability, bro? This guy's got no ability. Arcane Scholar. Knowledge Spirit. Manufacturing, so they're good at creating stuff. Bro, this is the lamest authority. Law is good, analyze is good. Learning is okay. Civilization is pretty cool. Yo, why does this seem like the most dookie ass pathway ever, bro? Oh my god, is there any fan? Am I gonna get flamed? I'm gonna get flamed by the Paragon pathway fans. Utility honestly is really good, at least an A. Let's see if it deserves S. No, I don't think the utility is S. Sure, you're smart, you can create stuff, you can make your own like technology and stuff. It's definitely gonna be very useful, you know, this knowledge based. Also, you get some divination, I believe, some mysticism knowledge, manufacturing, creation. Yeah, it's an A, but I don't think it's an S though. Knowledge, memory is good. Adaptability is good. It's nice. Low-key might just be a B, you know? Like, this is not broken. Why does it just seem like a super smart mechanic? Like a genius mechanic? Yo, I might have to give this a B, bro. Let me see what other stuff I give B. I give Assassin B. Just because it's like not really impressive. Okay, eventually they can do alchemy with soul and life, which seems pretty flexible. You can do a bunch of stuff with that. Oh, they could give life too. Damn. Not as good as the ancient alchemist from the Mother Pathway. Okay. They could like break stuff. I'm giving it a B for utility. Even though the possibility is endless, it's not a really impressive or insane, you know, ability. Advancement is honestly probably really good. None of these seems very dangerous. They're all your freaking normal daily, like, what do you call it? Just like occupations. Look at these, especially the first 5. Like, they're all just normal. Alchemist is a little weird, I guess. It is dip into a field that's like more mysticism based, but even then, that's not really necessarily dangerous. Arcane Scholar is fine. So you're a scholar, bro. You're not like turned into a demon or anything. Knowledge, Magister, Illuminator, I mean, Paragon seems like it's a. Paragon seems like you'll have to deal with OCD, but honestly, this is like probably S tier for advancement. I don't think there's necessarily any dangers to it. Much, kind of like a normal guy who's like smart, like a scholar. We're just like into mechanic, bro. Early sequence is probably really shit. Really shit. Really bad. Archaeologist is honestly pretty flexible. You get adaptability, you get physical enhancement. I don't think the physical enhancement is really crazy. No, you get wrecked by a warrior or a hunter. And this is not a Beyonder, bro. This is just a smart guy. Sequence 9 is not a Beyonder. Oh my god. Is this gonna be a C? I don't think it's justifiably B, bro. I get barred B. Nope, it's not B. It's at least a C. It's C or maybe D. Anything. Okay, I got corpse collector C. I got Marauder C. In a way, it's similar to Marauder, right? Quick hands. That's a C. I give it a C. Just because it's got a nice balance of knowledge and physicality. Mid-sequence though seemed like absolute arse cheek. One of the worst sequence 5 I've seen. One of the worst sequence 7 I've seen. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck is this? This is not an advancement. You just get one ability. Yes, okay, at least you could basically read the enemy better, right? Yeah, you can maybe appraise like other people. You can discover Beyonders, maybe. Wow. Wow. This is below mid. Yes, CS6 is useful. You get to make money. That's your ability. You get to work for other Beyonders and make some money off of them. Oh my god. This is a fraudulent pathway. This is the real fraudulent pathway. Don't talk shit about the White Tower pathway anymore. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, bro. This is not mid. This is below mid, bro. This is like a C. I'm not trying to make money on this path. I'm trying to become a Beyonder. Okay, to be a Beyonder, you do need a lot of money. Not gonna lie. I guess it's safe at least. That's a benefit. But I would not consider it strong or anything. I'm giving it a C, bro. High sequence is not very complicated, honestly. This is one of the least complicated pathway I'm reading. Like, yes, it has a lot of authority, but none of these authority. Analyze is probably the best one. Law is. Why the fuck do you have law? What is the arbiter pathway doing, bro? Why do you have the law authority? Huh? Shouldn't that be? I don't know. Manufacturing is okay, I guess. The best one is probably like just analyzing. What the fuck is these other? The point of these other authorities? Really? Teaching? My mind is blown. It's not a real pathway, bro. Oh, okay. A civilization? This is good. Okay, sequence 1. Yeah, your order is good. That means control. Order is a good authority to have. Education is mid, bro. Illuminate civilization. Yeah, it gets a lot better once you reach authority sequence 1, I feel like. But honestly, compared to the other one, I'm not giving it an S, bro. This seems so underwhelming. This seems so... Yeah, the only good authority I've seen is like the civilizational authority of order. A little order? Not even like full order, bro. Bro, even its order effect is like shite. What the fuck? I guess that belongs to the, you know, the Justicar / Arbiter pathway. Oh my god, this pathway is so shit, man. I can't. Analyze is good. That's it. What are you gonna do when you're gonna analyze your opponent? What are you gonna do when you have to fight them? They're just gonna kill you. You're dead. You know, this pathway is not for combat at all, bro. Oh, I'm giving this a B, bro. I don't care. This is the first B I'm giving for high sequence. What the fuck is that? How did the god of steam and mechanics and steam and engine, how did that guy even advance to freaking sequence 0? How is it possible? Why did he not die? Why did that church even exist? Okay, you know, I'm roasting a little bit too hard. I need to stop. Sorry, guys. Forgive me. History restriction. I think it's gonna be a B. It's a friendly church. You can join them. You can advance. Unfortunately, sequence 0 and 1 is not available. It's a B. Let me save this. Oh, yeah, this is gonna go right beside our, you know, this is gonna go right beside the death pathway. Let's see, yeah. Yeah, and there you go. Wow, absolutely horrendous pathway. At least it's safe, right? This versus the corpse collector pathway, which deserves to be higher. Let's see. Honestly, this is a little better than the death pathway. Yeah. If anything, it might be low B, but for now, I think we're gonna be later moving a bunch of stuff to B, so we'll put the C for now. Next is everybody's favorite monster pathway / Wheel of Fortune, the Fate pathway. Well, this is gonna be cool to rate. It's gonna be like all random. Second's ability, combat strength is non-existent. But also, you can't really just beat them. You have to outlast their luck. Their ability is non-existent. Their intelligence. I need to just take a look. Dude, one of the worst early sequence pathway ever, bro. I'll talk about it later. Lucky one. Physical boost for robot is good. I believe their power spec is kind of at sequence 6, because sequence 7 is so passive. It's kind of mid. Winner is good. Sequence 6 and 5 is like the real like power spike. I feel like sequence 7 is kind of underwhelming. But yeah, they get pretty good high spirituality. That's good. Oh. And they don't get an intelligence prep, and they can't really prep. Oh no, they can. Eventually, they could save up their luck, and they could save up their misfortune on others, basically. So there's prepping capability here. It's either a B or an A. Yes, you could save it up, but compared to the stuff that other people could do, is it justifiable an A? Is it justified to give an A? I don't think so. Just because of how random it is. No, it's a B. It does have some probability, but no. Just because of how random the misfortune is, it could be some ass misfortune you put on others. And even the luck you get, it could be like underwhelming luck. It's not really good. If anything, this is anti-preparation. But just because you could somewhat manipulate the ability, I'll give it a B. Combat strength though, it's like kind of random, isn't it? You do get physical enhancement, which is good. And spirituality. But I wouldn't say combat is their specialty. No, they're more good at escaping and just causing havoc and making fucking chaos, bro. See, they're not really good at combat, bro. They have very basic physical boost. And their luck helps a little, but no, they're not really good at combat. Utility? Honestly, not bad. Luck is kind of really convenient to have. Also, they get danger, premonition, good. They can cause misfortune to others. You can fuck up people you don't like, good. Luck, winner. Everybody like being lucky. Not bad. Eventually, you get some broken abilities. Yeah. Authority over chaos. Keeper of chaos. Fate is very good. They have authority over fate. Revelation fate. You can start seeing the future, bro. Predicting fate, feeling fate. Dude, eventually you could cycle, you can reincarnate. Wow, that's really good. Wow. Okay, good. Honestly, utility is gonna be really good. It's at least an A. What is Lucy doing? I don't know what Lucy's doing. It's like sleeping. Yeah, reincarnation is really good. And I do believe we can shortly rewind time in a certain area, which is insane. Reboot is so good. I'm giving this an S. Utility is S, bro. The amount of stuff you could do, just the luck, basically the effect on fate is insane, bro. Especially the higher sequence you go, the better it gets. Advancement though is not gonna be very good, I feel like. Let's see. Monster is so bad. Lucky one and winner is good to be at. But also it comes with its own problems. Misfortune mage. It's like really random. It's not good. It's mid. It's mid. Yeah, some of these sequences is great to be at. But it's not like you're invincible and killable. We seen what Klein did to that one winner guy, the Ewan guy. What is his name? I don't remember. Ewan? Something like that. Let's see if they mention him. Enzo, that's the name. Frick, I'm not even close. Fuck. Mostly fine. I would just say the monster is such a bad sequence to be at. Dude, I swear there's so many random people who are on this sequence that just dies. Misfortune Mage seems fine. Chaos Walker might be a little bit dangerous. I think I'm gonna give it mid because some of them are good to be at. You'll be having a great time as lucky one winner, and other ones are more neutral. Calamity Priest seems kind of evil, not gonna lie. Same with Misfortune Mage. Mostly fine, mostly neutral, if not a little bit good. I'll drag it to mid just because monster is so bad. Let's compare to another something else that I give a B. I give my Raider B. I'll give this B. It's not really good. It's not really bad. It's mid. Early sequence, I'm probably gonna get D. If not, I might give the first F. Robot is good. Robot is really good. How do you method acting? How do you method act it as that robot though? I don't get it. Like, do you just, be rigid and shit? I don't understand. Yeah, this is really good. Mental enhancement. Wow, really good. Mental enhancement and physical enhancement. Has spirituality is also good. Yeah, you want to get a sequence 8 fast because sequence 9 is so bad. You might just make a mistake and freaking die. I swear. You're not in the right mind, bro. They often, you know what that means? Like more than half the time, you're gonna be like crazy. Acting unwise, bro. You're gonna blow yourself up. I cannot justify giving this anything higher than AD. Yes. Robot is actually pretty good all-rounder. You get 3 really good. No, you get no spells. This is some dog shit. This is the most dog shit early sequence. It's comparable to. Let's see what other I give. What other early sequence I give a D. It's compared to the Reader, bro. Reader I give D. Secret Supply I give D. It's so bum useless. Spectator I give D too. Damn. Some of these early sequences are just wow. You are horrendous. This is like negative. If anything, I should give it an F. Don't do this. Don't go. You're gonna die. You're gonna be crazy and go to some dangerous situation and just blow yourself up. That's what's gonna happen. I'm giving this a 0. It deserves 0 points. Mid sequence. Let's see. Mid sequence seems kind of shit. Lucky one. This is not the power spike. Really small. If anything, bro, what the fuck are you promoting the sequence 7 for? You get a little bit of luck. That's it. Wow, so bad. Sequence 6 is probably its techno power spike. You get you track Calamity. You could kind of manipulate it a little bit, right? Oh, Psych Storm is good. That's good. This is why this is the power spike. But it's kind of underwhelming with power spike compared to all the pathways we've seen, right? This is super underwhelming. High spirituality still. Foresight is really good. New ability. Oh, wow, nice. Passive luck. This is below mid. I don't know if I can even justify give it a B, bro. Foresight is good. Dude, you just don't do anything, do you? You kind of just chill by yourself. You better pray to God somebody not try to kill you. I'm giving this a C, bro. I'm giving this a C, bro. High sequence is ass, bro. You get ridiculous. Let's check it out. You get S or SSS. Misfortune Mage. It's fine. You can actually manipulate Misfortune a lot better. Absolute Foresight sounds insane. Curse of Misinformation. Chaos Walker. We don't see much of Chaos. I don't think we've seen any of anything. What is their mystical creature form? Is it just a big ass snake? Yeah, the authority over fate and like chaos is just really good, bro. Really good. Oh, the gaze upon river fate. What is their mystical creature from? Is this the biggest snake? Yeah, it's a snake or mercury. Cool. Wow, so good. So good, bro. Reboot is so good. Cycle is good. Really good. I won't give it an S. I'll just give it an S. Dude, Reboot is insane, bro. One of the best abilities in Lore Mystery. So far, this is like some S, some C's, bro. I give it to my first F. I did not. This is, you're gonna die at early sequence, bro. In story restriction, let's see. You're competing against Will Angstein, I think that's his name, right? And against the, what is his name? Ouroboros. You'll be competing against those two. At least sequence 0 is open. I'm not sure if there is actually organization of this pathway. If anything, doesn't Will run one of the organizations? It's like something life related. So it's not too bad. They're not too bad of an organization. Restriction, not too bad. Sequence 0 is open. You just have to compete against 2 monsters. Absolute monsters you have to compete against. Just because it's sequence 0 is open, I might give it an A. Yeah, good luck getting the sequence 1 though, and I'm sure it's doable. You'll be the 3rd sequence 1 competing against a sequence 0 spot. Good luck on that, buddy. Against 2 beings that lived who knows how long. Good luck. But yeah, this is like one of the first pathway that actually has sequence 0 open still, you know? Probably gonna give it a B. Let's see if it's higher than. Does it deserve to be higher than the Sailor Pathway? Yeah, I think it does actually. It's gonna be a little bit better than Sailor Pathway. High B. Next, let's move on to the planter/mother pathway, also known as the farmer pathway, where you just become a farmer. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's like the pathway of life, basically. You become basically really good at healing. You can control plant. You also get like druid abilities. We see what Franklin was doing. He's like experimenting with cross genetic evolution. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. He was doing some insane shit on this pathway. So it's a pretty cool pathway. I feel like it's not really combat focused. It does have combat capability like all pathways, but you know, it's more so being hard to kill and all about, you know, staying alive, kind of, almost. Combat strength, we need to check it out though. I do believe they get some physical buffs just because planter, you need to have strength to actually plant stuff. Let's check it out a little bit. Doctor is like one of the really good early sequences to be in, because this healing ability is like pretty insane. not only can you heal physical injury, you can heal like soul injuries. You can, yeah, exactly. You could like, yeah, this is like a really good sequence. But you know, obviously it's not really combat focused. Maybe on sequence Night Planter, you get physical enhancement and farming proficiency. That's insane. So good. You don't have to worry about food. You can just plant your own food. You know, become a great farmer. Probably the peak of what a farmer could be. The weather forecasting, yeah, sure. Harvest Priest. I think this is the power spike, right? If I'm correct. Physical enhancement, that's good. This is like some kind of seed control ability. Oh, they could basically cause life to grow rapidly. And you can manipulate plant and insects, which is pretty cool. That's like plant manipulation. Knowledge on ritualistic. Okay, that's good. More healing. This is what Frank Lee was doing. Frank Lee was crossbreeding. What the fuck, bro? This guy. Absolute freak. I mean, absolute goat. That's what I meant. Sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of Frank Lee fans. Dimension ability, knowledge on life. Druid is actually like, I feel like this is like a big power spike. If anything, this might be the biggest power spike of the mid sequence. But sequence 7, honestly, yes, plant manipulation. Sure, I'll consider this the power spike just because plant manipulation is like give you a lot more combat prowess. Combat strength, I would not say this is A tier. If anything, it's B tier max. But let me check, do some comparison real quick. I gave Apprentice C. Maybe it's not really a B. Maybe it's just a C. Because it's definitely not really offensive. There's not a lot of destructibility. You're really good at keeping yourself alive. You're not really good at damaging your opponent like that. Yes, you could probably throw some poison plants at them. As Druid, you could maybe transform into some more dangerous animals, but even then, I will not say it's really good like that. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a C. Because B is like mediocre, but this, I feel like compared to the other pathway, is like below mediocre. Yeah, I'll not really say this is a combat-focused pathway. Next is intelligence / prep ability. Does this really boost their knowledge? Yes, it does. Yes, this is pretty knowledge-based actually. So that's, at least there's some baseline to that. And also, with good planning, you could probably set up traps with your plants, right? I feel like there is some kind of trapping capability with this as well, with prep time. So either a B or A. Just because biologists and ancient alchemists requires you to have, you know, intelligence boost, I'd say. But this is definitely not a intelligence focused pathway. But do believe you get enhanced spirituality, right? Not really. I don't even see it. But I wouldn't say it's like its preparation ability is super impressive. Oh yeah, it's probably gonna land somewhere between A or B. It's okay. It has capability, but it's not really impressive. I'll just give it a B. Yeah, you could create some stuff. Also, I would just like to mention that well, in between, I basically upgraded. Let's go back to I made one minor changes for the Salon pathway. Basically, for the Salon pathway, I gave utility as like B. I basically upped it to A, just because utility-wise, they could technically create a bunch of tools that could use different Beyonder abilities, which is honestly, that capability is insane. Although they're not using it themselves, they're basically using a tool, creating a tool that could do that for them. They could use the Beyonder powers from other pathways. So I upped it to A for the Salon pathway for utility. Where did my music go? Oh, it's lagged. And intelligence probability. B, is B too low? Honestly, no, I'll give it an A. I think I'm underestimating its preparation ability. Just because with more time, you could grow your plants better and probably set up some kind of insane formation if you can drag your opponent to a specific location you have a bunch of plants ready, or even animal, because I'm sure this pathway always also involves animal too. Yeah, I'll give it A honestly, and it does have some, it does touches fields of intelligence-based sequences. So yeah, I'll give it A. Honestly, it's a probably low A, but yeah. Utility. Honestly, this is a pretty utility-focused pathway. Yeah, you get a lot of healing. Oh yeah, you do get spirituality boost. What am I saying? Farming is not that useful of a superpower. You literally have surgical mastery. That's really cool. You gotta be really smart to be able to do that. Just imagine like what peak surgeons could do. Like secretly doctor could probably do that. Yeah, you're like an insane healer, like a supernatural healer, and also the best doctor at the same time. You can encourage stuff to grow faster. That's honestly not that useful. Biologist, yeah, if you're like that one guy, Show Tucker, some guy, what is his name? From Fullmetal Alchemist, you love this shit. Biologist, even the alchemist, ancient alchemist, yeah, you want this ability. You can basically create some crazy shit. Druid is pretty cool, right? You can transform. Animal transformation is a pretty cool ability to have, I'd say. Oh, only briefly though. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, animal transformation is very, very good. Mutation. What is the mythical creature form? Okay, pallbearer. I want to read their high sequence ability real quick. Okay, wow, they could cause undead. They counter undead. Wow, that's really cool actually. Oh shit. Oh, they could cause people. They could suck the life out of things. Over earth, desolation, harvest, and life. Okay. Wow, Jesus. Yeah, this is getting pretty broken. They could suck the life out of like a wide range of area, basically, causing them to lose life and probably gain power. Partial authority over nature, mother. Nature walker. Wow. Okay, wherever they go, basically just life follows. World creation. World creation? What? Painting world? Okay. Honestly, good utility, but probably not S tier. Being able to heal. It's not bad, but does it deserve an A tier? Is there A tier or B tier? What's the B tier I give for utility? I give corpse collector B tier. Because it's not very useful. I give it an A just because you can cure all sickness. It's pretty useful. Yeah, that's also, you can heal people that you know that you care about, your loved ones. Pretty useful. Could do a lot of cool stuff with this power from this pathway, I feel like. Alright, moving next to advancement. Planter, doctor, pretty safe. Harvest, priest is fine. Let's see if it gets weird. Biologist is good actually. Druid is fine. Ancient alchemist is a little weird. Pallbearer is also a little weird. Seems like you're getting the death theme. Desolate monarch. Matriarch. Matriarchy. Nature walker seem pretty chill. Mother, you're a woman. Oh shoot, you do have to change it to a woman eventually. That is the fate of any Beyonder that's belonging to the goddess of origin. Good luck to our boy Emily White. That boy's cooked. He's if he keeps advancing, which honestly he's gonna reach pretty high. At the end of the series, he's already Shaman King. I'm assuming he's eventually gonna reach like at least High Summoner or Life Giver, even maybe. Oh yeah, he's definitely not getting to Sequence 1 since the Sequence 0 moon actually exists. And honestly, the moon Moon Goddess, was it Lilith? She has a good chance of just getting both uniqueness and getting the Goddess origin, so that's pretty cool. Also, yeah, for the in-story restriction for both the Moon Pathway and Mother Pathway are gonna be the same, just because both the Church of the Earth Mother and the Sanguine Society is literally the same fucking belong to the same god, which is Lilith. They'll literally be ranked the same. If anything, they're really close, but honestly, the Mother would be slightly easier since it's a Orthodox church, you know, while the Sanguines are kind of freaking hidden and they're like a hidden organization race, so it's a little bit more annoying, but honestly, it should be about the same. Yeah, I'll just do it right now. In-store restriction is B, since, you know, you can't go to sequence 1 or 0 for both cases. But, you know, it is the organization there. You can just join and try to climb the high sequence. Yeah, I would say it's the advancement difficulty is honestly good, with one exception that you have to transform into a woman. Yeah, good luck. So it's not gonna get like other ones like an A. Maybe I'll just give it a B. It's like mid, even though it's mostly good. Other than the one downside of you have to change your gender. If you're a woman, it's fine, but I just do have to take some points off of it. I gotta text 1 sec. I give Assassin D for advancement. I give Hunter also D because you do a lot of killing, and also there's a gender change. I give him a Raider B because it's a little bit sketchy. It's kind of justified to give it A, right? Turning into a woman, yes, it's bad, but that's low-key its only downside. Does it deserve to be dragged from? Honestly, if it wasn't for that one factor, maybe it deserves an S. So maybe I'll just give it A. Just because, that's just one minor downside. Minor downside. Changing to a whole different fucking gender. Good luck. Alright, let's check out the different sequences. Early, mid, high sequence. Planter is okay. Good physical enhancement. Good farming proficiency. You get to make your own food, I guess, and you can also sell money for that. You're like a peak farmer. It's like that one isekai where I become a farmer and start farming and some shit like that. I never watched that, but honestly the premise is kind of interesting. Yeah, honestly, solid sequence 9. It's pretty useless, but what do you expect from sequence 9? I mean, it's not warrior or hunter, but at least you get some physical boost. Unlike some other ones where you live that as just a little bit smarter. Shit, man. Honestly, sequence 9 by itself, without considering the great sequence 8, sequence 9 itself will probably just give you a D. You're not getting shit. That's just really bad. But I'm also considering sequence 8 Doctor, which is in the same power boost, in the same power spike. If anything, maybe sequence 7 and 6 is so mediocre. They're mediocre. They get new abilities, but unlike some other one where you get a bunch of powers, I feel like if anything, it got spread to sequence 8. Just sequence 8 is so good. If you get a sequence 8, wow, you could heal fine up to probably like sequence 6 and 5 beyond it. You can heal them. You can probably work with them. It's so useful. Amazing. Does it deserve S though? Early sequence. Really bad sequence 9. Amazing. If anything, S says sequence 8. I'm debating whether I give it S or I give it A. Let's see if I give any S for early sequences so far. I said it. Hunter sequence S. Early sequence. I give Hunter early sequence S tier. That's because Hunter is really amazing. You can beat like the 20 other freaking. It's because Hunter and Warrior just beats everything else. Early sequence. Especially a sequence 9. I think I'm gonna give it A just because it's at sequence 8. If it says sequence 9 and you had that healing power, that's insane, bro. I'll give it an S. Mid tier. Alright, moving to mid sequence. Lucy's not on camera, but she's actually right below the sofa. Alright, move on to mid sequence. Harvest Priest seemed like a okay power boost. You get a bunch of new abilities. You get plant manipulation, it's good. But so for mid biologist, also new abilities. You get to crossbreed stuff, experiment with biology, I guess. Poison creation, wow. Honestly, pretty neat ability. People can't just consume your flesh like that, even though not a lot of Beyond the Power even does that, but some does, right? Maybe like vampires, you can fuck them up. Druid also seemed like a pretty neat sequence to be at. You get animal transformation. What else do you get? Wrath of Nature. Signify is great. Honestly, you unlock some new ability at every sequence, but none of them, as from what I could tell, are like insane or anything. I'll just give it a B, like most mid sequence. If it's not too impressive, I'm just gonna give it B. It's like, okay, you get new abilities, but it's not like game changing or anything. Yes, they're all game changing in its own way, but you're not hitting the brokenness of apprentices like what do you call it, recording, or like the true traveling TP, or the Hangman Pathway mid sequences. You're not hitting that level of brokenness. Or wow, you're just, once you reach there, you just destroy whatever most of the other mid sequence. Okay. Oh shoot, I fixed that. Alright, high sequence. Let's see if it deserves an S or A. Honestly, I'm being more strict with S now, I feel like. For the high sequence ratings, if you're not like bending reality, like the Cowley Trio or some other more ridiculous pathway like Spectator or the Hangman, I'm not giving you S tier. Just because you could create a nuke, just because you could cause natural disaster or destroy half the world. Okay, that sounds all really broken, but I'm not handing out S's anymore. At least you're bending reality or have some authority over really broken concepts. And that's the only scenarios where I give you, if you have some shitty ass authority over some dookie concept like learning, I'm not giving you S tier. Okay, I'm sorry, you're not getting it. Mutation, stress and abilities, cool. Mythical creature. Too much words, bro. I'll just take a glance. Artificial life creation by using social range. Okay, this is dead as full. I'm a Full Metal Alchemist. Shit, man. If only Edward and Elric, if only they had this Beyond the Power, bro. They could actually bring their mom back, maybe. Probably not. She was already long dead. Rest in peace. Pallbearer seems like death and return is the theme. Psycho reality. Yeah, this caused a lot of death. Also, they counter Yen dead. It's interesting. Okay, let me read their most broken abilities. So, authorities over Earth, Desolation, Harvest, and Life. Wow, Desolation is interesting. Oh yeah, they're gonna become a female, unfortunately, at sequence 2. Or fortunately to some people are into that shit. I know for a fact. Not me, personally. Evil spirit transformation, artificial life creation. Creating life is impressive. But so could my mom. She created me, and I don't think she has her superpowers in creating me. Look how I turned out. Not very impressive. Anyways, so yeah, I wouldn't say creating a life is that impressive. Life deprivation. Losing control and trial of death. They hold authority over nature. So I feel like eventually, and mother, I don't know having the authority over mother is gonna do for you. Is people just gonna be more friendly towards you? So wherever they go, life blooms. Mother is also a concept. Things beyond the broad nature. Wow. Okay, creating a world is impressive, but so could every god. Every sequence 0 could create their own like god realm, basically. Easier to break than a 10-dimensional realm of mystery. I did not even know. I don't remember if client even used the realm of mystery as an attendant of mysteries. Did that ever even happen? I have no idea. Just because how fast paced it was at the end when client was advancing to sequence 1, he basically immediately right after advanced to sequence 0 very soon. Yeah, because his right after he was doing the ritual for sequence 2 to sequence 1, he was basically doing Utopia, right? And then freaking what is his name? Zaratual. That guy pulled up, and then that kick started the freaking whole end of the freaking theory, bro. It's just like fights non-stop, bro. Honestly, it seems pretty unkillable, which is impressive. Nature Walker, Desolation, Desolate Maw, Matriarch. No. I don't think, man. I don't think it's an S. Let me see. Because I've been giving a lot more A's recently. I give Warrior high sequence A. Spectre is S. Spectre being S for high sequence makes sense. Sleepless A, just because lack of feats and the concept and authority over stuff does not impress me. S for Seer makes sense, right? We all know how broken freaking high sequence Seers were. Klein was doing insane shit. Even if it was not Klein, the stuff that you're capable of is still like insane. Miracle, just remind you. Scholar of Yore, historical projection. What the fuck? What are these abilities? This is way better than some bullshit dookie ass authority like, I don't know, education. I'm just roasting the savant pathway, aren't I? Bruh. I give Secret Supply SSS tier for high sequence, which I don't remember the exact ones, but I think it's something to do with them getting a lot of authority over like deprivation and their grading ability getting boosted like crazy. I gave it SSS because I feel like it just diffs every other pathway at high sequence. Yeah, I don't know how they even beat Sass here. Wow, I gave Savant B tier for high sequence. That's crazy, bro. Don't tell anybody I did this. That's so funny. A for Sailor. Okay. Because it was not reality bending. Okay. I also gave SSS for Reader because I was reading what it could do and the capability just sounds insane. S for Mystery Prior. Okay. I don't remember the exact one. Monster makes sense because of the ability you eventually get. You know, reboot and stuff. Marauder, also S tier, it makes sense. Marauder, I give really bad rating for most of the stuff. But I did give S for high sequence because we saw what his name? Mr. Monaco guy. Hey, we like a Monaco Amon. What he was capable of. That was kind of the reference, but also Palas Zoros was also very impressive. A for Hunter. Okay, I think I have enough reference. I think I'm just gonna give an A, bro. If anything, I give Hunter A. Because their authority is over war and kind of like killing and blood and stuff, which is not very impressive. Just like this is not very impressive. The authority that it holds over does not seem very reality bending or impressive to me. Planter. Alright, where will Planter belong, bro? A lot of A's, barely any S. Probably mid A, huh? Mid to low A. Let me see Hunter and Warrior. Yeah, probably low A. Let me compare it to the Sun Pathway. Wow, why is Sun Pathway low-key kind of ass? Am I just underrating the Sun Pathway? Yeah, Sun Pathway is low-key mediocre. If anything, it's being pushed to below mid. Damn. I'm about to move Sun Pathway to the B tier. I did not expect. I thought Sun Pathway would be for sure stay in the A tier. We'll see. I'll make a final adjustment again. Alright, move on to the Moon Pathway. Jesus. How long did it take me? Bro, it took me so long to just rank one pathway. I'm cooked in the head, bro. Yeah. Professional unemployment behavior, bro. Apothecary. Alright, Moon Pathway. Not very. I don't believe they have very good direct combat strength. Beast Tamer. Vampire is a good boost. Let's take a brief look. Apothecary gain math. They don't gain a lot of physical enhancement. Few. What? Resistant to poisonous element. They got good spirituality. Medicine concoction. Really, man? Okay, yeah, useful, sure. But technically, does not seem very impressive. Taming. Good at taming and domesticating plants. Cool. That's neat little ability. Beast Tamer. It's okay. I just need to read the general abilities. Sure. Vampire is like the really big power boost for the pathway. Corrosive Claws, Wound of Darkness. Physical enhancement once you reach Potion Professor. Scarlet Scholar. This is almost like the path of spirituality. Just and spell related to the darkness. I don't know, this is kind of hard to rank. Dude, Thor summoning is actually pretty insane. Eventually you can summon spirit world creatures to fight for you, probably. Oh shit, defying, okay. So there's some risk to it. It's kind of balanced. That should be related to the darkness. Oh. Wow. Okay. Their authority over creation. Wow, they can help fight against corruption? Wait, that's pretty cool. Life giver's lifespan, it really has. Huh. Oh shit, this is like a super high sequence beyonder of the Moon Pathway. This is like, what do you call it? Emily White's like ancestor or something. And explode. Yeah. Damn, bro did not make it the beauty goddess. Do you even want to make it? You turn into a woman, bro. Queen. No male princess. Beauty? Why would you need the concept of beauty, bro? Come on. Combat strength? They have a variety of combat capability, but I don't think it's super combat focus, is it? It's not direct combat focus. Maybe it deserves an A. Just because of the amount of stuff that I could pull out of his ass, bro. And also the summoning ability is pretty useful. I don't think it deserves the B. B is like kind of dissing it. And it does have a pretty good amount of... It's pretty good at surviving. It's got good health, like HP pool. And yeah, good durability. I'll give it A. Just because, yeah, I feel like its battle methods are pretty versatile. There's like a bunch of ways you could fight. They're like a jack of all trades or anything when it comes to fighting. Probably also good. Also intelligence based too. There's like a few scholar, related sequences. Secret Scarlet. Shit. Yeah, Scarlet Scholar, Potion Professor. Even Beast Painter Apothecary requires like maybe not Beast Tamer, but Apothecary boosts your knowledge. Yeah, this is at least an A. Also, it does have preparation abilities with summoning, getting to the right condition, fighting at night probably. Also with the moon. Yeah, the stronger the moon is, the red moon, the stronger you are. Yeah. There's... I don't know if it deserves an S though. I don't think I'll give it an S. No, not an S. Yes, preparation helps a lot for this pathway, but I don't think it's really good at trapping your opponent. Help clean. What is their mythical creature form? They have humanoid creature with a phantom moon on its back. Embodiment of beauty. Okay, that does not sound like very beautiful. Why did they have authority over so much random bullshit? Dude, they literally have an ability where it's like you can't make them not beautiful. You can only make them seem more dangerous, mysterious, or charming. You can't ruin their beauty, basically. That's so ridiculous. Utility-wise, very, very good utility. At least an A. I don't need to even think to at least give it an A. I just need to justify giving it an S because, dude, this pathway got so much random-ass mixed ability in it. I just need to convince myself that it deserves an S. So, animal control, animal taming, medical knowledge, and medical creation. A little bit of a good at domesticating plants. I don't know if that counts. Vampire, wow. Don't you get to live like for a long ass time? You get age prolongation basically. You get to live a lot longer. A lot of physical boosts. Wow, they also get like a weak wing. Eventually you could just fly, bro. Wow. Don't you get to like... I don't know if you get to manipulate blood. I think eventually you will be able to, right? This one's kind of mid. It's like an upgrade version of the Apothecary. Oh, invite new type of potion. That's cool. Scarlet Scholar. Physical enhancement. What do they do? Moonlight. Okay. Wow. Okay, so in the right environment, they're kind of unkillable too. Flash. Brief teleportation. Okay. But that's already sequence 5. Yeah, so basically under your element, if the moon is shining, you become so much more broken. It's just conditional, but so better than not having it, right? Summoning, it can also summon stuff. Very good ability. That's like 5 different unique abilities that you can just use in your daily life. Emotions. I'm giving an S. Okay, great versatility. Also, eventually, you get over a lot of very useful authority, honestly. Yeah. You can calm people. You could save people. You could give life to people. Yeah, and you have the authority over a lot of important stuff. Beauty, yes, not good in combat, but very useful in practical daily life. I don't know, this is a bit too ridiculous though. This is not really applicable to the real world. It's a positive, right, guys? If anything, it's gonna make your opponent not want to kill you. I might give this S utility just because how versatile it is and how much different field of abilities you're getting. Let me check out advancement real quick. Apothecary, Beast Tamer. It's fine, except Vampire is kind of sketchy. You might want to consume blood, but you don't have to. Most of it's fine, except Vampire might be a little bit of a downside. I don't know how bad the urges of consuming human blood is, but there is some urge. I mean, you're able to basically suppress the urge of doing so, but it's still there. So that's a little minus point. Other than that, though, mostly fine. Probably around a B. Oh, I also eventually had to turn to a woman, so also a little minus to that. I did give A to Planter Pathway, didn't I? I might have to give this B. It's a little worse. Because Vampire's kind of a bit of a downside. What did I give for the Sleepless Pathway? Because if you have to constantly live basically, do your method acting at night, it's kind of ass. I give A for Sleepless. This is a little bit worse. This is worse than the Sleepless Pathway though, in terms of method acting and advancing through these sequences. I'm really just giving it lower points because there is a later gender change, forced gender change. And you're technically, ever since sequence 7, you're a true vampire. So yeah, good luck fighting your urge and don't act too like a vampire, because your stereotypical vampire image is kind of like somebody who would just like assault people at night and then just suck their blood and shit, you know. That's not good. Yeah, I go to B, but it will be like a high B. This is not too bad. Early sequence is kind of mid. Sequence 9 is pretty good, honestly. It's very useful, but sequence 8, it's useful in theory, but you know, that strength is kind of not yours, at least you use it really well. But I would say it's not as good as straight up boost to your own person. Yes, you do get physical boost and beast taming abilities, but you do get a pretty good, you can fight beasts head on, which is pretty insane. You get a pretty good amount of physical boost, but I will give this not a high rating. just because its ability does not seem as impressive as some other supernatural abilities that you can unlock at early sequence. Does it even deserve a B though? Is my question. Yeah, it deserves a B. Because these two are kind of good balances. This is more knowledge based, and this is more physical based. And honestly, the taming, it's not completely useless. You could have yourself a good little army of beasts to use. I'll just give it a B. It doesn't deserve C. C is too bad. This is a good all-rounder, you know? Okay, move on to mid-sequence. Sequence 7 is a power boost. Vampire. You unlock a bunch of vampire-related abilities. Very good. Sequence 6, Potion Professor. Honestly, I would think this is on the weaker side of an enhancement. Okay, you get to create a bunch of useful potions. Very good. The potential is big. Yeah, the potential is pretty big actually. So I'll give it a good boost. 5, Scarlet Scholar. Undergo. They get more ability related to the moons. To the moon. Also a good boost. How impressive is all of this though? Does it deserve an A? Or will I just give it a B, like most mid-tier list, mid-sequence rating? Vampire is honestly a very big boost. Potion Professor though is not as big of a boost. Scarlet Scholar. I don't think it's justified to give it an A. No, we saw what Emlyn was doing. He had to be carried, even though I think he was already sequence 5 at that point. He had to be carried by using spam using Derek's ability or something. He was using like the spear or piercing light or some shit like that. I don't think this is a very impressive mid sequence for this pathway. Alright, let me just check again. Already seen this so many times, but Shaman King, the high sequence, moving on. High Summer seems like it's very good. Shaman King. This is where, as far as I know, where Evelyn White is at the sequence. Spirituality manipulation sounds pretty broken. Beauty Goddess. Gender transition. Oh wow, reproduction desire. Wow, freaky. Yeah, we're getting freaky. Okay, physical enhancement. No lifespan limitation, unlike other angels. Wow, great. That's great. They were to be killed in battle. Not being replaced. Okay. Authority over beauty plants. Moon. Sublime, divine, making them want to admire and protect them. Yet they're not reproach or desecrate them. Sure, I could see that. I could see every other sequence 2 or, but what if you're reversing another sequence 1? I'm sure they could resist that to some degree, so I would not consider this very impressive. These authorities. I'm giving an A. This is an A. I'm not impressed. In-story restriction. Oh, same as before, B. It's a little bit worse since these dickhead vampire family seems like they're a little bit annoying to work with, but they're still overall not really friendly. They're neutral, so it's a little bit worse than the Mother Pathway, just because at least the Earth Mother Church of the Earth Mother, actually the Orthodox Church, and there's a proper system to go through. Wow. This is a hella mid pathway, I have to say, looking at it right now, like this. Let me just save it real quick. What is this pathway called? Oh, pause the carry. Rating. I can't spell. APO the carry. Yep. Okay, so I give it a shit ton of B. That's gonna drag its rating down by a lot. So probably like, let me think. Jesus, this might just be a high B. Just because of how crowded A is. Let me see compared to Monster and Tyrant though. Monster. Yeah, it's a little bit better than Monster, I'd say. Yeah, we'll leave it to high B for now. Let's just quickly get through these two. Okay, these should be easy because I feel like they'll be easy to rank, especially Criminal. Alright, move on to Criminal. The most hated tier list, least popular pathway in the whole fandom, right guys? Nobody likes being a serial killer and a psychopath, right? Combat strength is gonna be good actually. They're pretty strong. On a one-on-one scenario, they're probably top, I'm not sure, maybe top 5. I think they can make it top 5 one-on-one. Right? Not sure. They do get countered super hard by the Sun pathway though. Criminal do not suppress themselves. They do not feel constrained. Their body and heart ruled by evil. Yeah, they're pretty evil. They're really good at killing, aren't they? Physical enhancement, danger, premonition. Dude, they're like impossible to kill, bro. Foul language. Oh, they could straight up tell you to die. Jesus. Yeah, they can cause you serious damage just by spouting direct command. If they're on the same, even if they are the same sequence as you, they tell you to die. You're gonna feel like you're gonna actually be half dead. Devil Bloodline, Desire Mastery, Mental Impact, Avatar of Desire, Body to Illusionary, Thick Black Liquid. Dude, I think they were Klein in like, what do you call it? The second arc was facing against a Desire Apostle, no? I think he was, because even the dog was like a Sequence 6 devil or something, because he had a pet. It was even a serial killer or a devil. I think it was, the dog was trying to go through the advancement to the devil or some shit. It was an insane, bro, opponent to fight. It was hella strong. Is it justified to give them S? I just need to read more details of Mental Impact. I think they deserve at least an A. This is a very strong pathway. If it wasn't for the fact that all the other pathways hate this pathway, like they'll just kill them on spot. This pathway is really strong. Demon of the Mind. Wow. Wow. Corruption. I want to see their authority. Bloody Archduke. Filthy Monarch. Their authority over a bunch of bad stuff. Corrosion, corruption, filth, flame. Okay, I guess they have authority over flame too. Corrosion. Just because in book 1, Lord of the Mystery, ever since that one guy showed up in like arc 2, when, you know, Klein was in the identity of Sherlock Moriarty, we saw him once. This pathway never fucking showed up again. It disappeared, poof. Even less, showed up less than the freaking White Tower pathway, the Reader pathway, bro. This is the real fraudulent pathway. They do seem pretty strong though. I'm just trying to justify if I could give it an S. It's an A minimum. Devil worshipping. Give me 1 second. I just remember something. I forgot to consider the corruption capability. Oh shoot. For planter and basically the apothecary pathway. Yeah, I need to lower those two. I'm lowering them. How about should I lower it? I'm lowering it by 1 each. They're both B. I'm giving it C, both. Just because they could be corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. And yeah, you do not want that to happen to you. Although Lilith is kind of tanking at the top, it's still a very dangerous pathway. Yeah, the beyonder of that path, those two pathways. Let me just show you real quick. So these 4 pathways, the Mother, the Moon, the Abyss, and the Chain, you're cooked. So for somehow these 2 are okay right now, but these 4 though. Where did my music go? The hell? Yeah. Basically these 2 are fine since the Son of Chaos somehow is now influences pathway, which is still kind of sketchy, but we won't consider it. But for these 2, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Mother Goddess of Depravity are like constantly fucking with the beyonder of this pathway. So I'm lowering both of those 2 to C, bro. Yeah, that's both of those 2 get lowered a bit. Yeah, Moon. Yeah, they're a little bit lowered a bit, bro. Combat capability, I might give this S. I think it's like the only pathway that's so combat focused that it rivals Warrior and Hunter. I'm giving an S. Alright, next. Intelligence and preparing ability. I think they do have some intelligence focus. Do they? Let me see. Criminal proficiency. That's a knowledge base, right? Hey. They have mentor attributes like enhancement. They're like really good at killing and worshipping the devil. They can also interfere with divination and spirit channeling. Wow. So these guys are not just combat focused. They are evil through and through, with progressing through both intelligence and battle combat prowess. Okay, they don't technically have much preparation abilities, but they do have minor intelligence increase, mental enhancement, and there's one thing about it: they're really good at countering traps and preparation done by other beyonders. But that don't count as their own preparation though. It's not like they don't have any. They could probably, if they're trying to set up a trap, they could probably like pre-worship the devil, use some kind of devil ritualistic magic. I wouldn't say it's like absolutely no preparability, but honestly not too impressive. Intelligence and preparation ability. Yeah, I would say the danger premonition belong to maybe utility. And also, yeah, that helps with combat too. For this though, it's at least a B. I give Hunter a B because they have knowledge, and yeah, I'll give it a B as well. It's not very impressive. If anything, I might have to give it a C. It has preparation abilities, but it's not really meant for it. It's not like Hunter, you are literally just good at setting up trap. And the intelligence boost is kind of not justifiable. Yes, you get good at killing, good at creating crime, doing crimes. But nah, it's not like intelligence in a way where it's like Honestly, that's yeah. Killing, the knowledge and killing is the most important when it comes to a fight. But I'm not reading it off of just fighting a battle IQ. Alright, move on to utility. What powers do you get from this? You get to become a psychopath. I don't know if that's a good thing. Do you want to become a psychopath? Do you want to become cold-blooded? Maybe you do. Maybe you don't want to feel sadness, all the unbothering emotion that's annoying you. Some people that maybe is a boost, but to me, that is horrible. It's horrible. But we're talking about utility, so let's focus on utility. Hey, if you have criminal proficiency, you also be good at catching crime. You know what they say, the best detective are probably the best at also committing crimes. I don't know if they actually said that, but that's my saying now. I claim that saying. So yeah, I'd say they're probably really good at, detective capability. Does this count as utility? Devil worshipping? I'm not sure. Probably not, right? Interference of divination, honestly not very useful. Devil bloodline. Huh? Okay. Shadow shift here. Oh shit. That's gonna be Europe. Sorry. Oh my god, what am I reading? Jesus, this is getting graphic. Yikes. Okay, sure. I guess you can unlock certain devil abilities that could be pretty useful. Escape with their body and leave only a shadow behind. Okay, basically turn to wrath. Potentially you can unlock some useful ability based off your race, I guess. Danger premonition is very good. That's like a spider sense almost. Okay. Foul language. What is it useful specifically? Slow death. Run clot. Yikes. Close to dying. Wow, Jesus. Okay, so you have some foul language that can straight up affect your opponent. You can use that to fuck with people. Advancing the sequence. More spells, that's good. Okay, these are not all. This is really combat focused. The utility is not very nice. These are all for like killing people, messing with people, corrupting people. Oh wow. Messed up abilities, honestly. Demon of the mind. Desire mastery. Oh yeah, eventually they could basically control other people's desire, which is in a way like kind of controlling other people. Filthy language. From foul language to filthy language. Let me see their authorities. Wow. Okay, so eventually they get super hard to kill as well. Angel level devil. Honestly, not very good utility. It's all for killing and stuff and affecting others. It's not non-existent, but it's gonna be like a it's gonna be like a C or a B. I don't know if you're even justified to give it a B. I guess I'll give it a B. C is too bad of a rating. It's too combat focused, man. It's borderline C. It's like a low B. Okay, advancement is absolute horrendous. Yeah, good luck. Once you reach sequence, what do you call it? Sequence 8, you're not you anymore. You're just a evil version of you. Dude, I might have to give this D. I know there's people who would not care. You know who you are, you evil fuck. You don't care as long as you have power. You abandon all your humanity. I'll look at you, Dio. I know there's some of those you guys are like Dio out there. Ninken wa yamero zo, Jojo. You know, that saying goes. But yeah, there's honestly some people who will just give up their humanity with a snap of their finger just for power. So for those people, they don't give a shit about the holdback. But for everybody else, you're like killing yourself. You're not you anymore. You give all your morals, all your views on life. No, it's D, bro. This is the worst fucking advancement you could go through. The worst freaking pathway for advancement, bro. Terrible. Switch to the the prisoner pathway before you freaking get too high, bro. I don't know if it's even redeemable once you're like a devil and then you try to go back and go to wrath or some shit. Maybe it's not even gonna work. And let's say you're Desire Apostle, you already killed like thousands of people, bro. Going to puppet's not gonna help you by much. You're already fucked up. Okay, let's talk about the different sequences. Criminal, one of the stronger, if not one of the strongest early pathway, early sequences. Unwinged Angel. They have keen instinct. Yeah, also they are good with weapon and committing crimes. Become a Unwinged Angel, what does that mean? More physical enhancement? Devil attributes. Slowness. Okay. You get a few abilities for a nice, neat power boost. Not bad. I might give it an... I don't know if it justifies S. I think just an A. It's a good boost. I know I give Warrior and Hunter both S, but it's a little bit weaker than that, I feel like. I'll give an A. He's pretty fair. Mid-sequence, Serial Killer. Wow, very easy to lose control. Good, yeah. More reason. This pathway. Wow, the advancement is horrendous. Wow. This is a whole fucking essay, huh? Jesus, this is the longest freaking... Oh yeah, I feel like the power boost is at sequence 6, isn't it? Jesus. Yeah, sequence 7 is not the big power spike, it's sequence 6. When you turn into the devil. This is almost like a... What do you call it? A sequence just there for evolvement into the devil. Really strong sequence 6. Okay. This is kind of a mid sequence 7, not gonna lie. That's gonna hinder its rating. Desire Apostle is pretty good. Probably a B. Let me give it a double check. The other ones though. Most is B. Especially ones where it's good, but its sequence 7 is kind of holding it back. Also, its power specs is at sequence 6. Yeah, I'm not super impressed. Desire Mastery. High sequence. I just want to check their authority. Fill of Corruption, Corrosion. Pretty strong, it seems. I do have to consider how broken it is, though. Flame to the Abyss. Okay. But yeah, you say that. You say this is a good ability, but other sequence 1 though, how much damage is it realistically gonna do? Oh wow, they have literal authority over corrosion, which will break the toughest defense. That is pretty impressive. That is very impressive, actually. Dirty, sinful, unclean. Wow. Wow, okay. This is aura right here. They literally have an aura where other angel level beings. Oh no, this should get cooked by sun. Okay, it seems pretty strong. It's at least an A. I just need just so I give it an S. It's like a killing machine, bro. It's like a killing machine. I'm not giving an S, I'm giving an A. It's probably a high A though. A killing machine. That no, compared to other stuff, I'm not super impressed. It's A. In-story restriction is really bad. Oh, it's horrendous bad. Okay, first, sequence 1 and sequence 0 is gone, since sequence 0 is taken in by the Demon King guy. Also, that guy is cooked because the Mother Tree of Desire got him in the palm of her hands. Yeah, the Great O1 of that pathway is straight up controlling the sequence 0 of this pathway. And this pathway is hated by everybody. Everybody wants to jump your ass. There's straight up not even a place for you to live. There's the abyss, but that place is cooked too now. At least according to the canon story, even that place, the beyonder of this pathway can't even live there anymore. It's absolute dog shit. And this is one of the worst in-story restrictions you ever see. This is the rating for the criminal pathway. Let me quickly screenshot this. Yeah, absolute D fodder, bro. Okay. It's gonna be like low B, or if anything, high C, bro. I need to compare this to Savant. Fraud ass Savant, bro. Yep, Savant's way better than this piece of shit, bro. If anything, let's compare to Death. Wow, this might be the lowest rated one I'm giving so far. You do not want to go on this pathway. Trust. At least you are evil, you know. Hey, these two are rivaling each other. The death pathway still somehow seem more appealing than this piece of shit criminal pathway. Wow. I think it's gonna be. We'll make a fine tuning at the end. For now, I'll place it like this because it seems like it's a little bit harder than death still. Next, moving on to the prisoner pathway. Prisoner pathway feels like it'll be a little bit complicated to rank just because how many different ability it unlocks. This is the pathway of, you know, it's like a Halloween themed pathway basically. You get to be werewolf, zombie, ghosts, all of it combined, all of the above, everything. Let's quickly go through his combat strength. I believe this pathway is actually pretty strong when it comes to direct combat, just because the most ability that it unlocks is like direct combat related. Just starting from sequence 9 prisoner, you get physical enhancement. But yeah, that's pretty good. Any physical boost at the early sequence it's nice, quite nice. Unlike some other pathway where you don't even get a physical boost and you just die like a normal human being. That is so bad. But yeah, this is probably not the most impressive physical enhancement, but it's still good nonetheless. Also, you get some knowledge from escaping jail. Interesting, you're supposed to be a prisoner, but I guess prisoners escape jail, that's what they do, right? Also, sequence 8, you unlock berserk ability. This is a shitty ass sequence. I'm gonna rate this early sequence really bad, That's because sequence 8 is so bad, horrendous. The curse of a lunatic is literally lose control. You should just die. A werewolf, great at fighting, great physical enhancement, werewolf transformation. You get really tanky, you do a lot of damage. You also get a moon boost, I believe. During the full moon. At least I'm misremembering. Yes, full moon. Yeah, but that's the part of the curse. So there's a lot of downsides with this. I'm probably gonna give the advancement for this pretty low. But as you can see, this pathway, you just unlock more and more abilities. You know, it's very versatile when it comes to fighting. So it's at least an A for combat. But honestly, I think his borderline deserves an S, just because the amount of stuff it could do. I know people say that sequence 1 guy, was this sequence 1 or this sequence? Yeah, there's like a sequence 1 Beyonder in Lord Mystery. Basically, I forgot his name, but they're calling him a fraud because he didn't do shit. Every time he shows up, he actually fails to do anything. Let me find him. What is his name? Suwa, that's his name. There are people are like calling him fraudulent because he actually did not do anything, do much. But I do believe this pathway in direct confrontation. Yes, every time he showed up, we didn't do much. That's because everybody freaking escaped. Everybody start running for their lives because of how strong this pathway is. If you actually try to fight it, I believe. Let's just look at some of the ability unlocks. The Wraith, Sequence 5 Wraith is like a huge power boost. If we see what Sharon was doing, you get, you can turn into a spirit body, you can turn into a ghost basically. I believe you can hop through mirrors, you can travel through the spirit world. Wow, that's pretty neat, right? Invisibility, also good. I do believe, yeah, mirror blink is so good. You could also basically just hide yourself into some object, kind of like a position. Also, anti-divination. What is their curse? Up to sequence 5, there's like always a curse. It's like a bad side to each. Basically, on full moons, you want to eat humans' souls, or you'll be super weak. I'll talk about that later, but I want to say that this pathway, honestly, I feel like it deserved S for combat, just because, just, you know, face on face against the pathway, they eventually unlock, what do you call it, like polymorph, something like that. They can basically curse their opponent to transform them into harmless creatures. How did I think about it? Isn't that ability kind of similar to what happened in Arc 1 of Akoi, where some people got turned to sheeps? That's a weird correlation I just made. Could those guys be like cursed by the pathway, Beyonders from this pathway, from the chain pathway? Yeah, they seem pretty unkillable too. What's their authority? Deviant, abomination, curses, strengthen ability, evil, abomination, grotesque tree. Yeah, they turn into the mother tree of desire. But yeah, I honestly do feel like this pathway is borderline S. Let me double check what I give for prison, for criminal pathway. Because if I give prisoner pathway A, then maybe this is A2. Or else they should all deserve S, honestly. Yeah, I think this deserves S. Like, these two pathways, criminal and prisoner, they're so good at fighting and killing. They're no joke, for real. Werewolf, super strong. Lunatic, super strong. Lunatic is probably one of the strongest sequence 8. It could beat like most of the other sequence 8. Debatable, but it's probably on the stronger side. It's like above average for sure. Werewolf, zombie, wraith, all good fighting sequences, new abilities. You unlock like new abilities every sequence. The big power spike. Sequence 7 is a power spike, but the biggest power spike is probably sequence 5. And each of the mid sequence also have a good sequence. What do you call it? Power spike. Honestly, I'm just gonna give the mid sequence A. Usually I give B, but this one's in particular I'll give A, just because it's pretty strong. Intelligence and preparation ability, I believe it's not bad, but it's not S. They do have preparation capability. It's not like their intelligence can increase by anything, but they have a lot of hidden ability, which makes them good at hiding and good at, you know, element of surprise. They can basically surprise attack you. The zombie ability, you can like basically summon undead, like use undead to your advantages. You can prep with a bunch of those, although they're not really strong. Also, I guess you could fight during your element, which is like full moon or at night. You'll be stronger as werewolf. Also, wraith ability, you have invis, you can basically possess yourself into like an object and hide yourself. So I always hit the freaking mic. Also, you could mirror blink, hide in a mirror. Also, if you just catch somebody by surprise, you could just straight up possess them. You can just take control of their body. So they have preparation ability, but I wouldn't say it's like S tier, like seer or like, you know, apprentice. No, I'll give it A. I think A, yeah. Just because it doesn't really have any intelligence boost, even with his it's different sequences. No, there isn't really one. Utility is okay. It's not really super useful abilities. Yes, they get a wide range of abilities. Yes, polymorph is pretty cool. You can turn people into random ass animals, and probably yourself too. But most of these are pretty much for killing and destroying people. I guess the mirror, possession, turning, invisibility is neat, and possession and pretty much turn into a ghost is honestly pretty useful. This is some of his high sequence abilities. More enhancement. Cursing people is just for killing. I wouldn't consider that very useful. A good utility. Dwelling space. Yeah, no, a lot more killing, honestly. Resurrection. They're also hard to kill. So yeah, they have like some kind of resurrection ability in the spirit world because of the wraith, I believe. Ever since Sequence 5 is the wraith, they can basically, when they die, they don't truly die. They just get TP into the spirit world and they can come back. True bomb. Yeah, not very good. There's a few abilities like 3 or 4 neat abilities. But do I justify giving it an A though? It's either a B. It's at least a B. You know what? Just because of the amount of stuff you could do quite a few stuff. You can possess people, you can turn invisible, you can teleport through mirror, you can turn translucent, you can phase through stuff, phase through object. Wow, very useful. Polymorph, I'll give it an A. It's not bad utility. Advancement though, I do have to say it is very horrendous. Very horrendous. It's C maximum, borderline D. I don't even need to mention how bad you could get in this. There's literally a curse that comes with every mid to low sequence except sequence 9. Ever since sequence 8, you get this curse from this pathway where you just have one big weakness. For sequence 8 is you're super easy to lose control because you're literally a lunatic. For sequence 7, during the full moon, you'll lose your sanity and hard to control. You want to start eating people because you're a freaking werewolf. Sequence 6, same thing. You want to eat flesh and blood, or you're gonna be like super weak and you're gonna be like mentally anguished. It's so bad. You might just lose control. And the more you honestly let your desire take over, the more you're gonna lose yourself and likely to lose control. Same with 5, sequence 5, wraith. Yeah, on the full moon, you either need to eat soul or you just get mentally weak and physical weak, really bad. Not just that, this pathway is pretty messed up. The acting method for each sequence is pretty dark. A lot of these are killing related, you know, just evil related. Eventually, you're just like, you're abomination. Damn. If anything, prisoner and chain seems at least normal, beginning and the end. But no, yeah, I don't think anybody. Technically, you could do the temperance. You could join the temperance faction with Sharon, Renette, and Merrick, and try to basically stay control. But good luck on that if you have really good self-control and willpower. Other than that, most normal people, it's either really easy for you to fuck up on one of these pathways, especially like sequence 8 to sequence 5. Yeah, these are fucked. Eventually, you get strong enough where you can. If you're already here, you're pretty much good. But yeah, these 4, that's like gonna kill like 90% of people, bro. Do I give it a D? It's D is like really horrible. Like this, at least you have a choice of going to the temperance choice. So maybe I'll just give it a C. If you try really hard, you could stay a moral person. You know, be like Sharon, Merrick, and just control your power. You know. So yeah, there's not absolutely, you're not absolutely cooked, but you're most likely cooked. So I'll give it a C. Early sequence, really terrible. Prisoner is fine. Yeah, that's a normal physical boost sequence. You get a little bit of, you know, specialty knowledge. What the fuck is binding? Upon advancement to the prisoner, find your spiritual. Oh wow, that's bad. That's shite. So desire being gone is fine. Sure, you'll be more disciplined and more goal oriented. Spirituality decline is insane. That's so bad. Wow. I haven't even gotten to this terrible sequence of a sequence 8. The lunatic. Yes, berserk is very strong. What's your berserk? It's strong, but it's bad. It's bad. Like other people, if they have a brain, they'll just kill you. You're dead. Don't use this ability. If against anybody smart. If it's a dumb person, you just trying to brute strength through it. You can use it because you're probably gonna win. But if it's somebody who's smart, they're gonna catch you lacking while you're loose. Your mind is like gone. You're dead. So bad. Okay, so bad. You know, I might just give it a D, bro. I know it's like they're good at fighting. You know, both sequences have physical gifts, but let me check some other D that I gave for early sequences. I give criminal really good. This I give so bad just because sequence 9 there's like a small debuff, and sequence 8 you're so likely to lose control. It's terrible, honestly. It's not even about what your morals are. It's just so much risk. I give corpse collector a C. Yeah, corpse collector get a C. This is D, bro. This is so bad. I'll give it a D. Sequence, high sequence though. Honestly, I think they're pretty good high sequence. That polymorph ability, the curse, transfiguration curse, honestly seems really strong. The authority over deviant, abomination curse. They have the curse authority. I don't know, man. These authority does not seem very impressive. Deviant. Yeah, they can put heavy influence on people, other people. I guess they can literally transfer them into these evil creatures, basically. Wow. Okay, that's just. It's like a freaking massive wave of evil. Madness, evil, distortion, chaos, hatred, indulgence, curse. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much evil incarnate. What did I give criminal? I gave criminal A. Would this be A as well? Yeah, it also seems very killing, you know, specialized. Parthway, this is really good at killing, really good at causing chaos and destruction. So yeah, it's probably gonna be an A. Let me just double check. What did I give the assassin pathway? If assassin pathway is also A, then this is definitely an A as too. She did give assassin an S. Destruction. You know what? I might have to lean into the SUA fraud allegations. I'm giving an A. I don't think they're super impressive. Even through the in-story feats. Yeah, they don't seem very impressive. They seem like they are very strong, but Also very not flexible. Yeah, I think that Sua guy is just super dumb. Alien story restriction, horrendous. Very horrendous. A little bit better than the criminal pathway, I'd say. I give criminal a D. Does this even deserve a C though? So sequence 0 for this pathway is open. That's a good side, but sequence 1 is occupied by Sua, which is pretty dangerous abomination. And you kind of have to compete against Sua and Renette. She's gonna be probably sequence 1 soon, so that's your competition. But at least sequence 0 is empty. There is a problem with that the Mother Tree of Desire tends to corrupt beyond of the pathway. That even happened to the Chain God, who was a sequence 0 before, and I think he literally died because of the influence of Mother Tree of Desire. Yeah, so pretty dangerous pathway. Also, the organization is not very friendly. It's a bunch of freaks. At least we're talking about the Temperance faction, which is, you know, with Burnett, Sharon, and Merrick, which is not very powerful. That's just, they just belong with the full church of the Fool now, you know, with the goats. I wouldn't say it's very good. I'm gonna give the same. I don't think it deserves a C. Just because sequence 0 is open, all the other downside is so bad. Getting corrupted and all that. Yeah, just like criminal, I think I'm gonna have to give it a D for hang story restriction. Yep, this is very horrendous. Very horrendous. Low D, high B. Low D, high B. I mean, low A, high B. Let me compare it to the moon pathway. Yep, I should definitely be lower than. It's lower than the moon pathway for sure. What about the monster pathway? Wow, I actually give early sequence of monster pathway an F. That must have really pissed me off. Let's see, what was it again? Monster is bad, robot is okay, but monster, you might just die, huh? Lunatic, at least you don't have to activate your ability, but you are more likely. They're pretty close, but there's more of a physical strength at least here. I guess there's also a physical boost here. Monster's just so bad of a first sequence. Imagine starting your Beyonder journey and then you just die at sequence 9. That's why it's F. This is slightly better. A little bit, just a little bit. This is low D. Yeah, shoot. There's some ass cheek pathways, huh? Somehow they're still. I'm still comparing it to the monster pathway, see which one is better. I guess I don't have to decide right now. Maybe monster's a little bit better. I'm sure people will be more likely to want to choose the lucky pathway, the fate pathway, compared to this. But that doesn't matter. I'll just place like this for now. Alright, moving next though. The final two. Lawyer pathway and arbiter pathway. It shouldn't be too complicated. They're pretty good at controlling. Okay. Starting with lawyer pathway. Also known as the Black Emperor. The pathway that the GOAT Emperor Roselle is currently at. Combat strength is not. I don't believe they're super good. Barbarian is good. But they're more like a. I feel like a spellcaster almost. Let's take a look. This is like basically logic ability, mental enhancement, shit like that, right? All proficiency. They're good at finding loopholes. Barbarian is actually the physical boost, which is what kind of physical boost exactly though? Mental resistant too. Okay, interesting. Briber, you start getting supernatural. This is like the power boost. You can basically throw stuff at people and then say you're bribing them. This is theirs. Arrogance. Weaken. You can weaken them. Oh, this is not really a good sequence 7, huh? That's not really the. I feel like this. These are all not super crazy power boosts. This you just unlock bribery. This one you unlock distortion. You can basically bend stuff. Corrosion. Dark and really okay. That's like a mental corrosion. Weakness detection is good. Damn, this is a super mid sequence. I'm not gonna lie, you unlock a 1 new ability each sequence, and it's not even like super impressive. Disorder, mental disorder, bring chaos and order in a surrounding environment. Okay, they can bend like concept a little bit. Wrong order. Okay, they can cause like confusion, distortion. Okay, that's still the same ability that got buffed. I'm giving this freaking a C, bro. This is like one of the. It's like below average mid sequence. Oh shoot! I just jumped my. Okay, there's a lot of spell casting. Eventually, it gets pretty insane because you saw what some of these high sequence Black Emperor Beyonders could do. They could basically bend reality, sort of. And there's also the true unkillableness. I mean, that's a sequence 0 though. Exploit. Magnify. Oh, magnify is really good. You can make injury worse. You can make buffs. I believe this is like super useful. Stronger influence, yes. You could cause the effect of the artifact to be stronger, and you can cause enemy injury to be more serious. Wow, interesting. Yeah. Damn. This pathway is pretty good, especially a high sequence. Yeah, I'm just gonna give this. Because I know some ridiculous stuff they could do. Mythical creature form. Frenzy mate. Giantification. I don't know if that's really useful. I guess this freaking sequence just not really explored much. Duke of Entropy. Angel level. Yo, the distortion gets insane, bro. Okay, I can't be reading that. Basically, you could start flying and shit. Because they're distorting the space with some shit. Yeah, they're seriously just bending reality. But not really impressive of a physical boost, really, I'd say. Combat strength. It has pretty good capability. Really minor physical boost though. I wouldn't say it's S. It's either A or B. I wouldn't say their killing ability, like their raw power output, is really that impressive. They're more so, they're good at supporting. They're good at, yeah, supporting and doing like second line damage. They're not really like direct damage, I'd say. Like if they're working against another pathway beyonder that could really easily damage the enemy and do direct damage, they could basically help them do more damage and cause the enemy to take more damage. And also prevent damage to themselves, you know? Yeah, they're almost like a buffer and debuffer. That could bend reality eventually, you know, which gets a lot better. Intelligence they do get, also prepping ability, let me see. Prepping ability. They have intelligence increase, so it's at least a B. Bribe. Disorder. I wouldn't say there's necessarily any preparation ability when it comes to this pathway. All the stuff is basically happening at the moment. It's not like you can do it beforehand. Wow, they can distort beyond abilities. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say they have much preparation ability. The curly haired baboon is insane, bro. That's the best mystical creature transformation. I'll give it an A just because it seemed like this pathway really specialized in a lot of like battle IQ stuff, like smart fighting methods. Literally all the sequences just freaking climbing through the, what do you call it, the royal freaking family basically. And you start as a baron, you basically climb through royalty, baron, and then you get into the earl, then you get to duke, prince, and then you're emperor. That's so funny. It's like almost like ruling. It's really good at control basically. I give it an A. Give it an A. Maybe a low A though. Utility is not bad, you know. Being able to always win argument is pretty neat. A minor physical and like enhancement. Law and proficiency is insane, bro. Bribe in real life would be pretty good. You basically kind of get people to do stuff for you, or you can charm them, bribe them to charm them, to weak them, to cause them to basically have specific reactions to your bribe. Distortion, loophole. You can cause confusion to others, I guess. Not very impressive. I mean, eventually it gets insane, yes, like all pathways. Wow, and this is the way I was talking about. Exploit. You can exploit their airborne state. Basically, they jump and then they just remove the gravity, and you just keep flowing, and then you just go to space. It's insane, bro. Distort. Oh wow. I had a few cool abilities, but I would not say the utility is very impressive. Definitely not S. Bribe is pretty cool an ability to have though. Distortion. A lot of reality manipulating stuff. What's their authority anyways? How come I didn't read any authority that they have? They're like the authority of order and disorder. Shadow order? They're not even order, they're like the shadow, they're like the opposite of order, distortion of order. Interesting. It's like chaos, huh? I'll just say it's B. I don't think it's too impressive utility wise. It's not like super. Yes, you can use it in a lot of ways, but it's not very straightforward, is it? I just need to justify if I can give it an A. It's like either a low A or a high B. You know what? I'll give it an A just because it seems like there's a lot of ability that you could really use in flexible ways if you're smart. Advancement though, this is like a pathway that corrupts. It encourages corruption and stuff. It's not very good. The first few is fine. Lawyer, barbarian, briber. Briber's not good, bro. Yeah, no, not very good. I mean, this is basically our real life. This is what our real life politicians are doing. So it's not too terrible. You can probably get rich and famous during the way. But for anybody that has a moral, conscious heart, you're gonna have a lot of pressure and guilt, probably. Not the worst thing, but also not the best thing, I would have to say. I'm sure most people could deal with being a corrupt. It's probably like half of the population can probably be fine, you know, be corrupt. I'm sure. If anything, it might be more than half. Let's be realistic. Most people are not very kind and nice. Okay. Okay, not most people. Let's say half and half. There's a lot of people out there who really does not give a fuck about moral and ethics. Okay, we gotta be realistic. So I'm thinking either a C or a B. I'll give it a B just because it's a fucking royal position, bro. It's not too bad. You'll eventually, yes, it's corrupted version. But still, you're still gonna be a prince. You're gonna be a duke. Yay, isn't that nice? Honestly, it wouldn't be too bad. You'll look great. Go for it if you're like this freaking pathway. It's a little bit evil, but I can't judge too harshly, you know. Early sequence though, lawyer is okay. It's not too terrible. Yes, it does not really have any physical prowess, but it's got its own specialty going on with the whole going through loophole. It's basically the best lawyer, which is not very impressive. No, I'll give this a below average rating, but let's see sequence 8. Barbarian, they basically have physical enhancement and mental resistance. Honestly, not bad, not bad. Good balance, but at the end of the day, mid. Okay, which is better than a lot of these early sequences. What would be a mid rating though for an early sequence? Mid. Mid is probably a C. I'm sorry. B, you have to have some ability unlocked. There's no ability that get unlocked here, bro. It's that as just a peak physical person and a peak lawyer. That is not very impressive. I'm giving it below average, basically. Because most, if you reach B, if you want a B rating, you have to unlock some abilities. If you want to reach A, you have to unlock good ability. If you want to reach S, you have to be the best early sequence compared to all the other pathway. That's how I rate this early sequence. In-story restriction, let's see. Sequence 1 is currently seeded by Emperor Roselle. So, but honestly, it's not a major problem because he is in a state where he's sealed and not even fully conscious. So if you're actually sequence 1 trying to basically advance to sequence 0, it is still doable. You have to force. Basically, Emperor Roselle will die and you could still make it work and become sequence 0. So it is available. Although there is some difficulty as this pathway in specific is usually controlled by the royal family, so it is a bit harder than normal to advance through it. It's not like an organization that holds it. You have to kind of get super close to the royal family or something, which increases the difficulty of advancing through it. It is good that honestly sequence 0 is pretty much available since Emperor Roselle is in a state of basically he's in a sealed state where he's not even fully alive, and we saw what the king of Loan, he almost made it happen. I'm not exactly sure if he failed his apotheosis because Emperor Roselle is still at the position of sequence 0, or simply he just failed because client interfered too much. But honestly, I think if it wasn't for Klein's intervention, maybe he would have just completed his apotheosis and become sequence 0, and then Emperor Roselle would have just died. Due to and honestly, there's probably some unknown hidden other sequence 1 potentially of Beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway that you gotta compete against. But other than that, I wouldn't say it's too bad. The only downside I give it is that it's kind of hard, super hard gate kept by the royal family. Just like the Justicar pathway, the Arbiter pathway. These two are pretty hardly gate kept by like royal family or, you know, upper society. Although there's still Wild Beyonder, obviously, that in the mid and low sequence, but the upper is like pretty hardly gate kept from what I know. Just quickly screenshot this. Where would this be? I thought people used to say that Lawyer and the Arbiter pathway are like super broken. Well, from what I feel, what I basically, you know, observe, maybe I'm giving it too low of a utility. It is pretty versatile, pretty flexible. High sequence S. Early and mid sequence, I'm not very impressed. The problem is advancement is very corrupting, so I give it mid. Combat strength, I give it B because I feel like it's, you know, more tempering with debuff and buffing. Yeah, can't really justify giving it too high, honestly. It'll be like a mid A though. It's not too low. I feel like it'll be somewhere in the mid A's. Let me compare it to the Assassin pathway. Yeah, Assassin pathway is probably a little bit higher. They're pretty close though. I have a lot of stuff in A tier just because most pathway, they just got their strength. Alright, this is the last one. Justicar pathway, also known as Arbiter pathway. Arbiter pathway, huh? In-story restriction would be probably just low S, high A, just because sequence 0 is open. There's absolutely no contenders. There might be some hidden sequence 1 that you have to compete against. The only problem would be that it's a little bit gate kept, but I'll give it S, just because it's so available. The sequence 0 spot is open, and honestly, just join the royal family. I'd say that I give A for the lower pathway is also because Emperor Roselle is a sequence 0, so I lowered it a bit. But they're pretty close. They're pretty closely, you know, related. Also, they're not influenced by the Son of Chaos for some odd reason. Seems like that guy is a chill guy. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's a trap, but as far as I know, it seems like this two pathways is pretty normal actually. Alright, combat strength. Let's see some of their based enhancements. Physical enhancement? Wow, okay, everybody just gets physical enhancement, that's good. Authority, they're more authoritative. It's okay. Area of jurisdiction, okay, 8 is actually a pretty good power buff. You get a power buff, I see, recognition. That's just enhanced memory of people, that's pretty mid. Supernatural intuition is okay. Mid. Shit, it's kind of mid. Okay, you know what? Let's see their combat prowess. Mental attribute, physical. They get like mental damage, which is great. Interrogator. I remember when Klein was first got hit by the whip of pain. Bro was like in anguish. Or is it psychic piercing? I think it's one of these. Yeah, this is the one. Mental defense. Why do these seem kind of similar? It's like literally torture methods. Astrina suppress. Okay. Psychic lushing. Combat proficiency as an interrogator. Okay, judge. Sequence 6 seems like it's the big. Yeah, you get some nice ability, but sequence 6 might be the big ability where you start making verdicts, temporary law over areas. That's like the big boost. Okay, so honestly, they have some good damage. They have a lot of basically domain effects where in a certain area you can't do certain stuff. They prohibit you, they can exile you, they can trap you, confine you, imprisonment. Wow, they can sure tell you to die. Wow, interesting. Wow, interesting. Discipline and Paladin. This one they get. This is a pretty big boost too. Sequence 6 probably the biggest spike, and that'll be sequence 5, and then there's sequence 7. Sequence 7 just some abilities. What? Punish non-living objects. Interesting. I need to see some of their authorities to judge their combat capability. Deprivation? Wow, they can straight up just take away your power. What the fuck? I mean, obviously it'll work a lot better on lower sequence Beyonder, but yeah, probably a similar sequence, not as good. Power of Law. Deprivation, Verdict. They get super good Truce, Recede here, while Illusion grows strong. They can basically manipulate world. Yeah, shit. Damn. Balance. Balancer. Wow, okay, interesting. Hand of Order. Okay. The high sequence seems pretty broken. I am not gonna lie. They have authority over law and order. I feel like that's the case. Okay, not really law, but mostly order. Not order, mostly law. Hand of Order. Well, also order. That's in the title. They have authority. Oh, yeah, right. Authority over order. And also authority over balance. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems like they can straight up start basically changing the rules of reality. I'm just gonna give the high sequence S. Does this deserve S? I give what do you call it? I give the lower Pathway S. Maybe I'm overrating them a little bit. Honestly, these authorities are pretty broken authorities. Balance and order. Law, I don't know about law though. Going back to combat prowess though, why does it feel like it got similar issue as the Black Emperor Parthway, where a lot of those ability are very supportive based, basically. I guess the boosted psychic piercing and these ability whip of pain, like, oh, get really strong. Psychic lashing. I guess they will eventually get better. Will this be better than the Black Emperor Pathway? Let me see sequence 5. I do remember they can basically start punishment. This is really good. As a crime, they can choose another. What is the punishment? They can punish in different ways. Powerful attack. Right, the punishment is really good. Not just for that, I think I'll give the combat ability strength a little bit better than the Black Emperor, so I'll give it A. Intelligence and preparation ability. They do have preparation capability just because if they are aware of the opponent they're fighting against, they could set up countermeasures that are really effective against the enemy. I'll say they do get mental enhancement, so with both of those combat, it'll be at least an A. Does it deserve an S though? Only initially does it scale with basically like intelligence, but enhanced mental attributes, improve spiritual value, great resistance against ability, while mind and will. That's great. Wow, okay, really good mental defense. Imperative Mage, Chaos Hunter. Probably still an A. This will be a high A, unlike the Black Emperor. Yeah, although I give them the same tier, they are definitely one is higher than the other. No, I'm giving S because with preparation ability, it's it's super broken. If you know who you're fighting against and you're ready for them, you can ban them really bad. You can cause them to be useless, bro. It's really good. Ah, wow. Okay, people are always glazing the Black Emperor pathway, but why does the Justicar seem just better? I give 3S already. Utility? Let's go over utility. Authority is great. Authority is pretty useful. It's basically kind of like good looks, you know? People just respect you more willing to listen to you, and take your advice. It's great to have. Error jurisdiction, recognition is great. It's minor, but it's still great. Supernatural intuition is good also. It's like a minor. Good utility ability. These are for more damaging and torturing abilities. Combat proficiencies. Okay. This though, how can this be used in real life? Temporary law. You can basically ban people from doing stuff. Huh, okay. This is basically language come to life. As long as you properly state your intention and law, state it out, it becomes reality. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. So far it seems like it's at least an A. Authority. Punishment, not really useful in utility. Rapid speed. Nah, verdict. This pathway just scales off authority. That's interesting. Imperative mage. Strip people of their power. That's nice. Wow, I think it causes truth to be weaker and illusion to become stronger. How would this balancing ability work? Perfect equilibrium. Wow, interesting. That is very unique ability. Very situational, it feels though. Wow, they can defeat concealment. It's borderline S, but I'll give it an A. I'll give it an A as well. Yeah, being able to make laws in real life. That's really incredible of an ability, isn't it? Utility, I might have to give it this, just because of the verdict ability. It's pretty amazing, man. I ain't gonna lie. Imagine having the ability. It's like controllable too. It's not like a curse speech from JGK where, oh shit, I can't talk properly anymore because whatever I say will become true. This you can just use whenever you want. Straight. Nothing. I know y'all seen those shows before, where they basically do voiceover for Inouaki. They just make him saying the most fucking depraved shit. It's so funny. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Advancement. The advancement for this pathway is pretty chill, so it's gonna be high rating. Arbiter, sheriff, interrogator. Interrogator is a little bit hard, I guess, relatively speaking, compared to other stuff. Judge, disciplinary, paladins, good. Imperative mage, chaos hunter, balancer. All these are good. Except maybe interrogator might be a little bit of a pressure for you to get through, but if you don't like torture people or interrogating people. But even then, it's not that bad. It's just like a police. You don't have to like torture people. You're just good at torturing people, but you don't have to do it. Honestly, great. If you're a person of moral, it's good for you. But if you're evil, it's bad. But for a normal person, this is a pretty chill pathway to advance through. Oh, there's a lot of S, huh? Oh, shit. What the fuck? This is gonna be like, S tier. If I give it one more S, let's see. It's high A at least. Okay, really shite. Sequence 9, I feel like. Okay, physical influence is good. This is non-existent ability. Okay, it's like aura, you know? It's like aura. Physical enhancement and a little bit of aura. Okay, this is okay, I guess. I mean, this is more useful than you think, because usually people, they don't go to that many places. If you're just in your area, you get like a familiarity with it. It's like your area element. This is pretty good. Like usually people just stay in one area for like most of their life. Okay, so this is kind of underrated ability. Recognition. I might be glazing this path just so I could put it at S. Recognition. This is also pretty good. Recognizing people. This is literally like police ability. Too bad sequence 8 you don't really get like a big power boost. Yeah, sequence 8 is kind of shit. It's just 3 bonus ability that are somewhat useful but not really game breaking. Sequence 9 is pretty mid too. Shit. Is this justify A? A? It's definitely not S. I just need to see if it deserves an A. So all 3 of these ability, maybe we can count it as one good ability. So I can justify A as being mid. This is also mid though. Shit, this is the kind of mid. These abilities are mid as hell. I can't glaze this. I can't glaze SB, bro. Shit. I really wanted to give it A. But low-key it does not deserve it. Better than freaking Black Emperor though. Freaking Lawyer is absolute dog shit. Barbarian is okay. It's definitely better than that, so I'll give it a B. I can't glaze this too much. Alright, mid sequence. Interrogator seems a little bit mid, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, these are good ability to have at sequence 7. Honestly, very good to unlock them at sequence 7. Some actual damaging capability. Sequence 6 is where the game changer comes. Verdict. You can actually make laws in a certain area. What is prohibition? Basically banning people from doing stuff. Temporal. Yeah, sequence 6 is pretty big. That's one big sequence. Sequence 5 and 7 are both good. I think it might deserve an A. Just because every sequence has a pretty noticeable big buff. Let me compare. I don't really give A because a lot of these mid sequences are hella mid. Well, this actually each of the sequence has a good boost. Fuck me. Yeah. Is it justifiably A though? I rarely give any A's. I guess I'm a little bit impressed. Honestly, it's similar. It's more of a B, isn't it? Sequence 7 is good. Sequence 6 is good. Sequence 6 is a game changer. Sequence 7 is not really a game changer. Sequence 5 though. They have insane aura. Okay, I might have to say this might have to rival punishment. I might have to say this is A tier, just because, and I'd really give A tier for the mid sequences. The only ones I give is like, what do you call it? Apprentice Pathway, and like maybe like one more. Where I feel like this mid sequence is actually excellent. Also, I gave Warrior. Yeah, you know what? This deserves it. This deserves A. Oh, damn. The Arbiter Pathway is honestly overrated. Underrated, huh? People be glazing the Black Emperor Pathway when this pathway is here like this. Looking absolutely cracked. I'm giving this S, bro. Okay, I did a point rating system for each of the pathways really quickly. Before we adjust the final tier list, let's just go over one last time all of the rating that I settled on, basically. Starting from alphabetical order, apothecary. So yeah, this is what I basically settled on. One second, let me change my apothecary, apprentice, arbiter, assassin, bard, corpse collector, criminal, hunter, lawyer, marauder, monster, mystery prior, planter, prisoner, reader, Sailor, Savant, Secret Suppliant, Seer, Pathway, Sleepless, Spectator, Warrior. That's all. And also, let me show you the point system that I basically came up with. Damn, the fonts are small. Let's see if I can get them to be bigger. Why? That does not work. Oh, it kind of worked. What? Dude, why does it always do that? I didn't even click anything else. Why did it just deselect everything? Don't you hate it when it does that? Yep, here's a point system real quick. Basically, it's each of the category is out of 10 points. And S will be 9, A will be either 8 or 7, B will be 6 or 5, you get the point. F will be absolute 0. And I basically, some of these, how I decide whether they're 2 or 1, 4 or 3, I basically went back to the video and check out how, if they deserve basically a low A or a low B, low A or high A, low B or low high B, you know. And these are the numbers that I came up with. So yeah, honestly kind of surprising. I thought Secret Supplying would be a lot higher. Turns out Secret Supplying was really getting dragged down by its like couple of weak ratings, and it ended up only being 53. And Spectator and Reader are tied for the best spot in the God Almighty pathways. And Apprentice, unsurprisingly, along with Arbiter, Jesus Christ, I don't know how this shit got rated so high, are like the only 2 super S tier, let's say, that got 60 and above. Yeah, not surprisingly, Seer ranked higher than Marauder. Sailor's lowest one in the God Almighty pathway. In the Eternal Darkness pathways, Sleepless, Corpse Collector, absolute horrendous, probably the lowest one, right? Rated the lowest one out of all the freaking pathway. And then Sleepless is pretty weak too, 40. Anything that's in 40 is like relatively on the weaker side. It'll be like B, basically in the B tier. Warrior is surprisingly pretty high, getting close to pretty close to 60. If anything, that's probably the closest thing to 60. So I'm putting an S here, low key. Might have it's justifiably squeezing it into S tier. Hunter is higher, a little bit higher than Assassin. Mystery Prior is a lot higher than Savant. Monster is pretty bad. Planter is just 1 point higher than Apothecary. They're honestly pretty much tied. Prisoner is a little bit higher than Criminal, and Arbiter is a lot higher than Lawyer. So getting that out of the way, I'm going to actually rank the tier list. And then there'll be anything. Is there a 56 here? Actually, there is. Mystery Prior is top of A tier. If anything, I might move it to S tier in the end. Let's see. We'll see. Dude, we got a 50. We got a 55. 55. Reader 55. Spectator 55. Nice. Seer 54. Anything else 54 we got? Nope. Any 53s? Yeah, Secret Supply is 53. And then following right behind would be Secret Supply, and it's right behind. Oh, it was already there. Okay. Got a 52 or something? Wait, Hunter. Wow, Hunter is surprisingly high. I miss Hunter. Hunter is higher than Super Spy 54. And then 53. 52, we got 52 in here. Is there a 52? No, there is no 52, so we're going to 51, which is the Assassin Pathway. And then I think there's 2 50s. Yes, it's the Bard and the Planter. Bard and Planter. And also Marauder. Marauder is also there. I'm moving this down there for now. These 2. These are all the 50s. Out of these 3, I'll probably rank Marauder highest, and then second Bard, and then lastly Planter. Well, these is all the 50 range, basically. Honestly, Mystery Prior might have to go on the S tier. Might have to. Yeah, I already get high rating for Mystery Prior, right? Somewhat justified. If it wasn't for its low rating in the in-story restriction by Hidden Sage, and how the Moses aesthetic is kind of an ass cheek organization, I feel like I would have given it a D. It would have been even higher. Low key, justifiably yes. Along with Warrior and SU go. Alright, continuing. Let's see, 49. I believe there's multiple 49s. It's Lawyer and Apothecary, both in 49. I'm probably gonna put Lawyer a bit higher. 48, we got a 48. Yep, Sleepless 48. Any other 48? Nope. Yeah, there's Sailor. Sailor also 48. Sleepless versus Sailor though. Which one would be better? Honestly, pretty debatable. We'll decide that afterwards. 47 is Savant. And then we're getting into the horrendous territory. I'm moving Desert D, bro. Absolute cheeks. The only 30 in the whole freaking entire system, bro. And Monster is 44 on the lower of the 40s. Prisoner is also 44. I'm putting it behind. No, Prisoner is also 44, and then 42 would be Criminal. Obviously, this will be, and these two, how would I rank them? I'll put the Monster Pathway a little bit higher. Is there even a point in moving? Honestly, this is probably it. This is just how it's gonna be. You know what I should do? I should separate A tier into two tiers. The high A's and the low A's. And then basically move everything down one tier. That's what I should do. Also, I should debate on whether... let me look at the stats real quick. Basically the... I call it Tyrant Pathway or the Darkness Pathway. Which one should be better? They're both in the S. Where am I going? Okay, Sailor first. A lot of mid shit, not gonna lie. Hella mid. Yeah, they're just both really mid, huh? That's why. 2 A's, 4 B's, 1 S. Yep, Tyrant's a little bit higher, just because the fighting's better. That makes sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, how do we separate these guys? Damn, this is gonna get a lot of people mad, no? Maybe I should just fit them all in the A tier. There's no point in creating a F tier and separating the A tiers. Yeah, that's honestly not necessary. This is perfectly fine by itself. Let me screenshot this. This is my work, my unemployed work of a few hours. So, I want to say this shit. My puny brain, I created this tier list. Let's go. Final tier list. Yeah. Honestly, I might have to try ranking it in a different fashion after this. I might make a different video, still with the 22 pathways, but hopefully not this long. This is like what, 5-6 hours? Sheesh. Yeah, just skip here, and just look at the final product. This is the final rating. Yeah. I think I'm done though. Please, I do want to give a disclaimer that I did read the entire Lord of Mystery, but I am not a super in-depth reader. I very much enjoyed the story, but I try to watch some analysis videos, but honestly, there's still probably a lot of plot points I don't really understand. So, yeah, I have reading comprehension. Sorry. So if I get anything wrong, make sure you let me know. And if you disagree with some stuff, some of my takes, just also let me know. What do you think is completely wrong? I'm sure I probably made a lot of wrong, even claims, because a lot of them are kind of on my whims. I'm sure there's a lot of inaccuracy, basically. But yeah, let me know in the comments. So yeah, just take all of my ratings with a grain of salt. Yeah. And if you could be so kind, give me some suggestion on whether basically tier list or rating. I also basically plan on making like a octagon radar chart or a hexagon on for the different ratings. So yeah, let me know if you guys have any ideas on what I could make. Yeah, give me suggestions on how I could improve, basically rate my tier list. Although I have a bunch of ideas, it wouldn't hurt listening to some other ideas, right? But yeah, hopefully you enjoy my work. Yeah, it was pretty fun though making this tier list. But yeah, feel free to check out some of my other tier lists that I made. Yeah, I'm planning to make some JJK tier lists, maybe a ReZero one, we'll see. Yeah, hope you enjoyed this video. That's all for me though. That's all for me. But yeah, that's all for me though. Take it easy, y'all. Bye bye.